It was his first time visiting a doctor. Because of his handsome appearance, the female doctor took the initiative to show him her chest, but to her surprise he had absolutely no interest in it. The reason, since childhood, he had suffered from a strange condition. In his eyes all living beings appeared in the form of pigs. What seemed like a cruel joke from fate had completely disrupted his life, especially when it came to communication and choosing a life partner. Though he had visited countless doctors, none could identify the cause. All they could offer was a vague diagnosis that his visual nerves and brain had some kind of bizarre anomaly. However, everything changed on the day he participated in the job awakening ceremony at the academy. Among hundreds of students anxiously awaiting their results, each one shocked everyone when he awakened a rare god-tier profession, only for it to be god-tier pig butcher. This marked the beginning of a hilarious yet heartbreaking journey. A young man with an overpowered ability, misunderstood as mentally ill, must learn how to wield his unique strength to face the world. And when the whole world looks like pigs, perhaps H1 is the chosen one, destined to butcher the truth behind it all. On a bright morning at a major hospital on Earth, in the neurology department, a young doctor stared at the patient in front of her and asked, as if to confirm if I heard you right. You said everyone you see looks like a pig. H1 remained silent. He neither denied it nor offered an explanation, but his silence said enough to the doctor. Her face flushed slightly red. She leaned in closer, tilting her head, and asked, "Are you messing with me? Are you saying I look like a pig to you too?" Each one calmly looked up at her, then nodded with the same composed expression to confirm it was true. That beautiful face now in his eyes was simply a glittering pink pig. The female doctor froze, flustered and slightly embarrassed, as she muttered, "This is the first time I've heard of a case like this." Her eyes flickered as if a new idea had come to her. She thought Ichuan was incredibly handsome, and it was such a shame that he had this bizarre condition. Taking a deep breath, she slowly unzipped her white coat. Revealing her fair chest, she insisted it wasn't seduction, but a medical examination. After all, first, they had to check whether his hardware was still functioning normally. She smiled and asked Ichuan what he was seeing. With confidence she declared, "I am this attractive. Even someone mentally unstable wouldn't possibly see me as a bait." But in Ichuan's eyes, those two alluring hills on her chest were two pig heads. Strangely enough, they were even smiling at him, aside from his wide eyes showing a bit of shock. Ichuan remained composed and confirmed once again, he was indeed seeing two pig heads. In his mind a desperate question echoed. How the hell am I supposed to feel aroused by two pig heads? The female doctor gasped and quickly covered her chest, not only that, she stepped back several times before yelling, "You psycho!" After a moment, the awkward atmosphere began to dissipate. The female doctor pointed at a spinal model on her desk and began analyzing your spine. It really does have serious issues. Look here, this part is totally different from a normal person's. There are even some deformations pressing on your nerves, seriously affecting your visual cortex and brain function. That's probably the reason you're seeing everyone as pigs. Each one nodded clearly. He wasn't waiting for these empty diagnoses anymore. What he wanted was a cure. But in response to his silent hope, all he got was a sigh. The doctor admitted helplessly. The only solution is to adjust your spine and brain, but the success rate is extremely low. If it fails, you could be paralyzed from the neck down for life. Hearing that, H1 gave a slight nod, as if he were listening to someone talk about the weather. Then he said, "Doctor, are you done talking? Can I have my spine back now?" The female doctor paused for a moment, her eyes filled with confusion. She hadn't expected him to think that the model spine on the table was actually his, looking at his dazed but serious expression. She couldn't help but feel a sense of pity. What a shame, such a handsome young man and yet completely insane. The scene shifted to a bustling city street on a crowded bus. Aichuan was feeling sleepy, holding a thick folder tightly in his arms. Although the bus was packed, no one dared sit next to him, probably because of the large words on the outside of his folder. Severe mental disorder. His name was Aichuan. Since childhood he had seen everyone around him as walking pigs. Maybe it had something to do with the fact that his parents were butchers. Honestly, it didn't really affect his daily life. Except for one thing: choosing a life partner. Today was an important day, the day of profession awakening. Ordinary people could awaken as warriors, mages, healers, or archers. But he was nervous with this bizarre condition. What could he possibly become? Aichuan hoped that after the ceremony, this strange affliction would simply disappear. The scene cut to Chang Academy, where the profession awakening ceremony was being held. For thousands of years Aichuan blended into the crowd. As he stepped through the academy gates, he sighed as he walked, worried that his condition might affect the awakening process. If that happened, he didn't know what his future would hold. Just then a cheerful voice called out, breaking through his thoughts. Aichuan, you're finally here. If you were any later, I swear I'd kill you. Before he could react, a beautiful girl came up beside him and playfully slapped his arm. But in his eyes, her delicate hand was just a fat pig's trotter tapping on him. Aichuan flinched and turned to look, and as usual there was no stunning beauty in sight. Only a chubby, ugly pig person grinning at him. Seeing his expression, the girl became both angry and embarrassed. She pouted and said, "Why do you always look at me like that?" Aichuan stayed silent. He didn't know how to respond. He had no idea what she really looked like. All he knew was that he felt suffocated, being hugged by such an ugly pig. Another girl nearby teased Shui Ling Xuan, clinging to your Aichuan again. "You feeding this dog food every day is exhausting." Someone else chimed in, "They are childhood sweethearts. Who knows? Maybe after today they will get married and have a bunch of kids." The teasing made Lin Huiyan blush bright red. She told them to stop talking nonsense. She pulled Aichuan to move forward quickly. Aichuan's whole body was covered in sweat, and all he could see was a red-faced pig happily chatting beside him. Inside, a strange and indescribable feeling welled up. The scene shifted again now to inside Chang Academy. Rows of students stood in line according to their ID numbers, all tense as they waited for their turn. The voice of the instructor rang out, steady and commanding. "The awakening ceremony is about to begin. Now is the time to show the results of all your years of hard work, strength, agility, and spiritual power. These three core attributes will determine what profession you awaken. The higher your stats, the greater your chance of awakening a powerful class." The headmaster urged the students to focus all their mental energy and give it their all. The profession they awaken today would shape their entire future. If they could awaken a high-tier combat class, it would be like defying fate itself, becoming a legend, a symbol of glory admired by all. And of course such a feat would bring endless honor to the academy. The air in the hall felt thick and heavy. Each student carried a mix of hope and anxiety as they slowly stepped toward the awakening stone placed at the center of the hall. After the signal was given, the first person stepped forward and placed their hand on the stone. The stone glowed, then displayed a rather disappointing result. Support class intermediate welder. The student stood there mouth agape. Completely stunned, no one had expected such an outcome. Even the headmaster beside him shook his head and sighed. Then the second student stepped forward. Support class advanced mass, and the third support class low-tier engineer. The crowd began to murmur. None of the first three had awakened a combat profession. The atmosphere grew tense. The fourth student walked forward, trembling slightly, each step heavier than the last. Despite hesitating, he placed his hand on the stone. But this time it was completely different. The stone suddenly flashed with intense light. A faint golden glow spread outward. After a few seconds of silence, the result appeared: combat type, Shadowless Blade Dancer, rare class. The entire hall went quiet for one stunned moment, then exploded with cheers. "Oh my god, a rare tier class. This is the first time I've seen someone awaken as a Shadowless Blade Dancer. He's really lucky." The headmaster immediately stepped forward, smiling brightly. "Student, what is your name?" The boy who had just awakened the rare profession answered respectfully with a newfound confidence, completely unlike his nervous demeanor earlier. "Headmaster, my name is Lu Gunlong." The headmaster beamed, ignoring the boy's proud tone, and praised him. "That's a great name. Go home and get some rest. Later I'll personally visit your family to discuss your life plans." Lu Gunlong walked away from the altar glowing with pride. In that moment he knew his destiny had turned a brand new page. The crowd continued to cheer. Brother Long is amazing." The ceremony carried on with high spirits. Then the headmaster glanced at the list and called out loudly, "Back to H1." All eyes turned toward H1. Beneath the sunlight, he walked slowly and steadily toward the stone down below. Xu Lingquan blushed and looked up at him with hopeful eyes, cheering quietly, "Brother H1. You can do it." as if pouring all her courage and hope into that whisper. Principal Truman, standing beside the ceremonial altar, watched Yichuan's back with a worried expression. He knew a bit about the boy. In his view, Yichuan was mentally odd. But his stats told a different story. While most people's combined strength, agility and spirit totaled around 3 points, Yichuan had 10 points more than triple the average. The headmaster secretly prayed for a miracle. Yichuan stepped forward and calmly placed his hand on the awakening stone. Suddenly a brilliant light exploded, followed by a raging whirlwind that blew everyone's hair and clothes backward. The crowd instinctively stepped back. The headmaster's eyes widened in shock, and he shouted, "That color purple gold." This is just then text appeared on the stone. Divine class profession, God tier pig butcher. Yichuan was stunned. He stared wide-eyed at the words pig butcher. The headmaster, snapping out of his excitement, was frozen in place. Why? Why such cruel irony? The full title on the stone read, Support class God tier pig butcher. For a moment the hall was completely silent. Then an eruption of laughter. What God tier pig butcher? There must be a mistake. A divine class job, and it's butchering pigs. This is ridiculous. What kind of divine tier profession is that supposed to be? What a stupid job. Can't even tell if this guy's lucky or just plain curse. The headmaster's face darkened, filled with utter regret. You've got to be kidding me, heaven. Are you playing a joke on me? In all my years as a headmaster, after all the hardship, they finally witnessed someone awaken a divine tier profession, and it turns out to be a pig butcher. The most useless job there is. Even if he had awakened a blacksmith, a potion master, or a healer, I could have held my head high. But this, the greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. With a heavy sigh, the headmaster told Yichuan to step down from the platform. At that very moment a flicker of light appeared in Yichuan's eyes. In front of him a system interface appeared, displaying detailed information. Profession system activated. Name Yichuan. Rank Apprentice level 1. Attributes Strength 5, Agility 3, Spirit 2. Small diamond. Profession Talents. Emesis of the Pikin deals 50 more damage to Pikin type enemies. Gain +1 talent growth with every Pikin killed. Takes 50 less damage from Pikin attacks. Butcher God's Blade. Choose a weapon to designate as your pig butcher's knife. Each Pikin killed using this weapon grants +0.1 free attribute points. Small diamond. Profession Skills. Blood Shadow Butchery Live .1 emits killing intent, causing pig to fall into a fierce state for 1 second. Yichuan froze for a few seconds. Then he began to tremble slightly. He read every line carefully, and when he reached the line, deals 50 more damage to pig, he couldn't help but smile. For the first time in his life, that bizarre condition actually seemed like a blessing. He looked up at the crowd around him. As always, in his eyes, they were all pigs everywhere. The moment Yichuan stepped down, all kinds of complicated expressions, shock, disdain, mockery, regret were cast upon him, along with a flurry of whispers. He had awakened a god-tier profession, yet it turned out to be a pig butcher. The blow felt like a fall from heaven straight into hell. Had Yichuan awakened a god-tier combat profession, top-tier schools would have scrambled to recruit him, throwing all their resources into nurturing his potential. Jean Vlong shook his head with a mocking tone, his eyes openly gleeful. Haha. I really thought our Qingchang High School had finally produced a dragon, but it turned out to be just a pig butcher. Exactly all that commotion for what? Just a butcher's profession. That's hilarious. Hearing Jing Long speak up, the surrounding students eagerly chimed in to flatter him. A trash job like that, what's the point of it being god tier? It's not even as useful as a high-level alchemist. Brother Jane Long, Qingchang High only has one true dragon, and that's you. It's okay, Yichuan. Awakening the god tier, butcher class, just means you're carrying on your father's legacy. Uncle Ye will definitely be proud. My dad will be happy too. Amid all the ridicule, only Shuling Xuan stepped forward. She stood on tiptoes and gently patted Yichuan's head. Yichuan nodded calmly. Thank you. Yichuan and Shuling Xuan were neighbors. Their parents were both blue-collar workers, and ever since they were little, the families had talked about marrying them off to each other. Unfortunately, in Yichuan's eyes, Shuling Xuan had always been like a chubby pink pig. Falling in love with a pig, that was just too difficult. still watching this scene between them. The surrounding students immediately turned green with envy. They thought each one was incredibly lucky to have such a pretty girlfriend. Just then, the principal called the name of the next person to be tested. Coincidentally, it was Xu Lingxuan. She stuck her tongue out playfully, and skipped toward the profession awakening altar. It's my turn now, Yichuan. I wondered if I'll inherit mom's tailoring profession, or dad's liquor making skills, but no matter what job I awaken, I'll always stay by her side. Hearing those words, Yichuan widened his eyes in shock. He could truly feel the depth of Xu Lingxuan's feelings for him. He waited eagerly to see what profession she would awaken. Earlier, Yichuan's awakening of the god tier, butcher class, had already drawn all attention toward him. The crowd was buzzing, no one paid any mind to the next candidate. But at the exact moment, Xu Lingxuan placed her hand on the awakening stone. Something strange happened. A thick pillar of black light suddenly burst forth from the stone, shooting straight into the sky. Its glow reflected across the faces of everyone nearby, turning their expressions pitch black as ink. In an instant, the schoolyard that had been buzzing with noise just moments ago, suddenly fell into a deathly silence. Every face froze in shock, mouths agape, staring blankly at the massive column of black light. It wasn't until a terrified scream broke the silence that the crowd snapped out of their stupor. Legendary class, someone has awakened. A legendary class. All eyes were drawn tightly to the slender figure beneath the strange, black light. Xu Lingxuan, already stunningly beautiful, now stood amidst the pitch-black column, like a goddess stepping out of an ancient painting. A mysterious orichalcos figure on the stone platform. Glowing words appeared: combat class. Legendary rank, Frost Soul Sword. Immortal principle. Jiaoming's gaze locked intensely on the black pillar, blazing in the air. Legendary combat class. How could this happen? Or both of her parents just lifestyle class holder? This is a mutation. Jiaoming's face flushed with excitement. He quickly made his way to Xu Lingxuan. Beaming brightly, Xu Lingxuan, don't worry, whatever you need. Just say the word King Chang. High school will give you our full support in your development. But Xu Lingxuan didn't look happy. She gave a faint thank you to the teacher, then slowly stepped down from the altar. The crowd around began whispering in hushed tones. One's a god tier, but the other's a legendary sword immortal. Do you guys think Xu Lingxuan will still cling to Yichuan like before? Do you even need to ask? Lingxuan is a genius and Yichuan's a good for nothing. If he knows what's best, he should just quietly step aside. Everyone knows it starting now. Their paths have completely diverged. Two lines that will never cross again. Congratulations, Yichuan said, clapping. His expression was gentle, his smile sincere. I truly wish you the best. But in Xu Lingxuan's eyes, a complex emotion flickered, vague, conflicted, even sorrowful. Then her tone shifted. Yichuan, I admit there were some misunderstandings between us before, but now none of that matters anymore. We no longer belong to the same world. Yichuan's eyes widened in disbelief. He hadn't expected the girl to change so drastically. Everyone turned their heads to look at Yichuan. Their faces filled with mocking smiles. Having just awakened a legendary profession, the girl immediately announced that they were cutting ties. Fine, Yichuan replied calmly, as if nothing had happened, but to others, especially to Xu Lingxuan, his calmness looked like a mask for her pride. I know this must be a shock to you. Don't try to act strong. Do you really think a butcher has any future? Please don't blame me. Her voice grew choked. Her gaze at Yichuan was tinged with pity. If you have no objections, then let's consider this settled. I hope you won't bother me anymore. Yichuan frowned slightly. A pig yapping in front of me, thinking it somehow noble, then telling me not to disturb it. How ridiculous to Yichuan. Severing ties with a pig wasn't anything worth grieving. On the contrary, he felt relieved to be free of her. If there's nothing else, I'll be going. Now this reaction completely caught Xu Lingxuan off guard. Jin Lung stepped forward, eyes burning as he looked at Xu Lingxuan. Lingxuan want me to teach the guy a lesson. Let him know his place. But seeing that Xu Lingxuan didn't even bother to respond, Jin Lung felt humiliated. He turned and took his frustration out on Yichuan. Hey, you damn butcher. Get over here. At that moment, Yichuan was deep in thought, wondering where he could find a pig to slaughter and level up. He didn't even register the shout being openly ignored. Jinlong's expression darkened with fury. A mere butcher dared to look down on someone with a rare combat class like him, already annoyed from earlier when Yichuan had stolen the spotlight. Long finally snapped. I'm talking to you, are you deaf? He charged forward and grabbed Yichuan by the arm. Yichuan glanced at him indifferently. Saying nothing, his calm eyes swept across Long's fleshy face without emotion. It was that look, the kind of look that made Long feel like he was being stared down by a natural predator. A chill shot through his body instinctively. He staggered back several steps, then tripped and fell hard on the ground. Long's face froze, filled with disbelief. What just happened? That one glance made him feel like he was a hog, tied to a chopping block waiting to be butchered. The crowd, seeing Long, his fear, immediately burst into mocking laughter. Someone rushed over to help him up, asking with concern, "Are you okay?" What happened? Humiliated and surrounded by jeers, Long's face turned beet red, his body trembling with rage. "You worthless trash, dare glare at me? You're just a damn butcher. Who the hell do you think you are?" Blinded by fury, he couldn't hold back anymore. Long swung his fist directly at Yichuan's face. As a rare class blade warrior, even without a weapon, Long's punch carried the sharpness of a blade and boosted physical power. This was the terrifying strength of a combat profession. But Yichuan didn't dodge. Instead, he threw a punch of his own. His base stats were already incredibly high, and on top of that, the natural enemy of the pig race skill gave him a massive boost in power, while debuffing his opponent, cutting their strength in half. Their fists collided, crack. A crisp, bone-snapping sound rang out. Long's face instantly froze. He let out a scream and stumbled back, clutching his hand, which had now twisted into a grotesque shape. The crowd was stunned, shocked. Silence followed. They had never imagined something like this could happen. "No way, you're just a butcher." Long stammered, his face filled with terror. In this world, no matter how strong a lifestyle class became, they were still int compared to combat classes. And yet Yichuan, a butcher, had just broken his hand. Yichuan responded calmly. "I'm a butcher. It's only natural that I've got a bit of strength in my arms." Then his eyes narrowed slightly. "But you couldn't even beat someone like me. So what does that make you?" The crowd of students around was completely shocked by what they had just witnessed. They couldn't help but ask themselves what had just happened when they saw Long's arm twisted and mangled after clashing with Yichuan. Long was nearly driven mad. He was furious and terrified. He never expected to have his arm broken by a butcher. "Yichuan, I'll take your life for this." Immediately afterward, a chilling blade aura burst forth. A sharp saber condensed from spiritual energy, like the scythe of death itself, materialized in Long's hand. This was the signature skill of the Shadow Blade Warrior class, weapon manifestation through energy. The crowd instantly backed away in alarm. They believed Yichuan was now in danger, since Long had begun fighting seriously. Yichuan's dead this time. Why would he argue with a warrior? He should have just bowed his head and apologized. That's a rare combat class. Way too powerful. If he had surrendered from the beginning, none of this would have happened. Long pointed his weapon at Yichuan with full confidence. He boasted that his saber was sharp enough to slice through steel, like cutting noodles. If Yichuan got down on his knees and apologized, he might consider letting the matter go. Otherwise, he swore he would destroy Yichuan right here and now. Gripping the illusory saber tightly, he prepared to charge, ready to risk everything. His pride wouldn't allow him to endure such humiliation in front of so many people. But before he could make a move, white snow suddenly began to fall from the sky. The snowflakes, as if imbued with light, clung tightly to Long, freezing him in place. At the same time, he felt an overwhelming sword intent lock onto him, like a deadly predator. Straining to turn his head, Long shouted angrily, "Ling Shun, why are you helping him?" Facing a legendary tier combat class like Ling Shun, he knew full well that he didn't stand a chance. Lin Xuan replied coldly, "Let him go." Snowflakes drifted endlessly around her, making the air so cold it felt like it might freeze solid. The chilling atmosphere made her appear utterly terrifying. She told them both to stop. She didn't want them fighting over her, speaking as if she were someone important, someone worth being fought over. She slowly walked toward Yichuan, and with a proud expression, continued, "Yichuan, as you can see, we no longer belong in the same world. This is the last time I'll help you. Think of it as a farewell to the past." Her words left Yichuan utterly bored. He wondered to himself why this ugly pig was so confident. Before leaving, Ling Shun advised Yichuan to leave the academy as soon as possible. If Jinglong comes back for revenge, I won't be helping you next time. Chuan yawned and turned to leave. If you're done, I'll be heading off now. To those watching, his departing back seemed filled with loneliness. Some even realized that Yae Chuan didn't seem to care at all about being dumped by Ling Chuan, but there were also others who thought he was just pretending to be strong, hiding his insecurity because the gap between them had grown too large. On his way home, Yae Chuan walked alone down the street in silence, lost in thought about the system he had just obtained and how to level up as quickly as possible. As he turned a corner, a sudden barking rang out. A gray shaggy dog off its leash bared its teeth and blocked his path. Behind the dog, its owner showed no intent of stopping it. On the contrary, the woman actually smiled. The loud barking made each one's ears itch. In his eyes, there was a four-legged pig and a two-legged pig in front of him, and both were staring at him with the same nasty, unfriendly look, trying to stay calm. Each one spoke politely. "Ma'am, could you please pull your dog back? It's blocking my way," the woman screamed in his face. "Is this your private road or something? Do young people today have no love for animals at all? You're so big and strong, why are you picking on a little dog? What does a dog even understand? It's not like it, but do you even have any manners?" Ichiwan sighed. He was far too exhausted to argue with this woman. And right now he had something else he needed to test. He walked straight toward the four-legged pig and launched a flurry of kicks at the dog, sending it directly to the afterlife. The sudden attack left the woman frozen in fear, only able to scream incomprehensible sounds. Trembling, she stumbled toward the dog's lifeless body and cried out, "Son, don't scare mommy like that." At the very moment the dog died, Yichuan received a system notification. "Butcher Yichuan has killed a piglet. His plus 0.1 bonus damage against Pig Clan increased by +1. Just as he expected, Yichuan couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. His mental disorder had now become the very foundation of his power, because to him everything looked like a pig. His skill, Pig Slayer's Nemesis, was effective against all living creatures. Even dogs weren't exempt just then. The woman snapped out of her shock. Enraged, she charged at Yichuan, screaming, "You bastard, how dare you kill my son? Are you bullying the elderly now? I'll fight you to the death." Yichuan remained calm. He pulled a medical file out of his pocket and stated, "I'm mentally ill." The woman froze on the spot. When she saw Yichuan's official medical record, her vision went dark, seeing her reaction. Yichuan knew his problem had been solved. He asked her, "Do you still have anything to say? If not, I'll be on my way." The woman stood motionless like she had turned to stone. She never expected to run into a lunatic. Forget about him killing her dog. If he suddenly lost it and chopped her up too, she'd die for nothing. Her attitude changed instantly. A cheerful smile appeared on her face, and she assured him everything was fine. She even reminded Yichuan to take care of his health. Yichuan tucked the medical file away and continued on his way home. After arriving, he told his parents about the legendary class butcher profession he had just obtained. However, Wu Jingqiu and Yichuan didn't seem surprised at all. Nor did they feel disappointed in his profession. They accepted the news with quite pleased smiles. Yichuan thought it was great that Yichuan could take over the family trade. He said it was much better than fighting monsters all day. He even decided to bring Yichuan to the slaughterhouse tomorrow to get familiar with the work. He firmly believed that Yichuan would become the most feared butcher in all of humanity. Someone whose name would make pigs around the world tremble in terror. After chatting with his parents, Yichuan decided to go to bed early that night to prepare for his visit to the slaughterhouse tomorrow. Every time I kill a pig, my damage increases by 1. But outside Yichuan's bedroom window, a figure dressed in black appeared. Yichuan noticed the presence immediately. With a serious tone he said, "You've seen it for yourself. My son is just an ordinary butcher. Stop interfering in our lives." The man in black sounded irritated. "A legendary class butcher. And you call that ordinary? Unbelievable, Yichuan. Your son turned out to be a butcher. Are you sure he's really your biological child? Should we do it now?" Test mocked like that. A chilling killing aura suddenly burst from Yichuan's body. Dense and overwhelming. "I told you, stop bothering me. Yes. If you keep pushing me, don't blame me for being rude." The man let out a strange, eerie laugh. "Relax. I'm just joking. If your son truly is nothing more than a butcher, then the organization won't trouble you anymore." With that he vanished into the darkness. The next morning Yi Chuan went with his father to the slaughterhouse, where he had worked for many years. As soon as they stepped inside, a thick stench of blood mixed with pig feces filled the air, hanging heavy throughout the entire facility. Yi Chuan clearly enjoyed the surprised looks from the other workers, as he led Yi Chuan to his own work area. There he had a set of specialized butcher knives, used exclusively for slaughtering pigs. He firmly believed that a great butcher must have an excellent blade. He offered Yi Chuan the chance to pick any knife he liked from the set. Yi Chuan walked over to the rack and picked out a thick, heavy knife the moment it was in his hand. He felt its incredible weight, so much so that even the blunt side could likely crush a human skull. Just then the system suddenly sent out a notification. Specialized butcher knife selected. Effect God-slaying blade activated. Every pig killed with this blade will grant you 0.1 free attribute points. At that moment, Equan's gaze shifted to a pig hanging upside down on the conveyor. It was struggling and letting out angry squeals. Equan explained that the first thing a butcher must learn is how to properly use the knife. He instructed Equan to try killing the pig based on his instincts. He'd aim for its weak point and take it down in a single strike. Equan slowly walked toward the pig, his heart filled with anxiety. After selecting his knife and activating the divine butcher blade, Equan, eyes cold and emotionless, slowly walked toward the pig hanging on the rack. Thanks to his overwhelming strength, he swung the blade down with force. The pig let out a blood-curdling screech that echoed throughout the slaughterhouse. Fresh blood sprayed out like a fountain, splattering across the ground. 3 seconds later the poor pig finally stopped breathing. The system immediately displayed a notification. Pig slaying guide Equan has successfully butchered a fat pig. Gained 1 experience, damage against the pig tribe increased by 1. Plus 0.1 free attribute point. Equan burst into laughter. Well done, he said. He acknowledged Equan's strength, but noted with slight disappointment that the strike lacked precision. It failed to instantly kill the pig. He reminded Equan to target the main artery. If the blade was fast and ruthless enough, the pig wouldn't even have time to make a sound. Equan nodded to show he understood, though his face remained mostly expressionless. Seeing that his son didn't seem excited about slaughtering pigs, Equan encouraged him. I know butchering pigs over and over like this can feel boring, but this is the trade we depend on to make a living. Before he could say anything more, Equan interrupted him with a gesture, pointing toward the herd of pigs and asking for permission to slaughter the rest. Seeing his son take initiative, Equan grinned with pride. That's my boy if you want. You can even butcher Uncle Lee's and Uncle Tran's pigs too. And so began Deep Su Yan's journey as a slaughterhouse butcher. He repeated the process over and over until he became skilled. At first, he had to use abilities and multiple strikes to finish the job, but as he grew more proficient, Equan could cleanly slaughter a pig in just 3 swings, sometimes with his dominant hand. It only took one sending the pig off without so much as a squeal. Just like his father, as time went on, Equan's butchering skills noticeably improved. He no longer needed to rely on any abilities. The number of strikes required continued to decrease. And of course each time he killed a pig, the system would notify him. Pig slaying god Equan has successfully butchered a fat pig. Gained 1 experience, damage against the pig tribe increased by 1. Plus 0.1 free attribute point. By the end of the day he had slaughtered a total of 49 pigs. His damage bonus against the pig tribe had reached 100. And his 3 core attribute stats had increased from 10 to 14.9. If his arms hadn't been so sore that he could no longer lift them, he would have gladly continued slaughtering a few more. The coworkers around Equan were amazed. They were shocked at how fast his son learned. Some even questioned whether Equan was truly his biological son. After all, he had completed in 1 day what took them a full week. Proud of the praise his son was receiving, Equan beamed with joy. Don't be so surprised, he told them. My son is a god-tier butcher. Fortunately, Equan's profession was limited to pig slaughtering. Otherwise, Equan truly believed that this son of his could become a butcher, so terrifying that the entire world would tremble before him. At that moment, Equan was still staring intently at the butcher knife in his hand. A strange feeling stirred within him. He didn't know why, but killing pigs felt incredibly relaxing and satisfying. As if he could keep doing it forever without getting bored. Right then and there Chuan gained absolute confidence. Even if someone had a combat profession, they might not be a match for me. Maybe it was time to leave the slaughterhouse for a little trip. The next day Chuan packed his backpack and left home. Inside were his familiar butcher knife, some food, water, and liquor. Slaughtering pigs inside the facility was certainly safe, but the efficiency was just too low. This world was home to countless races and infested with monsters. Humanity no longer divided itself by national borders. Instead it united under the Human Federation, which was split into 9 special zones. Xinjiang, the city Ye Chuan lived in, was located on the edge of Special Zone 5. As long as one left the influence range of human territory, they have to face a variety of dangerous races, many of which saw humans as food. However, for those with combat professions, the outside world was the best place to train and grow stronger. Stay indoors forever and you could never become a top-tier powerhouse. Before leaving the city, Chuan went through a simple registration procedure at the gate. The guard reminded him, as a life skill type professional, you're only permitted to operate within a 1-kilometer radius of the city. Going beyond that is extremely dangerous. Understood. Chuan nodded obediently, then turned and walked out. His calm demeanor caught the guard slightly off guard. The world outside was nothing like the one inside the city. Out here it was wild and desolate. Thick grass grew unchecked. The deeper Chuan ventured, the quieter everything became, until only the sound of wind whistling past his ears remained. Entering a dense patch of low shrubs, Chuan grew alert. He had a vague feeling that something or someone was watching him. He pulled his backpack to the front and placed a hand on his trusty butcher knife. Rustle. A black shadow leaped out from the bushes. It was a humanoid creature about 1 meter tall, green all over, holding a small knife and screaming as it lunged at Chuan. Chuan stared at the green-skinned creature and quickly identified its race, a goblin, without hesitation. Chuan activated the skill Blood Shadow of the Butcher. A burst of killing intent erupted, causing the goblin to freeze in fear for 1 full second. Chuan seized the moment, rushed forward and swung his blade down. The goblin didn't even have time to react before it was cleanly sliced in 2, thanks to his 100 bonus damage from Pig Tribe Nemesis. Taking down the goblin was incredibly easy. A system notification popped up. Butchered Chuan has slain a special pig using a butcher knife. Gained 5 experience. Pig Tribe Nemesis bonus increased by 1 plus 0.1 free attribute point. Chuan realized the stronger the pig-like creatures he killed, the better the rewards. Killing a regular pig only gave him 1 experience, but this goblin gave 5. The time it took to kill goblins and pigs was nearly the same, but the payoff for goblins was clearly better. He remembered his teacher's warning. Goblins are cunning, aggressive, and highly united. If one appears in front of you, it's a distraction. The real ones will ambush you from behind. In other words, if one goblin is here, there's definitely a whole group nearby. Just as Chuan predicted, a group of goblins slowly emerged from hiding. Their eyes burned with fury as they stared at him. But Chuan only saw giant sacks of express. He shouted with a grin, "Come on then, you ugly little pigs." The goblins charged at him in unison. Chuan didn't flinch. Instead, he grabbed his butcher knife, rushed into the group, and began his slaughter. In this world, goblins sat firmly at the bottom of the food chain. If not for their insane reproduction rate, their species would have gone extinct long ago. Chuan swung his knife once more. The nearest goblin didn't even have time to scream before collapsing, lifelessly, not even a twitch. The system continued to chime as Chuan took down each goblin. Butcher Chuan has slain a special pig using a butcher knife. Gained 5 experience. Pig Tribe Nemesis bonus increased by 1 plus 0.1 free attribute point. Chuan cleanly severed each target's lifeline. To him, these fierce goblins were no different than fat pigs in a slaughterhouse, as long as you hit the weak spot. Killing a goblin or a pig made no difference at all. Finally, when only 1 goblin remained, Chuan stopped the surviving goblin, trembled in terror. watching its comrades fall one after another. Its body shook uncontrollably, and when it caught sight of Chuan's cold, motionless stare, it turned and ran. But Chuan didn't rush after it. Instead, he quietly tailed it from a distance. Knowing that goblins lived in tribal clusters, follow one, and you'd find the whole nest. Sure enough, the goblin darted into a dark mountain cave and scurried inside. Chuan didn't hesitate, he stepped into the cave, the corners of his mouth curling into a chilling deranged smile. The smile of a true maniac. Moments later, agonized screams of goblins echoed from deep within the cave. The heavy stench of blood quickly filled the air. With the pig tribe nemesis buff, now granting plus 100 damage, and armed with slaughter techniques passed down from his father, Chuan's blade moved with unbelievable speed. 1 hour later, not a single goblin in the cave was left standing. All that remained were bodies scattered across the blood-soaked ground. Most of the corpses were intact, save for one thing, a deep clean cut across the throat. A single fatal strike exiting combat mode. Chuan began reviewing his results. In just 1 hour he had killed 73 goblins. It had been risky, but the power gain out here in the wild was miles beyond what he could achieve in the slaughterhouse. 1 hour of fighting had equaled a whole day of pig killing. Chuan's current stats were Strength 251, Agility 25, Spirit 25. Pig Tribe Nemesis bonus plus 120. Without stopping, Chuan continued deeper into the cave. The farther in he went, the stronger. The stench of blood and rot, thick and vile enough to make someone gag. Deep within, he stumbled upon what appeared to be the goblin breeding ground. Blocked off by a wooden door, Chuan raised his foot and kicked it down. Inside there was a woman covered in dirt, her clothes still intact, and several small goblin children. Despite being filthy, the woman showed no signs of abuse or torture. Her eyes widened with hope the moment she saw Chuan. Though her mouth was tightly gagged, she struggled to let out faint, muffled sounds pleading for him to save her. In Chuan's eyes, all creatures in the world were pigs. Even though the girl in front of him was trembling and full of fear, Chuan showed no emotion at all. The girl gagged and muffled, only made meaningless sounds that to Chuan resembled the squeals of a pig being slaughtered. With a face devoid of feeling, he slowly raised the butcher's knife. This scene terrified the girl so much that she burst into tears, screaming louder with frantic sounds, pleading for the person in front of her not to kill her. In truth, Chuan was only killing the 2 small goblins beside the girl. Although the girl was an ugly pig, her clothes were very clean, which proved she hadn't been defiled by the goblins. And Chuan was not a murderer. Realizing that Chuan only intended to cut her bonds and set her free, the girl was extremely surprised. Just moments ago she thought she was about to die. Because almost all adventurers believed that those defiled by goblins didn't deserve to live, Chuan told the girl not to worry, because all the goblins here had been exterminated. The girl gradually calmed down from her panic. When she realized she had been saved from the goblins, she immediately rushed forward to hug Chuan tightly, crying like rain, "Thank you. Thank you so much. I was almost violated by those goblins." "Did you kill them all? You're really powerful. Are you a professional fighter?" She kept asking, but Chuan did not respond. He turned and slowly left the cave. Seeing this, the girl quickly introduced herself as Shan Nanan, and asked for his name. Only then did Chuan reluctantly introduce himself. Outside the cave, Chuan pointed her the way back to the city, while preparing to continue hunting down more pigs to slaughter. The power gained from killing monsters excited him greatly. But not long after, Chuan realized Shan Nanan was silently following behind him. When she let her guard down, Chuan silently approached. The sudden appearance made the girl scream in fright. Chuan asked why she wasn't returning to the city, but was following him instead. Was she a spy for the goblins? Feeling annoyed, Chuan pulled out his butcher's knife. The steel gleamed sharply. Shan Nanan immediately turned pale as a sheet of paper. "Wait, don't kill me. I don't dare to go alone." It was clear she was still haunted by the nightmare of the goblins. If it weren't for Chuan's timely arrival, the consequences would have been severe. He asked why she appeared here. She said her mother's birthday was in a few days, and she wanted to bring her a blood flower as a gift, so she had sneaked out to find it, but was unexpectedly captured by goblins. Noticing that the knife in Yi Chuan's hand was damaged, the girl proposed a deal if Yi Chuan helped her find the blood flower. She would help him find the best weaponsmith in the city, to forge a new knife for him. Yi Chuan paid little attention to the matter. He asked if she knew how much it would cost to have the best weaponsmith in the city craft a weapon. He doubted she had such a huge sum of money, and told her to go back by herself and not to follow him anymore. The girl was very confused, and wondered if this man had some mental problems. After all, she was a pretty girl with a seductive figure. So why was he always so cold? She hurriedly followed Yi Chuan, and asked if he knew who her father was. She introduced herself as the daughter of Chappie Hai. Yi Chuan's heart suddenly tightened. In Tin City, the Sha family was a power not to be underestimated. Chappie Hai was a Mai expert, who had just advanced to Grandmaster level 9. Just one step away from the Saint Master realm. At that moment, Yi Chuan's vigilance disappeared. A bright smile immediately spread across his face. He had been agonizing over how to get a high-quality butcher's knife. After all, his parents were just ordinary people and couldn't help him. But the Shaw family was so wealthy that burning money wouldn't even use it all. Surely they could find a skilled blacksmith. Then the girl took out a small token, an amulet engraved with the character Sha. When I went outside, my father gave me this for protection. Even superpowered transcendent experts couldn't harm me. It's just that those goblins were too cunning, and ambushed me unexpectedly. So I was captured, but they couldn't touch me. That's why they locked me up there. Her voice grew quieter and quieter, as if ashamed of herself. Yi Chuan stepped closer and stared at the token. He immediately recognized it as a genuine artifact of the Shaw family. Yi Chuan put away his butcher's knife in its sheath. Miss Shaw, rest assured from this moment on, your business is my business. I'll help you find the flower, and when it's done you'll help me get a new knife forged. No problem at all, it's a deal. Shaw and Nanan agreed right away. Both laughed heartily, each thinking they had gotten the better end of the bargain. Nanan pulled out a map and gently spread it out before them. I bought this from someone else. It marks where the Blood Moon giant serpent once appeared. If we find that there should be Blood Moon flowers nearby. She pointed at a spot on the map. When Yi Chuan heard monster, he asked, is that Blood Moon giant serpent a giant snake? The girl nodded and said that according to the survival handbook, that giant serpent's power was equivalent to a level 9 apprentice. She worried that with her current strength, she wouldn't be able to defeat it. But Yi Chuan didn't care at all. Excitement appeared on his face at the thought of seeing a giant snake. The girl stared blankly at Yi Chuan, wondering if he was even listening or understanding what she just said. But since he could kill so many goblins, she assumed he must be a professional of divine rank. Let's go. Yi Chuan smiled and suggested she lead the way. That expression made the girl suddenly uneasy. She didn't know why. Looking at Yi Chuan, two conflicting feelings stirred inside her. Both trust and distrust coexisted. Following the map's guidance, it wasn't long before they encountered their first monster. A gigantic rhinoceros calmly grazing nearby. Its whole body was covered in thick, silver armor plates that shone brilliantly under the sun. John Nandan advised them to remain silent and absolutely not disturb the rhino. If the rhino got angry, its strength would be equivalent to a level 7 apprentice. She suggested they should go around the monster. But before she even finished speaking, Yi Chuan stood up, already holding his butcher's knife, and slowly walked toward the rhinoceros, pointing the knife at the beast. Yi Chuan shouted, if it dares to eat grass today, it'll dare to eat people tomorrow. There's no way I'll let it live. Sha Nanan was utterly shocked. She had no idea where Yi Chuan got such a ridiculous logic. Was this really something a normal person would say? But at that moment Yi Chuan had already dashed toward the monster. Much to the girl's terror, the rhinoceros noticed Yi Chuan too. But before it could react, Yi Chuan was already right in front of it. He swung the knife down. The giant beast only had time to lift its head once before a bright red streak of blood appeared on its throat. Yi Chuan continued slashing multiple times. The poor rhinoceros collapsed to the ground, unable to even let out a roar. Sha Nanan stood frozen in shock. She never expected Ye Chuan could so easily kill a Rango like that. After all, Rainas were famous for their extreme defense. Their thick silver armor was almost impenetrable. Yet before Ye Chuan the monster couldn't withstand a single blow. Zhang Nanan was stunned. A single slash had killed a silver-horned giant Reno. If she hadn't witnessed it with her own eyes, she would never have believed such a scene was possible. After all, the silver-horned giant Reno was famous for its incredibly tough defenses. That thick layer of silver armor was considered nearly impenetrable. After Ye Chuan killed the Reno, the system quickly updated, and his level rose once again. He had now become a 7th rank apprentice. He opened up his status panel, named Ye Chuan class god tier. Big Butcher level 7th rank apprentice. 13.1 strength, 27 agility, 27 spirit, 26. Class talent Pygnemesis. Define Butcher's blade class skill. Blood Shadow Butcher level 1. Pygnemesis when attacking pigs. Deals an additional 122 damage. Each time you kill a pig, this talent increases by 1. Damage taken from pigs is reduced by half. Each one was quite satisfied with his stats. Though he wasn't too happy about one thing. His butcher's knife was clearly showing signs of wear and damage. It probably wouldn't last much longer. Climb up the Reno's body. Ye Chuan skillfully cut off the long silver horn on its head. This was valuable material for forging equipment, and it could also be sold for a good price. The armor of the silver-horned giant Rhino was also excellent, but far too heavy and inconvenient to carry around. So Ye Chuan left it behind. He stowed the horn in his backpack, then patted Zhang Nanan, who is still standing there dumbfounded, on the shoulder. Let's go, what are you waiting for? Zhang Nanan, still not fully recovered from the shock, blankly followed behind Ye Chuan. Soon after, she witnessed an even more unbelievable sight on the way. No matter what kind of ferocious beast appeared in Ye Chuan's hands, it was basically a one-slash kill. If one slash didn't finish the job, then two would. Moreover, Ye Chuan's killing intent was so intense that practically any beast within his line of sight, he would immediately rush it and cut down with a single strike, and the reasons he gave for killing them were absurd. This one looks like it has heat stroke. That one seems sick, that one's fur is too long. Despite being in a dangerous wilderness full of deadly beasts, Ye Chuan looked more like he was casually slaughtering pigs, back in his own city after walking for a while. Zhang Nanan suddenly seemed to remember something. She quickly ran up beside him, her eyes full of curiosity. Ye Chuan, what is your profession anyway? Ye Chuan answered honestly, I'm just a pig butcher, no way. You're only a 6th rank apprentice, yet you can easily kill enemies 2 tiers higher than you. At the very least, you must have a combat type class at the epic tier. Although Zhang Nanan hadn't experienced much of the world yet, she came from a great family, and still had some basic knowledge. Believe it or not, I don't care. Ye Chuan shrugged. His relationship with Zhang Nanan was purely transactional, so he had no obligation to clear up her doubts. We're almost at the giant python's location. Zhang Nanan looked at the map, excitement flashing in her eyes, and guided Ye Chuan forward. What Ye Chuan didn't expect was that he would run into some acquaintances here. Not far away, a group of people was also out training. It was Principal Tao Meng, along with Zhu Lingshan, Lu Jinglong, and several students who had awakened combat classes. Clearly, Xiao Ming was leading them on an outdoor training exercise. With his strength, as long as Xu Lingshuan and the others didn't wander off recklessly, their safety was guaranteed. Xiao Ming reminded them to observe carefully and learn from combat experience, since their progress represented the future of the academy. At this moment, Lu Jinglong's attention was only on Xu Lingshuan. Just being by her side was enough to make him happy. However, Xu Lingshan found his attitude utterly irritating. As they were walking, Xiao Ming suddenly shouted, "Wait a moment, there's someone up ahead. Who's there? Come out now, don't sneak around in the shadows. Or don't blame me for showing no mercy." Ye Chuan remained silent, slowly walking forward the moment he and Zhang Nanan appeared. Both sides froze. Ye Chuan himself hadn't expected to run into this group here. Ye Chuan, why is it you? What are you doing here? Lu Jinglong exclaimed in shock. Ever since Ye Chuan had humiliated him in front of a crowd, Lu Jinglong had been itching for revenge. But what was a life skills class like him doing in the wilderness? There were no pigs out here for him to butcher. Just passing by, Dai Chuan replied truthfully. Passing by, Dai Chuan, do you even believe that nonsense yourself? I think you just can't let go of Sister Qiling Chuan. So you've been shamelessly tailing us all the way here. Isn't that right? A slightly chubby girl standing behind Qiling Chuan mocked. The moment she said that, everyone's expressions shifted as if they just understood everything. No wonder, no wonder. A life skills class like Yichuan had shown up in such a remote wilderness. If he came here just to pester Qiling Chuan, then it all made sense hearing this. Chuan felt incredibly dejected. He silently wondered if there was really anyone on Earth who would actually be interested in a pig's head. If there really was, please leave a comment below. The group murmured amongst themselves. At first, Qiling Shun hadn't thought much about it. But after hearing everyone's words, her gaze toward Ye Chuan grew impatient. Ye Chuan, I thought I made myself perfectly clear last time. Why are you still clinging to me? Between us there can never be any kind of relationship. We've long been people of two different worlds. Please stop bothering me at those words. Ye Chuan's hand began to tremble right then. He truly wanted to butcher these idiotic pigs, who thought they were always right here on the spot, but considering Zhao Ming was standing nearby, he suppressed the urge. He didn't like arguing with pigs anyway. Sooner or later, given the chance, a single slash would be enough. Yet in the eyes of those around him, his silence was taken as weakness. Lu Jinglong laughed even more wickedly as he stepped forward. Chuan, you still dare show up in front of me? Good. Very good. I was worried that if you ran off, I wouldn't be able to find you. A long saber appeared in Lu Jinglong's hand. The instant the blade left its sheath, it flashed with a chilling, terrifying gleam. That saber of Brother Jinglong's. Could it actually be a spirit weapon now? Yes. My uncle's a blacksmith. I've seen spirit weapons before. That blade has already reached low-grade royal rank. Spirit weapons are worlds apart from ordinary weapons. Even Yao Ming was surprised. In just a few short days, Lu Jinglong had already reached 4th rank apprentice. With that spirit weapon, he could probably stand against even a 6th rank apprentice. Jiao Ming felt that he had judged his student's potential correctly. After all, Zhuling Xun, however, only shook her head indifferently. Each one, I already warned you. Leave King City this time. I won't help you. She thought she had been harsh enough with her words last time. Yet each one had still followed her like a leech, all the way into the wilderness. If she helped him again, wouldn't that only make him mistakenly believe she still had feelings for him? Seeing the atmosphere grow tense, Shan Nanan stepped closer to Yi Chuan and whispered, Yi Chuan, do you have some sort of grudge with these people? But instead of fear, Yi Chuan's face showed nothing but blazing intensity. His eyes locked onto the saber in Luo Jinglong's hand, and he asked her, how much is that weapon of his worth? The question stunned Shan Nanan for a moment. But then she answered, a low-grade royal rank spirit weapon. It could sell for a few 100,000. But honestly, the quality of his blade is only average. Each one, do you even realize how dangerous your situation is right now? A few 100,000, that's enough. Yi Chuan nodded in satisfaction. His father had swung a butcher's knife at the slaughterhouse all year long and still couldn't make that much. Hearing Yi Chuan treat his spirit weapon as though it were already in his pocket made Luo Jinglong's rage explode. You filthy pig butcher, who do you think you are? Lu Jinglong roared, raising his saber as he charged with a slash faster than the eye could follow. The blade howled through the air. He was determined to reclaim his lost pride. Each one raised his butcher's knife to block clang. With a sharp metallic crash, sparks flew everywhere. The butcher's knife in each one's hand snapped cleanly in two. Half of the blade spun a few times in the air, before stabbing straight into the ground. Meanwhile, Lu Jinglong's saber remained perfectly sharp. Not a single nick or scratch upon it. Compared to a spirit weapon, ordinary steel was as fragile as paper. Fahaha, your butcher's knife is broken. From now on you won't even be able to kill pigs anymore. Lu Jinglong laughed wildly, finally venting all the humiliation and resentment he had bottled up inside. Watching as Lu Jinglong prepared to kill Ye Chuan, Zhao Ming made no move to intervene. In his eyes, Ye Chuan was far too foolish for provoking someone both strong and well-connected like Lu Jinglong, but to everyone's shock, H1 simply tossed aside the broken blade and said flatly, "To deal with you I don't even need a knife." Lu Jinglong's expression twisted with fury. "So you still can't accept reality? Fine, don't blame me for being merciless." Once again Lu Jinglong charged forward. Saber raised, this time intent on killing Yi Chuan. In this world, the strong killing the weak in the wilderness was nothing unusual, and with his family background, he believed no one here would dare report him anyway. Yi Chuan clenched his fist, braced his leg, and launched a punch straight into Lu Jinglong's chest. In that instant Lu Jinglong didn't even have time to react. Crack, crack, crack. A series of bone-snapping sounds echoed, making everyone's teeth ache. Lu Jinglong's body shot back like a kite with its string cut, set flying by Yi Chuan's single punch. He screamed in agony as his chest caved inward in a grotesque arc. His ribs were clearly shattered. The sight left everyone frozen in place. None of them could have imagined that a mere pig butcher like Yi Chuan could so easily defeat Lu Jinglong. A life skills class defeating a combat class. This was simply absurd. Even Chao Ming stared at Yi Chuan in shock. He've already reached 7th rank apprentice. The moment he spoke those words, the faces of the King City High School students filled with disbelief. Even Shuling Chuan was no exception. At this time, Yi Chuan stepped forward and picked up Lu Jinglong's blade. It wasn't a butcher's knife, but at least it was a spirit weapon. Far better than the ordinary blade he had been using before. A male student hurriedly asked Yi Chuan, "Are you really already a level 7 apprentice?" Even Shuling Chuan, who has been fully nurtured by King Chen High School, has only just reached level 6. Yet you've advanced faster than her. Zhou Main sighed and explained to everyone. Looks like lately, aside from eating and sleeping, he spent all his time slaughtering pigs. That's why his realm rose so quickly. But Yi Chuan, this is meaningless. Being a butcher is nothing more than an occupation from the lifestyle system. Although lifestyle and combat professions share the same realm divisions, the methods of leveling up are completely different. Those in combat professions have to train diligently, comprehend skills, accumulate experience, or rely on pills to raise their realm. The lifestyle system is different. Take butchery as an example. So long as Yi Chuan keeps slaughtering pigs, his realm will keep rising. The same goes for blacksmiths or alchemists. They don't necessarily have to fight in order to advance. Yi Chuan was originally a god-tier butcher. If at the apprentice level, he devoted himself solely to killing pigs, then his realm would indeed skyrocket. Hearing this, Shuling Chuan looked at Yi Chuan with eyes full of disgust. So he relied on the rapid growth of his 3 basic stats. From killing pigs to defeat Lu Jinglong. Isn't this kind of leveling far too unfair to those in combat professions? Xiao Meng shook his head and continued. Every time Yi Chuan wants to level up, he has to slaughter countless pigs. But once he reaches the Ascension realm, or even the Grandmaster realm, the number of pigs required just to advance a single level will be astronomical at that point. Advancing in this butcher profession will be as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Meanwhile, those in combat professions can just keep training to improve their strength. Fast or slow, it's only a matter of speed. There's no such thing as being unable to advance at all. Hearing Xiao Ming's explanation, the students immediately understood. In other words, while Yi Chuan can easily defeat Lu Jinglong now, in just a few years Lu Jinglong will be the one to surpass him. Kelmi nodded in confirmation. A butcher is still only a lifestyle profession. As the realm rises higher, those in combat professions will gain more skills and techniques. So what if his realm is higher? At the end of the day, all he knows is how to slaughter pigs. Listening to these pigs chatter on and act as if they knew everything was utterly exhausting. Yet Chuan finally spoke up, drawing everyone's attention. If there are no other questions, then I'll be leaving at this moment. Chuling Shunwu frowned as she looked at Yi Chuan, shaking her head helplessly. Yi Chuan, why put yourself through this? Have you really spent all your time just killing pigs? And now you appear here in the wilderness, just to flaunt your realm and try to cling on to me? Let me tell you the truth. I've already been specially admitted into Celestial Palace Academy. In just a few days teachers from the academy will come to pick me up. You and I already belong to 2 completely different worlds. In Xiu Lingchuan's beautiful eyes were filled with coldness. The way she looked at Yi Chuan was no different than looking at a stranger. She had no choice but to make him understand the distance between them. Deep down Xiu Lingchuan thought to herself, Yi Chuan, don't blame me. I'm only doing this for your own good. Yi Chuan didn't pay her the slightest attention. But beside him Shan Nanan could no longer hold back. As the eldest daughter of the Shan family, when had she ever suffered a loss before anyone? Hands on her hips she slowly stepped forward. Haven't you people said enough? Each one came with me to search for the blood moon flower. Running into you was nothing more than coincidence. Stop spouting such ridiculous nonsense. Seeing Shan Nanan step out to defend each one, those who wanted to curry favor with Xu Lingshuan immediately shifted their fire toward her. Oh, who a man's sister. Lingshuan despises, yet someone actually treasures him like a gem. Your eyes must really be blind. What ability does Yi Chuan have? He's only good at picking up pearls. Didn't take long, and he's already hooked another one, ha ha. A loose woman, and a dog, a match made in heaven. Smack smack smack. Crisp slaps echoed out before they could even finish their words. Shan Nanan had already stepped forward, and gifted each one of them a slap across the face. Our men haven't been slid. Stood there dumbfounded, he wondered why he had been hit as well. He was only analyzing the truth. Wasn't he after striking them? Shan Nanan returned to Yi Chuan's side, making a dismissive gesture as if brushing filth off her hands. You dare hit me, you must be tired of living. Ling Xuan immediately flared with anger. She summoned her weapon, activating her combat skills. The surrounding temperature plummeted. Snowflakes began to fall. It was the first time since discovering her combat profession that she had ever been humiliated like this. Seeing Xu Lingshun about to strike her, Shan Nanan quickly pulled out a command token, engraved with the character Shat, and shouted, "Go ahead. Touch me if you dare, my father is Shabi Hai." Stop, Xiao Meng hurriedly shouted, his eyes instantly narrowing as he carefully examined Xiao Nanan. Earlier, when she was covered in dust, he hadn't paid much attention, but now seeing her clearly, he realized she really was Xiao Bihai's daughter. Jiao Ming's tone softened immediately, as though coaxing a child. Miss Shaw, what are you doing here? What's it to you? I'll go wherever I please. On the contrary, Principal Jiao, your school students are a real disgrace. Sha Nanan glared at him coldly. Domain forced an awkward smile. Yes. Yes. It's my fault. I'll make sure to discipline them properly. Sha Nanan pointed directly at the group of students, and shouted angrily, make them apologize to Yi Chuan. The sudden turn of events left Xu Lingchuan feeling deeply embarrassed. She couldn't understand why Sha Beihai's daughter would be with Yi Chuan. What was the relationship between them? Main turned toward the students, his voice heavy. You heard her apologize. Now, though unwilling, the students had no choice. Since Main had spoken, they could only grit their teeth and force out 3 words. I'm sorry. Even Xu Lingchuan, cowed by the power of the Sha family, had no choice but to apologize to Yi Chuan as well, but she had already engraved this humiliation deep into her heart. The Sha family, one day I'll make you pay the price for today's disgrace. At that moment Yi Chuan finally spoke. Forget it, let's go. He had no desire to waste his time on these people. That time would be better spent slaughtering a few more pigs. To increase his strength, you're not leaving. Give me back my azure saber. Lu Jinglan's eyes were bloodshot, as he glared at Yi Chuan with pure hatred. That yellow-grade lower-rank spirit weapon was priceless to him. But Yi Chuan had no intention of returning it. Without even looking back, he kept walking. If you've got the ability, come and take it yourself. I'm always ready. Lu Jinglan was completely powerless, his face flushing red from rage. He couldn't defeat Yi Chuan, and with Sha Nanan present, the others didn't dare help him reclaim his weapon. Before long, under Sha Nanan's guidance, the two arrived at the territory of the Blood Moon Serpent. Sha Nanan unfolded a map, confirming that they had stepped into the lair of the giant serpent. Up ahead loomed a massive cave with a strange crimson glow flickering within. Yi Chuan tightened his grip on the azure saber. Immediately the system chimed. Slaughter saber selected as designated. Butchering weapon effect, Godslayer's edge activated. Each pig killed grants plus 0.2 free attribute points. Ai Chuan was stunned. This weapon could actually double the free attribute points he earned. He realized now just how important it was to have a good weapon. The air around them carried a faint, kishy stench, the distinct odor of serpents. Dampness pressed in heavily, as if a snake's tongue were sliding across their skin, making their bodies crawl with discomfort. Shan Nanan pulled 2 round orbs from her chest, her expression vigilant as her eyes darted about. Noticing what she held, Ye Chuan asked, "What are those in your hands?" Her eyes sparkled with excitement, her tone brimming with eagerness. "These are Thunderfire orbs. If unguarded, even someone in the Ascension realm would be gravely injured if struck. Once that giant serpent shows itself, I'll hit it with these." Hearing that, Yi Chuan felt far more confident. He suggested Shan Nanan stay outside to keep watch, while he went in to investigate. With a single leap, Yi Chuan entered the cavern. Inside, blood-red blossoms glowed like crystals, emitting a dazzling luster. A thick, intoxicating fragrance lingered in the air. The moment Shan Nanan caught sight of them, she exclaimed in shock, "These aren't ordinary blood moon flowers. They're twin blood essence flowers, mutated variants of the blood moon flower." Without hesitation, Chuan stretched out his hand to pluck the scarlet blossoms. But right then a nauseating stench surged into his nostrils. From afar, Shan Nanan's expression stiffened, her eyes widening in alarm. A massive red serpent's head had silently emerged behind Yi Chuan, slowly with dread creeping in. Yi Chuan turned his head. What he saw was a gigantic snake, its face grotesquely resembling that of a pig, glaring at him with eyes burning with fury. Yi Chuan muttered under his breath, "What are you staring at? Never seen anyone pick flowers before." That absurd question actually made the massive snake pause for a moment, as if baffled by such a ridiculous remark. Yi Chuan immediately seized the brief opening, spun around, and bolted toward Shan Nanan, shouting, "What are you standing there dazed for? Hurry up and do something." Shan Nanan understood instantly and wasted no time. She hurled 2 fire thunder orbs in her hands straight ahead. Just as the serpent realized Yi Chuan was fleeing and lunged after him, the 2 orbs shot directly into its path. A deafening boom rang out as the orbs collided, unleashing a blinding flash of light. Lightning and flames intertwined, erupting into a catastrophic explosion so violent, it annihilated everything nearby. Although the serpent scales were incredibly tough, even they couldn't withstand the power of the fire thunder orbs. Its armor like hide was blasted apart, flesh torn open, blood spraying everywhere, only for that very blood to evaporate instantly, under the scorching heat of the blast. When the explosion subsided, the serpent's entire body had turned black and charred, reeking like burnt meat. The shockwave rolled Yi Chuan back toward Shan Nanan. Looking at the scene, Yi Chuan's scalp went numb. If that explosion had hit me instead, my fate would have been no different from that snake's. The colossal serpent staggered, then toppled over, crashing down into the ravine and disappearing from sight. Once the danger had passed, Yi Chuan handed the flower he had just plucked to Shannon, fulfilling the promise between them. Receiving the flower, the girl was overjoyed. This would be an incredibly precious birthday gift for her mother. At that moment, Yi Chuan himself grew curious about the flower's true use. The blood crystal twin blossom was a mutated version of the blood moon flower. Regular blood moon flowers could only slow aging, but the blood crystal twin blossom granted eternal youth to its user. And there wasn't a woman alive who wouldn't desire an ageless face. Realizing this, Yi Chuan couldn't help but feel tempted. Something this miraculous was surely something his own mother would love. Without hesitation, he leaped back into the cavern. Seeing this, Nanan assumed Yi Chuan wanted to pick another flower just for her. She thought that this fool of a boy had finally been conquered by her charm. But that was nothing more than her delusion for the moment. Yi Chuan plucked another blossom. He stuffed it straight into his backpack. Just then a terrifying roar echoed through the cavern, shaking the very air from the ravine. Another gigantic serpent slowly emerged, even larger than the previous one. Twice its size, the aura it released was terrifying, nearly reaching the level of the Hall Ascending Realm. Nanan trembled and backed away in fear. She hadn't expected that when the blood moon flower mutated into the blood crystal twin blossom, the giant serpent would also multiply from 1 into 2. At that moment, Yi Chuan asked anxiously, "Do you still have any fire thunder orbs left?" Shan Nanan shook her head. No more, my father only gave me 2 for self-defense. The situation had become dire, but Chuan reacted quickly. He immediately unleashed the skilled Blood Shadow Butcher. A terrifying aura of killing intent spread out, causing the massive serpent to momentarily fall into a state of fear. In the snake's eyes, Chuan had turned into a mighty natural predator. While it shrank into something as insignificant as a worm, something each one could slaughter as easily as a pig. Then what are we waiting for? Run! Chuan darted towards Shan Nanan, grabbed her hand and pulled her along to flee. Blushing, Shan Nanan responded, "Of course I was waiting for you. After all, you risked your life to pick that flower for me." Hearing this, Chuan was dumbfounded. "What the hell is this silly girl talking about?" He replied coldly, "I picked that flower for my mother." Shan Nanan's fantasy he shattered instantly. Her embarrassment turned into fury. Never before had she been humiliated this badly. But the giant serpent obviously wasn't going to let the 2 thieves who dared steal its treasure escape. They gave chase at once, its colossal body shaking the ground as it moved, toppling towering trees in its path. In almost no time, the serpent's massive jaws loomed above them, ready to swallow its prey whole. Shan Nanan ran in desperation, believing they were doomed. There's no way to escape this monster. Chuan only found her constant panic irritating. Just as the serpent's gaping maw snapped down, Chuan hurled Shan Nanan out of the way. The snake immediately shut its jaws, swallowing Chuan whole. Chuan Shan Nanan screamed in horror. From ancient times until now, no prey swallowed into a serpent's mouth had ever escaped. Its digestive fluids would dissolve flesh and bone, until nothing remained. The giant snake slowly slithered toward Shan Nanan. Fear paralyzed her body, and she gave up trying to run. The serpent raised its head high, maw yawning wide, ready to devour her, when suddenly a sharp blade burst out from within its throat. The weapon slashed outward, tearing a gaping wound through the snake's neck. The beast's enormous eyes filled with shock and disbelief thud with a heavy crash. The serpent's massive head slammed into the ground, its life extinguished instantly. Shan Nanan was utterly stunned. Never in her wildest thoughts and she imagined that a mere level 7 apprentice like Chuan could actually kill a serpent that had already reached the Hall Ascending realm if she hadn't witnessed it herself. She would never have believed it. Covered in gore, Chuan leaped out of the serpent's throat. Clearly, the beast had gravely underestimated the offensive power of its prey. Chuan glanced at Shan Nanan and gave a bitter smile. "This Shan, your mission is really something else. If you told me we had to face a Hall Ascending beast, I wouldn't have come at all." Eyes red, Shan Nanan rushed over and threw her arms around him. "You scared me half to death. Why did you risk your life like that? You almost got digested into snake crap just now." But then she quickly pinched her nose and stepped back. "You reek, you smell exactly like you just crawled out of a cesspit." Chuan ignored her complaints. His focus was on the system notifications flooding his mind. Butcher Chuan has slain a special pig with his butcher's knife. Experience plus 60 extra damage against beastkin. +1 free attribute points plus 0.1. After slaying the giant serpent, Chuan's cultivation surged. He had broken through to apprentice level 8. "Let's go, we can head back." Now the moment they stepped through the city gates, a group of people from the Shaw family, dressed in lavish clothes and looking anxious, rushed forward to surround them. Leading the group was a clean-shaven, pale-faced middle-aged man. "Heavens, my young lady. Where have you been?" The master has been worried, say. Shan Nanan lowered her head apologetically. "Uncle Jia, I am sorry for making everyone worry. I went to look for this. I'm sure mother will be very happy." As she spoke, she took out the crimson blossom. Uncle Jia's face was still tight with concern. "Young miss, if you wanted flowers, you should have sent servants to fetch them. The area outside the city is far too dangerous." He let out a sigh of relief, then turned his gaze toward Chuan. "And this young man is Shan." Nanning quickly introduced him. "Uncle Jia, this is Chuan, the one who saved my life. Thanks to him I was able to return safely. He's really amazing." "Oh. So that's how it is in that case. Thank you very much, young man." Uncle Jia smiled politely. "Might I ask, what is your profession?" "Butcher," Chuan answered honestly. "I slaughter pigs, butcher." Uncle Jia froze, his expression momentarily darkening. He knew full well that the place where such flowers grew was guarded by giant serpents. There was no way he could believe a mere butcher had slain those creatures. In his eyes, H1 must have tricked an endangered Nanan. Somehow still. He quickly removed a ring and handed it to Yi Chuan. You truly are outstanding for someone so young. This ring holds 200,000 coins. Take it as our family's gratitude for saving the young lady. Indeed, Yi Chuan pushed it back. Escorting your young lady home was merely fulfilling the agreement between us. I only want the reward we had agreed upon beforehand. Xiao Bao raised his eyebrows, his eyes showing a trace of caution. He didn't know what kind of reward this young man wanted. At this moment Sha Nanan, who was standing beside him, quickly explained to Xia. What Brother John wants is to find the best blacksmith in King City to forge him a spirit weapon. I see Miss leave this matter to me. You should head home first. The master is very worried. Sha Nanan hesitated for a moment, casting a reluctant glance at Yi Chuan, before finally following the members of the Sha family back home. If she delayed any longer, her father might storm this place himself. After Shan and in left, Xiaobao's smile faded, replaced by a colder expression. Young master Dai, I am truly grateful for saving our young lady. We can fulfill any request you have. However, you and our young lady are not of equal standing. I hope you won't harbor any improper thoughts. Otherwise things may not end well for anyone. Jiaba was a shrewd man otherwise. He wouldn't have been able to serve as the steward of the Xiao family. The look in Miss Nianan's eyes, when she gazed at Ye Chuan earlier, was clearly unusual. And he had to crush the seedling of trouble before it could sprout. Ye Chuan looked a bit puzzled. Who in their right mind would have worldly desires toward a pig's head? But how was he supposed to explain that? Should he really tell Tao Bao that in his eyes, the Shaw family's young lady looked like a pig's head? No problem, I can assure you I won't be speaking with her again. All I want is a high-grade spirit weapon. Xiao Bao nodded and instructed. You can rest assured. What the young lady promised you will naturally not be taken back. The best smith in King City. Master Ironheart has a very close relationship with our Shaw family. I'll make arrangements when I return tomorrow. You can go directly to find Master Ironheart. Meanwhile, out in the wilderness on the outskirts of King City, beside the corpses of the two serpents Yi Chuan had slain, a tall barefoot woman appeared. This woman had horns atop her head. Long tapered ears, clearly not human. Her cold, beautiful eyes first landed on the body of the blood moon giant python, before she strode over to where the blood crystal twin flower had once been. The spirit flower she had painstakingly nurtured was now gone, leaving only a shallow pit in the soil. You killed my pets, stole my spirit. Herb human, you are truly bold, but I have remembered your scent and you will never escape my hunt. Suddenly, a dazzling and eerie blood-red radiance erupted from the woman's body. Even the moon in the sky was stained crimson in that instant, as if sensing her fury. Every single ferocious beast in the wilderness outside Qing City dropped to the ground trembling in fear. At this time, Ai Chuan was making his way to the Qing City trading market. This trip outside the city had yielded him a large number of slain beasts and alien creatures, and he still had plenty of valuable spoils to handle. Carrying a large sack, he arrived at the trading market, a place considered one of the busiest hubs in Qing City. In the Human Federation, every city had its own trading market. Here one could trade not only for materials, spirit weapons, medicinal pills and heavenly treasures, but even for certain protective items as well. Each one walked straight to a counter, placing the contents of his sack onto the table. Hello, I'm here to sell beast materials. As he spoke, he pulled out a rhino horn. Behind the counter sat a slightly chubby young woman. The office uniform she wore accentuated the alluring curves of her figure. She told him that they could purchase the rhino horn for 10,000. Ai Chuan couldn't help but sigh. Killing alien beasts was really a fast way to make money. His father, working at the slaughterhouse, only earned 100 for butchering a pig. Just one rhino horn was already worth the same as killing 100 pigs. At that moment his gaze was drawn to an item on display nearby. He wanted to know if the 10,000 he had would be enough to buy it. The salesgirl smiled and praised him for his sharp eye. It's a soft armor crafted from the scales of a flame serpent. Not only does it have amazing defensive power, but it also keeps you warm, resisting temperatures as low as -20 degrees. Unfortunately, the price is 150,000. That price shocked Daizong. With such a massive sum, his father would have to slaughter 15 pigs to earn it. The sales girl was also surprised by how strongly he reacted. At that point Ichuan placed the azure wind saber on the counter. Wanting to know how much it could fetch, he intended to trade it for the armor. The saber was too thin, he wasn't comfortable using it. A heavy butcher's knife suited him far better. A low-grade yellow-rank spirit weapon. The sales girl was astonished. Her gaze toward Ichuan grew even more heated. Moments later she personally helped him try on the armor. Her gestures full of flattery. Of course it's enough, this armor fits you perfectly. As if it were made just for you. Her hands lingered as she pressed herself close to him in her mind. If Ichuan could hunt such ferocious beasts, it meant he was a high-ranking combat profession holder. Add to that his handsome looks. If she could seduce him, she would never have to worry about her future again. Unfortunately, in Dashom's eyes, she was nothing more than a beautiful body pig's head. Still stroking his body, the sales girl whispered softly. According to the rules, a transaction like this requires a $10,000 service fee. But since you're so handsome, I'll waive it for you. However, you'll have to find a way to thank me later. By the way, can you tell me what your profession is? Ichun calmly replied, I'm a pig butcher. The answer left the sales girl petrified, as if turned to stone, partly from shock, and partly from regretting the service fee she had just waived. Leaving the trading market, Ichuan immediately returned home. Father, this is for you. Once home he handed the blood crystal twin flower to Wu Jingqiu. This is the blood crystal twin flower. Where did you get it? Did you steal it from somewhere? Wu Jingqiu was astonished. Ichuan scratched his head awkwardly. I went outside the city for a bit, just to see what the world out there was like. I happened to see two red pythons fighting. They battled until both died. I noticed this flower on the ground and picked it. You foolish boy, how could you wander outside the city like that? Do you even know how dangerous it is out there? You must never go again, the Wu Jingqiu scolded Ichuan harshly. Her heart was warmed, her son had grown up. He now knew how to care for his mother. For any woman, a treasure like the blood crystal twin flower held an irresistible allure. His mother. I won't dare next time, Ichuan quickly agreed. But as for never going outside the city again, that was impossible. He had already tasted the sweetness of going out there to butcher pigs. At that moment loud shouting interrupted outside. Ichuan, come out here right now. With a confused look Heejun went to open the door. Standing outside was a middle-aged man, Lu Jinglong's father Lu Ting. His expression was sour as he barked. Ichuan, I heard your son stole the spirit weapon from my son. What you're saying, my son stole spirit weapon from your son? Are you joking? My boy is just a butcher. Ichuan and Luotain had been close friends since childhood, but after Luotain became one of the top martial experts in the city, their friendship soured and they had almost no contact anymore. Heejun stepped forward, trying to smooth things over. My friend, perhaps there's been some misunderstanding. My son is nothing more than a butcher. How could he possibly snatch a spirit weapon from someone with a combat profession? At that moment, Ichuan hurriedly pushed the door open and stepped outside. The moment he appeared, he saw Luo Jinglong and Luo Ting storming in, face as full of anger. So this is how it goes. The son picks a fight and the father shows up demanding justice. Father, it's him. He's the one who stole my azure wind blade. Lu Jinglong shouted furiously. His eyes locked on Ichuan. My friend, what else can you say? You can't even raise your son properly. And now he goes around stealing from others. I already asked Principal Tao Ming and several students at Tantan High School. They all confirmed it was your son who stole it. There's no mistake. Ichuan sighed heavily and turned to Ichuan. Clearly wanting to know what had really happened, Ichuan looked at Lu Ting and said, why don't you ask why your good son was robbed? Your son wanted to kill me. I'd only robbed one of his swords. Lu Ting turned to look at Lu Jinglong. His son's eyes immediately wavered. Avoiding his father's gaze, it was obvious he knew that if the truth came out, he'd be the one in the wrong. After all, he had been the one to provoke Ichuan first flustered. Lu Jinglong quickly denied it. Nonsense. When did I ever try to kill you? I only wanted to spar with you. Seeing his son's reaction, Lu Ting more or less understood the situation. Still he turned back to Ichuan and said firmly, whatever the reason, the fact remains that you stole my son's spirit weapon. That's undeniable. Hand over the blade, and I'll consider this matter settled. The blade's already been sold. If you want it, go to the trading hall and fetch it yourself. Ichuan shot him a cold glance, unwilling to waste more words. If he truly were just an ordinary butcher, Lu Jinglong would have cut him down long ago. Sold that one word made both Lu Ting's and Lu Jinglong's faces turn extremely ugly, while Ye Qiun could only smile bitterly in helplessness hearing this. Lu Ting's face turned extremely ugly as he shouted. Sold it already fine. Then since it's sold pay compensation 1 million. Transfer the money to my account, and this matter will be considered settled. 1 million. Ye Qiun was stunned. Are you kidding me? A low-grade spirit weapon. At best only goes for about 300,000 on the market. You think I am negotiating with you? A murderous gleam flashed in Lu Ting's eyes, as the powerful aura of a stage 6 Ascension realm expert erupted. The pressure instantly made it difficult for the three members of the Yi family to breathe. Seeing this, H1 grew furious, and wanted to rush forward to attack. But Aichun quickly stopped him. Aichun said he would compensate. But 1 million was far too much. He needed time to prepare. Ichiyuan, since you don't know how to discipline your son, I'll help you teach him a lesson. I'll give you 2 weeks to come up with the money. If you can't pay in 2 weeks, don't blame me for being ruthless. Come on, son. Let's go. Lu Ting turned to Li. And Lu Jinglong immediately followed. Before walking out, he glanced back with a smug smile at H1. H1's face turned ashen. Both fists clenched tight. He hadn't expected Lu Jinglong's father to be a stage 6 Ascension realm powerhouse. With his current strength, he struggled even against a first-rank transcendent, let alone someone at the 6th rank. Within half a month, he absolutely had to raise his cultivation to the Ascension realm. Only then would he have the qualification to confront Luden. For Luden to come straight to their house and directly threaten his parents, this had crossed Yi Chuan's final bottom line. At this moment, Yi Chuan sat heavily on a chair, his brows tightly furrowed. Though the family had some savings, 1 million was a sky-high figure for them. Wu Jinzu suggested that Ye Qian try pleading with Luding one more time. After all, they had been childhood friends. Yi Qian replied that he would do his best. Then he turned to Yi Chuan and asked, "Xiao Chuan, just what exactly is going on here?" Yi Chuan looked serious as he gave his word. "Don't worry, father. I'll handle it," Yi Chuan said. He didn't blame Yi Chuan, and that this incident wasn't Yi Chuan's fault, but he hoped that in the future, if H1 ever faced difficulties, he would confide in his father. Wu Jingjiu anxiously asked Xiao Chuan, "Are you hiding something from us? Whatever it is, you must tell us. We're a family, will face problems together." Yi Chuan hesitated for a while, but finally decided to tell the truth. After all, he couldn't hide it from his parents forever. "Father, mother, the truth is I'm not an ordinary person." The moment Yi Chuan's words fell, both Yi Qian's and Wu Jinju's hearts leaped into their throats. Filled with extreme unease, they looked at each other, and in each other's eyes, they clearly saw the terror. Not ordinary, not ordinary. In what sense could it really be what they were thinking, son? You don't like girls? Wu Jingxiu asked cautiously. H1 nodded. Wu Jingxiu fell silent for a while, then reached out to gently pat her son's head, her voice soft and comforting. "That's all right, your mom is very open-minded. Just boldly pursue your own happiness. As long as you don't get involved with your father, that's fine." Both Yi Chuan and Ye Qian froze on the spot. Utterly shocked, how could this woman think like that? Each one quickly explained seriously. "That's not it, mom. It's not that I don't like girls. I don't like boys either, to be precise. I don't like humans at all. I once went to the hospital for a checkup. The doctor said my cervical vertebra was pressing on a nerve, causing a psychological condition. Because of that, in my eyes, all living creatures look like pigs. This illness has been with me since childhood. But I never dared to tell you." The couple muttered in unison. "Everything looks like pigs." Yi Chuan suddenly rushed forward and grabbed Th1 in anxious wait. "What did you just say? You're saying that in your eyes all living creatures look like pigs? Doesn't that mean you could kill any living being? As if you were slaughtering pigs?" Under his parents' doubtful stares, Yi Chuan slowly nodded. "Old man, what do you think with Xiao Chuan's condition like this? Does it count as a combat profession?" Wu Jingxiu asked. Yi Chuan frowned deeply, his expression heavy. "I suppose it could be considered a combat profession." Seeing his parents so worried, Yi Chuan quickly spoke up to reassure them. "Father, mother, don't worry. I'll definitely find a way to resolve the matter with Lucian. Please trust me." Yi Chuan gave a perfunctory nod, but his mind was clearly elsewhere. Lucian, a stage 6 Ascension realm He couldn't care less about that. What truly weighed on him was the fact that his son could see all living beings as pigs to slaughter. How was he supposed to explain this to others? Xiao Zhan, I think it's about time I taught you some combat skill. But Oda Ichiwan didn't quite understand. He immediately followed his father. The two of them headed toward a remote mountain area. By then night had already fallen. Step by step they climbed deeper into the mountains. Along the stone steps as they walked, Ichiwan said, I've slaughtered pigs for many years. Along the way they gained some insight, and created my own pig slaughtering blade technique. Tonight I'll teach it to you. In the future if someone tries to kill you, you can use it to protect yourself. Ichiwan frowned in confusion. Father, I've already caused trouble, making our family owe a debt of 1 million. Aren't you afraid I'll cause even more problems? Ichiwan's expression remained cold as ice. 1 million is indeed a huge sum, but it's not as important as your safety. The moment he gripped the blade, his entire aura changed, as if he had become a completely different person. The butcher's knife in his hand was no longer just a tool for slaughtering pigs. It seemed like a peerless, divine weapon. The principle is simple. Slaughtering pigs is the same. A pig-killing blade doesn't need to be fancy or flashy. It only needs to be accurate and fast. Simplicity reveals the essence. My pig slaughtering blade technique consists of only 3 moves. The first blade is called Drunken Star. One slash right before Ichiwan's eyes. An entire brilliant galaxy unfolded. The blade's edge shimmered as if tearing the sky itself. The light of 10,000 stars dimmed at once, each star falling away wherever the blade's radiance passed. The sea of stars collapsed. 10,000 lights were annihilated. The sight was so shocking that Ichiwan froze, eyes wide in stunned disbelief. The second move is called Drunken Moon. As the blade was swung, the world seemed to brighten with countless moonbeams. A perfect luminous moon slowly appeared, so beautiful it stole one's breath. In an instant a streak of blade light flashed high above. The pristine moon was cleft in two. The 2 fragments left their orbit, and plummeted straight down, warping the space around them. The moment they struck the ground, the moon shattered into countless silver fragments, exploding in brilliance that made the heart tremble. The third is Devour Sun. Ichiwan's expression turned solemn. He raised the butcher's blade and brought it down in a heaven-stopping strike. Blade light flared, charging straight into the sky. On the distant horizon the sun itself trembled. Its light contracted frantically. Then was extinguished. All living things fell into boundless darkness, as if the end of the world had come. In that instant the sunlight was swallowed whole. Ichiwan was shaken back several steps before he could steady himself. He squeezed his eyes shut. His father's 3 blade moves had been carved into his memory, every line and arc recorded so clearly that if he wanted, he could begin to comprehend them immediately. But he had a vague, sinking realization with his current strength, he probably couldn't even perform the first move. He looked up at his father, the man who spent his days slaughtering pigs, and suddenly his father appeared towering and imposing, like an immovable mountain. Ichiwan forced a smile and asked, doubtfully, Dad, these 3 moves, are they really for butchering pigs? Of course, Ichiwan said. If you can learn them all, then you've mastered my pig-killing skill. But something about them feels off. Ichiwan scratched his head. He knew his father had been slaughtering pigs for years, and was famous throughout the region, and that he had invented a blade technique for pig slaughtering. Still, these 3 moves didn't look like techniques meant for killing pigs at all. Ichiwan promised to practice diligently. But he hadn't brought his butcher's knife. He asked to borrow his father's blade. The moment Ichiwan took Ichiwan's knife, he immediately toppled to the ground, because the knife was truly heavy. All right, no dilly-dallying. Study those 3 moves I taught you carefully. I'm old, I can't stay up all night. I'm going to sleep. Ichiwan stretched and fell back into the simple, good-natured guise of an ordinary butcher, almost as if the man who had just cleaved the sky 3 times had never existed after Ichiwan left. Ichiwan felt an itch in his limbs. He imitated his father's posture, let out a roar and swung the blade hard. Still nothing. Don't talk about carving out a galaxy like Ichiwan. Ichiwan couldn't even see a single speck of starlight. He refused to accept defeat. He closed his eyes, replayed every movement from his father's first move, and kept swinging the knife. Hidden behind a tree, Ichiwan watched him silently, his gaze like a cold blade. You fool. Do you really think those 3 strikes are just pig slaughter moves? Your realm is still low. Learning these 3 moves now is like painting a tiger over a house cat, but one day when you step into the phoenix stage, those 3 slashes will be able to cut down gods and men. After Ye Kaiwan left, each one still kept training diligently. He closed his eyes once again, recalling every detail of that first slash his father had just demonstrated. Then he continued to practice once, twice, 100 times, 1,000 times. No one knew how many times he had already repeated it. Ai Chuan's whole being seemed to sink completely into a state of pure training. The sky gradually brightened. The first rays of dawn tore apart the heavy darkness. In that moment, Yi Chuan remembered Lu Jin's threats against his family, and his anger surged violently. That anger seemed to touch upon something mysterious and indescribable. He swung his blade one last time with all his might. All of his strength was instantly drained away. The explosion shook the entire mountain. His body staggered, and just before he blacked out, he vaguely saw a streak of the Milky Way flash across his eyes. At that very moment, a fierce blade light burst out from the sword's edge, cleaving away an entire section of the forest. Yi Chuan smiled, realizing he had succeeded. Then his vision went dark and he lost all awareness. At that instant, the system announced that Yi Chuan's level had increased to Apprentice, rank 9, Strength 55, Spirit 55, Agility 55. Specialized skill Blood Shadow, Butcher advanced to level 2. New skill acquired Fallen Star. When Yi Chuan woke up, he found himself lying on a hospital bed. At that moment, the doctor was speaking to Wu Jingshu. Your son doesn't have any major issues. He only fainted from overexertion. The examination report shows that within a very short time, he engaged in extremely high-intensity exercise, which led to severe hypoglycemia and anemia, causing him to pass out. Extremely high-intensity exercise. Wu Jingshu was puzzled. The female doctor pushed up her glasses, her face serious. Based on the amount of lactic acid built up in his body, I suspect he performed 1,000 sit-ups, 1,000 push-ups, 1,000 squats, and on top of that probably ran about 100 km all in a single night. Hearing this, Wu Jingshu's eyes widened in shock, and then flared with anger. How could a normal person possibly do something like that? She thought furiously, blaming Yi Kaiwan for letting Yi Chuan push himself so recklessly. She swore she would deal with him as soon as she got home. Just then the doctor continued. Of course, an ordinary person couldn't possibly manage that. But judging from your son's mental state, I find this completely reasonable. Therefore, I strongly recommend admitting Yi Chuan for long-term hospitalization, so I can personally oversee his treatment and psychological adjustments. By now Wu Jingshu could no longer contain her fury. She had already decided once she got home, she would deal with Yi Kaiwan immediately. Torment him until no one would even recognize him. The woman's reaction caught the doctor off guard, but very quickly, the female doctor's attention shifted to another matter. She hadn't expected Yi Chuan to possess such remarkable physical strength. If it had been an ordinary person, overexertion like that could very well have killed them. Maybe I should give him a private lesson tonight. An indecent thought flashed through the female doctor's mind, made her lick her lips lightly because of pleasure. But when she returned to the ward, Yi Chuan was already gone. Leaving the hospital, Yi Chuan walked along the street deep in thought. The new skill he had just acquired consumed an enormous amount of energy whenever used. If it wasn't absolutely necessary, he would never dare to use it. If he were to pass out in the wilderness, he would surely be slain by a wild beast. Then he suddenly remembered that today he was supposed to visit Master Tai Shin's forge to collect his weapon. Excitement stirred within him, wondering just how powerful the weapon would turn out to be. Yi Chuan quickly arrived at the blacksmith shop. His request had already been submitted and confirmed earlier by the Shaw family, who had informed Master Tai Shin in advance. Sorry to trouble you, I've come to pick up my knife. Yi Chuan greeted politely. Master Tai Shin had a burly frame with thick hair and beard, the very image of a true blacksmith. Yet in Yi Chuan's eyes, the man resembled a wild boar walking on 2 legs. The young man's sudden appearance left the blacksmith slightly surprised. You're Yi Chuan, he asked, his fierce, boar-like face making Yi Chuan a little uneasy as he confirmed. Then Master Tai Shin grinned broadly. You've come at just the right time. The knife is finished. I worked through the night forging it according to your specifications. I heard you're a butcher. Honestly, I never expected the Shaw family would spend such a huge sum. just to forge a butcher's knife for a pig killer like you. As he spoke, the master lifted out a large, square case and set it before Ye Chuan with deliberate solemnity. Are you perhaps the illegitimate son of the Shah family's head? He added as he opened the case, revealing the blade inside. Ye Chuan paid no attention to the blacksmith's words. His gaze was fixed solely on the beautiful knife lying in the box. But before he could reach out to touch it, Master Tai Shin snapped the case shut again, adopting a mysterious air. Don't be so hasty. This blade was forged from millennium-old cold iron, and it only came into being after 49 days of continuous forging. Its quality is worth more than the finest gold. This knife already has its own spiritual awareness. It can recognize its true master. If your cultivation level isn't high enough, not only will you fail to use it, you won't even be able to lift it. Hearing this, Ye Chuan grew even more curious. Once again he reached out and grasped the knife. Instantly his expression changed dramatically. The blade weighed at least 100 catties. From within the knife a frigid, murderous aura poured out like an invisible blade, brushing against his skin, leaving his entire body tingling with pain. Ye Chuan's pupils contracted sharply. He steadied himself, exerted strength once more, and this time he managed to lift the knife with surprising ease. The movement was so effortless that even Master Tai Shin couldn't help but feel astonished. The blade gleamed with a chilling light. Silver patterns twisted along its body, carrying with them a sinister aura like ancient congealed blood. The hilt and the blade were forged as a single piece of metal, with wooden grips on either side to prevent slipping. What surprised Ye Chuan most was that this knife felt much lighter than the one his father used. Looking at Master Tai Shan, Ye Chuan said he liked the knife very much and asked what its name was. Ironheart answered cautiously, as long as you like it, that's what matters. In that case, why don't you give it a name? From this day forward it will be your personal weapon. A name. Ye Chuan gazed at the knife and spoke clearly. Then let's call it Dragon's Lair. Even with his normally steady temperament, Master Tai Shan couldn't maintain his composure at that moment. A butcher's knife, and you call it Dragon's Lair, planning to slay dragons in the heavens. Are you? Well, whatever suits you. He gave Ye Chuan an indescribable look. But in the end, what could he do? Ye Chuan was the one paying, and if the boy wanted to, then so be it. After leaving Master Tai Shin's forge, Ye Chuan headed straight for the city gate. 10 days had already passed, leaving only 5 days before Lu Jing's deadline. Within those 5 days, he had to break through to Ascending Hall Realm Level 1. Only then would he have the qualifications to face that man. As he approached the city gate, Ye Chuan immediately noticed countless injured people gathered around the area. Dan at the outside's gone crazy lately. Those alien tribes and vicious beasts attack anyone they see. It's freaky as hell, no kidding. I passed by an iron-armored ox, and they say it's supposed to be herbivore. I kept my distance, thought I'd be fine. Who knew the damn thing would chase me for dozens of miles? Lucky I was faster than my teammates, or I'd be dead meat by now. Something big's going on, but there's been no announcements from above. Best not to go outside right now. The beasts out there aren't just fiercer. Their numbers have multiplied. Stepping out now is basically the same as seeking death. From these conversations, Ye Chuan realized that the feral beasts and alien tribes outside the city weren't just increasing in number. They had also become far more savage. Yet for him this was actually good news. After all he had been worrying about, not having enough beasts to test his new knife on. In the astonished gazes of the crowd, Ye Chuan finished the formalities and immediately left the city. At this moment he was itching to test the power of his new blade. But he hadn't gone far before he realized someone was following him. Not far behind, 3 figures were tailing him in secret. Though they hid themselves well, they still couldn't escape Ye Chuan's keen senses. After all, his spirit attribute had already reached 50 points. Something not even many at the Hall Ascension realm could claim. Pretending not to notice, he maintained his calm demeanor and headed deeper into the wilderness. The ones shadowing him were clearly waiting for him to get far from the city gates. Sure enough, the moment he stepped into a desolate spot, a sharp whistle of air tore past his ear. Ye Chuan instantly ducked, and a slim throwing blade whizzed just over his head, shearing off a few strands of his black hair. The 3 stalkers no longer bothered hiding. They stepped out of the brush and slowly advanced toward him. All 3 were fighters at apprentice level 6. You even dodged my sneak attack, sneered a curly-haired youth holding a gleaming knife. clearly the one who had just struck. The fat stocky one jeered. Lutin really called it. The brat actually dared to leave the city. Looks like he plans to abandon his parents and run off alone. What a piece of trash. The buzz-cut thug cracked his neck with a series of sharp pops. Kid, you've been slippery. I'll give you that. We've been camping at the city gate for 10 whole days. And finally you walk right into our net. Lutin said it clearly once you set foot outside. We're to cut your tendons and drag you back. Ichuan slid a hand into his pack, gripping the hilt of his blade. Slowly he drew it out. At the same time the system chimed in quietly. Weapon equipped Butcher's God Slayer blade. Each pig slaughtered with this blade grants 0.3 free attribute points. Ichuan's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't expected that equipping the weapon would give him triple the normal attribute points. A good weapon truly made a world of difference. He cast a calm glance at the three men. The corners of his lips curled into a radiant smile. Originally he thought the dragon-slaying blade's first taste of blood would be that of beasts or alien tribes. He hadn't expected it would be human blood. Instead the three thugs froze. The curly-haired one pointed at the knife and asked in disbelief, "What did you just say? You're calling that thing Dragon Slayer?" Only Yichuan knew the true value of the blade. To the three of them though, the sight of a slaughtering knife being called Dragon Slayer was too much. They burst into wild laughter. "Aha, that thing. You dare call that a dragon-slaying blade? Isn't it just a butcher's knife? A butcher's knife dressed up as a dragon slayer. Buddy, there's something wrong with your head. You think you're some kind of legendary hero, or what?" Mocked and ridiculed Yichuan only laughed louder. His booming laughter instantly drew the attention of the three men in front of him. "Haha, the truth is I'm not some so-called legendary hero. I'm just a butcher." The moment he spoke, Yichuan activated his swinebane skill. A terrifying murderous aura erupted from him, spreading outward in waves. In his grip the butcher's knife seemed less like a mundane tool, and more like a cursed weapon. An ancient blade that had once drunk the blood of countless lives and was now thirsting to be unleashed again. Aside from the curly-haired youth, the other two didn't even notice the change in Yichuan's presence. They kept laughing hysterically at the mention of his butcher's profession, but just as the fat one was still cackling, Yichuan closed the distance swish. A dazzling flash of the blade appeared and vanished just as quickly. The fat man's laughter cut off in an instant. His eyes widened, his expression frozen in disbelief. Somehow at his throat, a razor-thin red line had appeared like a thread of blood. Trembling, he raised a hand to touch it. That small movement was the final straw. The moment his fingers brushed against the wound, blood gushed forth like a burst dam. Spraying wildly, his body collapsed backward to the ground. Lifeless on the spot. System prompt executioner. H1 has slaughtered a two-legged swine with a butcher's knife. Rank progress +5, swinebane damage +1. Free attribute points gained +0.3. The two remaining men were utterly dumbstruck. Their mocking smiles froze solid. Their faces a twisted mix of shock and horror as they stared at their companion's corpse. "He's dead. How? How is that possible?" the curly-haired youth muttered in disbelief. They all had roughly the same level of strength. Yet each one had butchered him with a single swing of that knife, as if slaughtering an actual pig. They hadn't even been able to see his movement clearly. Didn't that mean each one could kill them just as easily? "Run!" the curly-haired youth shouted, bolting away in terror. No one in their right mind would gamble with their own life. Now damn it. The buzz-cut one cursed as he saw his companion abandon him. Panic surged through his veins. He too wanted to run, but by then Nichuan was already upon him. With a swift strike the butcher's blade came down. The cut was so clean and smooth it gleamed like a mirror. In the next moment his head tumbled to the ground. System prompt executioner. Each one has slaughtered a two-legged swine with a butcher's knife. Rank progress +5, swinebane damage +1. Free attribute points gained +0.3. Now only the curly-haired youth remained. Driven mad with fear he fled with everything he had. Realizing Yichuan was no man. He was a monster. Fortunately, he had always been quick-witted, and when it came to running, no one was faster than him. But before he could get far, a heavy butcher's knife pierced straight through his chest, hitting him against the trunk of a tree. His body crumpled to the ground lifeless. Yichuan calmly walked over and yanked the blade free. His eyes narrowed. So Lu Ting actually sent men to ambush me right at the city gates. Good thing I got my new blade, otherwise taking down 3 pigs at the peak of apprentice rank 9. All at once might have been a bit troublesome. The system updated once again. System prompt executioner. Each one has slaughtered a 2-legged swine with a butcher's knife. Rank progress +5 swinebane damage +1. Free attribute points gained +0.3. After killing the 3, each one began looting for the very first time in his life. Since all 3 were job changers, their bodies were bound to carry some valuable items. Sure enough, hidden beneath one of their undershirts was a skill scroll. Each one couldn't contain his excitement. I didn't expect something this good. Normally every time a job changer advanced to a major realm, they would unlock a skill unique to their profession. Aside from that, there were only 3 ways to learn additional skills. Create one yourself. Has someone else pass it down. Use a skill scroll. A skill scroll was essentially the condensed experience of predecessors, sealed away so that future generations could inherit it. The moment you used a scroll, the skill became yours instantly. Without hesitation, each one activated the scroll system prompt. You have acquired the intermediate movement skill, Nether Shadow Step Effect. Upon activation, agility increases by 30 for 30 seconds. Just an intermediate movement skill ho. Still not bad, especially for free. Each one chuckled. Skill ranks followed the same tiers as professions. Basic, intermediate, advanced, rare, epic. Legendary and divine for someone as poor as him. Picking up a free intermediate skill was practically a miracle. But just then each one sensed something approaching. Instantly he leaped up into the branches of a tall tree to get a better view. The thick stench of blood must have attracted predators. Sure enough, before long, several strange creatures appeared. These monsters were known as bone fins, a low-ranking species of the demon clan. They crawled on all 4s like gorillas, their entire bodies bristling with sharp exposed bone spines. When faced with mortal danger, they could fire every single spine in a deadly volley. One of them crept toward the 3 corpses, sniffing several times before scanning its surroundings warily. Then it opened its fang-filled jaws and clamped down on the buzz-cut man's head, gnawing it apart without hesitation. Each one smiled faintly in his eyes. Any monster that ate humans had no right to exist. The sound of bones crunching echoed in the clearing. The bone fin devoured while remaining on guard, completely unaware that a shadow had already leaped down from above. By the time it realized each one was upon it, it was far too late. The bone fin shrieked in terror and launched all of its bone spines in a desperate bid to drive him back. But each one would never give it the chance. He twisted midair, curling into a ball with his back. Facing the attack, the spine slammed into his back. Yet none could pierce through his flame scale. Soft armor shone with resilience, blocking the entire barrage. In the very next instant, each one spun around, his butcher's knife flashing in a clean horizontal arc. A seamless chain of movements, swift, precise, lethal, ended the bungfin's life on the spot. System prompt, executioner. Each one has slaughtered a special swine with a butcher's knife. Rank progress +5 swinebane damage +1. Free attribute points gained +0.1. Glancing at the cluster of sharp spines still lodged in his armor, each one smirked. Feels like I just got a free acupuncture session. After slaying the first monster, each one lay sprawled on the ground, his entire body bristling with spikes like a hedgehog. His recent actions had drawn the attention of the 2 remaining monsters. They turned to look at him, their expressions a mix of confusion and curiosity at each one's strange posture on the ground. Each one remained still, pretending to be a corpse. And to his surprise, the act actually fooled the 2 creatures. Watching them return to devouring the carcasses nearby, each one smirked inwardly. These things are really that stupid. Silently he crept toward one of the monsters. Too absorbed in its meal, it didn't notice each one's approach until he was already beside it. The creature froze in panic, its twisted face filled with terror. But each one was the real monster here. Before it could react, each one's blade flashed, slicing the creature cleanly in half. The familiar voice of the system echoed in his mind. Executioner H1 used a butcher's knife to slay a special pig. Level progress +5 damage against the pig tribe +1. Gain 0.1 free attribute points. Without wasting time, H1 turned toward the last monster. A single effortless strike, and it too fell again. The system's chime rang out. Executioner H1 used a butcher's knife to slay a special pig. Level progress plus 5 damage against the pig tribe. Plus 1 gain 0.1 free attribute points. Finally, having a moment to breathe, H1 began pulling the spikes out of his body. Each one was slick with blood. The pain wasn't unbearable, but it was enough to make his face tighten with discomfort. The distance to breaking through the Ascension realm isn't far now. He muttered to speed it up. I'll need to hunt stronger beasts. With that decision, Yi Chuan ventured deeper into the wild zone. According to his calculations, if he could kill one level 9 apprentice beast or 5 level 8 ones, he would be able to advance. But before he could get far, the ground beneath his feet began to tremble violently. Moments later, a whole section of forest was blasted apart, and a massive rhinoceros emerged. Its path of movement just happened to cross directly with Yi Chuan's. What puzzled him was the expression on the creature's face. It looked wrong. Rhinos were herbivores. Yet the way this one glared at him was no different from a feral carnivore. Yi Chuan's eyes narrowed. He suddenly recalled the reports he'd heard upon leaving the city. Rumors that herbivores were mutating into violent beasts. It seemed those rumors were true. As the monstrous rhino charged toward him, Yi Chuan's lips curved into a faint smile. To him, any creature that tried to feast on humans deserved only one fate: annihilation. He carefully observed its movements, then drew his weapon in one swift motion. He swung his blade down with full force. The razor-sharp edge cleaved through the rhino's tall hide, sparks flying as steel scraped against bone. The system chimed again. Executioner H1 used a butcher's knife to slay a special pig. Level progress plus 5 damage against the pig tribe. Plus 1 gained 0.1 free attribute points. But before H1 could celebrate, something strange happened. Half of the rhino's corpse suddenly began to slide away, dragged by unseen force. Looking closer, H1 spotted dozens of sticky spider threads lashed onto the body, pulling it rapidly into the forest's depths. Driven by curiosity, he followed the trail. Soon he found the carcass, being dragged down into a massive pit in the ground. Without hesitation, H1 kicked the rhino's body aside and jumped in after it. Inside, the sight that greeted him was horrifying. The cavern walls were lined with countless web cocoons, each one containing decomposing remains of humans and monsters alike. The stench of rot was suffocating. As H1 stood there stunned by the grotesque scene, a chill crept up his spine. From the darkness behind him, 8 crimson eyes slowly opened. A moment later, a golden spider leg shot out of the shadows, thrusting straight toward H1. But this ambush didn't go unnoticed. H1 sensed it in time. He swung his blade backward, narrowly intercepting the incoming strike. Sparks exploded in the dark night, but the blade failed to sever the golden leg. That leg is tough, H1 thought. Momentarily stunned, then from the shadows, the creature revealed itself, an enormous spider nearly 5 meters in diameter. Its 8 legs gleamed with a metallic golden sheen, each one sharp enough to slice through steel. Each one's pupils contracted sharply. Now he understood why he hadn't encountered any other beasts on the way here. The spider was omnivorous. It devoured both humans and other monsters. What stood out most, though, was how valuable those golden legs looked. If this had been before, Yi Chuan would have turned and fled without hesitation. But now his eyes burned with killing intent and greed. He wanted those golden legs more than that. He knew that killing this creature would guarantee his breakthrough to the Ascension realm. The giant spider, enraged by the intrusion into its territory, reared up on its hind legs. Its massive body loomed overhead, as 4 spear-like 4 legs thrust toward Yi Chuan in rapid succession. Clang clang. Clang, steel clashed against Caden, scattering showers of sparks. Yi Chuan gritted his teeth. He knew he couldn't overpower it head-on. He had to dodge and strike at its body instead. But his calculations failed. While he was midair, the spider fired sticky silk threads toward him. Unable to dodge, Yi Chuan was quickly entangled, his movements restricted as the silk tightened around him. Before he could react, the spider lunged and bit into his leg. A surge of venom flooded into his bloodstream. Pain ripped through Chuan's body, forcing him to the ground. The system's alerts echoed in his mind. You've been poisoned. Analyzing venom may cause mental instability and madness. His consciousness began to fade. Screaming in agony, Yi Chuan strained his muscles, tearing through the webbing that bound him. His eyes turned an eerie glowing blue, and foamy green liquid dripped from his mouth. Freed from the spider's silk, Yi Chuan glared at the monster with eyes so cold and twisted that even the spider hesitated. He could feel his killing intent. This time Yi Chuan took the offensive. He charged forward, unleashing a relentless flurry of slashes. The enormous spider staggered backward, barely managing to block with its hardened legs. But the more the venom coursed through his veins, the more feral Yi Chuan became. His strength and speed increased dramatically, his attacks wild and violent. He fought like a beast possessed, no like a monster himself. The spider trembled in fear. It finally decided to flee. But Yi Chuan wasn't about to let that happen. The creature had barely taken a few steps before its body jerked to a halt. Each one had ensnared it with its own sill. With a brutal pull, he dragged the spider back toward him and brought his blade down. One powerful strike, and the massive spider was split cleanly in two. Yi Chuan's face twisted into a grotesque, terrifying grin, then utterly drained of energy. He collapsed to the ground unconscious. The system chimed again. Butchered Yi Chuan used the butcher's knife to slay a special pig. Level progress plus 15 damage against the pig tribe plus 1. Gained 0.1 free attribute points. An hour later Yi Chuan awoke. The giant spider lay dead beside him, and he realized he had successfully broken through to the Ascension realm. Lighting a small campfire, he decided to rest and eat before heading back to the city. He was still a bit dazed apparently. The venom had erased part of his memory, because he couldn't recall how exactly he'd killed the spider. He roasted one of its golden legs over the fire and took a bite. The taste was surprisingly good. But as he ate, his thoughts darkened. He had already killed 3 of Lu Jing's men. If he didn't return soon, that bastard might take revenge on his parents. Just as Yi Chuan was about to take another bite, a gentle voice spoke beside him. A woman approached. She had small horns on her head, long pointed ears, a stunning figure, and slender legs that shimmered in the firelight. With a teasing smile she knelt beside him and said softly, "Hey there, handsome. Smells delicious, mind if I have a bite?" When he heard the sound, Yi Chuan turned his head. Surprise filled his eyes when he saw the beautiful succubus standing right beside him. The instant their gazes met, a smug thought flashed through her mind. "Oh, any man who looks into my eyes has to kneel and obey. Come on, be my good little dog." What she didn't expect was Yi Chuan's annoyed expression. He glanced at her and said coldly, "If you want to eat, go hunt for yourself. This little bit of meat isn't enough for me." At that reaction the succubus froze and blurted, "What the hell, how is my enchantment useless on him?" Outwardly Yi Chuan kept his calm, but inside a flicker of unease rose. This creature before him was completely unlike anything he'd seen. The succubus smiled, her tone softening. "Little brother, it's fine if you won't feed me. But I want to ask you something," Yi Chuan, still chewing ravenously, asked. "What is it?" She spoke slowly. "Have you seen a blood crystal twin flower around here? I've been nurturing it for decades. The spirit beast sent to guard it was killed. Do you know who did it?" Her eyes were full of suspicion as she stared at Yi Chuan. Hearing that, Yi Chuan nearly choked on his meat. Only one thought ran through his head. Damn, it wasn't that me. He fell silent, and the succubus immediately stepped closer, asking suspiciously, "It wasn't you? Was it?" Yi Chuan frantically waved his hands. "Not me, really. Not me." Still wary, the succubus fixed him with a cold gaze. In that instant Yi Chuan slapped his forehead as if remembering something, and said loudly, "Right, you remember now. That flower was dug up by a bastard human named Luton. He even killed your little snake. I told him not to. How could he kill such a cute little snake? But he wouldn't listen." The succubus' mouth twitched into a smile. "Alright, I get it. I'll go find him and get my revenge." With that she turned to leave. Yi Chuan was a bit stunned to see her actually go. But the next second the succubus suddenly swung her hand and attacked, shouting, "Motherfucker. Do you think I'm stupid? I clearly remember that scent coming from you. Otherwise, how do you think I found you? The attack had been stopped earlier by Yichuan with his knife. Hearing that Yichuan flared up and yelled, "You knew it was me from the start, so why make me lie?" The ghost was stunned for a few seconds, then angrily shouted, "You damn it. You have a point." As soon as he finished speaking, a crimson aura burst out around him. In the blink of an eye, Yichuan was lifted off the ground. Suspended in midair, the succubus's voice turned icy, echoing like it came straight from the depths of hell. "Now tell me where my flower is. Otherwise I'll crush you to pieces at that very moment." Yichuan activated his skill, Blood Shadow Butcher. The succubus's eyes widened in shock. Her whole body trembled. She suddenly felt like a pig laid out on the butcher's block. Her limbs frozen, unable to move an inch. But while she was still under the effect, Yichuan bolted away in a flash, yelling over his shoulder, "Take the meat, take the golden spider legs. Too big says. Just think of it as me buying your flower, alright." The moment she snapped out of it, the succubus expression twisted with fury, and she immediately accelerated after him. As he ran, Yichuan gritted his teeth and calculated in his mind, "This one's seriously dangerous. If I can't shake her off, I'll have to use that move." But the succubus was far too fast. Within seconds, the distance between them shrank rapidly. Just then a thunderous roar erupted from ahead. From behind a massive tree, a windfire ape weighing several tons suddenly burst out, slamming a massive palm straight toward Yichuan. He rolled aside, panting and swearing, "What the hell is this, some kind of pig ape hybrid?" The succubus arrived right after. The windfire ape, sensing her presence, went berserk and let out an earth-shaking roar. Thrashing like mad, the succubus frowned in disgust and shouted, "Where did this filthy beast crawl out from? Get the hell out of my way." A surge of crimson energy coiled around the ape's head. In the next instant, she thrust her palm forward. Boom. In less than 2 seconds, the massive creature collapsed to the ground dead. The succubus turned back coldly, only to freeze in place. Yichuan wasn't running anymore. He stood there motionless, staring straight at her. His eyes were sharp as blades, and the aura radiating from him made the air itself tremble. A chill ran down the succubus's spine. Her voice wavered as she gasped, "Wait, that can't be." Before she could finish, Yichuan raised his blade high. His deep voice echoed like thunder, each word striking the earth like a hammer. "Meteor fall." The moment the succubus realized that Yichuan was about to unleash meteor fall, her expression turned utterly terrified. She couldn't believe that in this era, someone still knew how to use that ancient technique. At first she thought Yichuan was only bluffing, but at the same time a dreadful fear crawled up her spine. What if he really could use it? If she guessed wrong, she would die before she could even scream. Just then, from a distance, a group of people was approaching. They seemed to have noticed that something unusual was happening ahead. Both Yichuan and the succubus turned their heads, only to see 3 figures slowly emerging from the forest. The succubus panicked instantly. She thought these people were Yichuan's accomplices, that he had lured her into a trap on purpose. Relying on her keen instinct for survival, she immediately transformed into a streak of light and shot up into the sky, leaving behind only a furious shout, "You bastard, next time I'll definitely kill you." Yichuan stood frozen in place, completely dumbfounded. He had no idea why she suddenly ran away. But with his quick wit, he came up with the most reasonable explanation. Maybe she was just in a hurry to go home for dinner. As for the 3 strangers who had just appeared, he had absolutely no clue who they were. At that moment, the man called to Uncle Tan spotted the corpse of the flame fire monkey and shouted, "Miss Joan. The flame fire monkey that escaped from this guy killed it." Hearing that, Yichuan immediately panicked. He waved his hands frantically and explained, No, I just happened to pass by. This has nothing to do with me." However, Jiang Tian didn't seem to hear him at all. Instead, she calmly stepped closer and asked in a soft tone, "What's your name?" Yichuan became instantly alert. These people are clearly trying to extort me, he thought. In this kind of situation, No matter what I say, they won't believe me anyway. So he reluctantly told them his name. Each one just as he was about to explain further. Tian interrupted him. Each one, I hope you'll consider joining the Nine Heavens Alliance. What bothered each one the most at that moment wasn't her invitation. It was the fact that she was holding his hand. To him, that delicate, manicured hand felt no different from a well-polished pig's trotter. Only then did he recall the intent, and there were three top powers. The family, the Thunderlord Union, and the Nine Heavens Alliance. So this woman standing before him was actually a member of the third faction. At this point, Uncle Tian spoke up again. To think that a level-set and flame fire monkey, a beast of the ascension stage, was slain by you in a single move. You must be quite talented. We're currently recruiting new members. With your strength, you'd be a perfect fit. Hearing this, H1 began to calculate his options. That succubus earlier was terrifyingly strong. If she ever came back for revenge, having the Nine Heavens Alliance as a backer wouldn't be such a bad idea. Seeing him hesitate, Jian Tan continued. We're preparing to challenge the Blazing Blade King. We could really use someone like you. Blazing Blade King? Yi Chuan asked curiously. Who's that? Her eyes whitened slightly. How could a combat-type warrior not know such a famous name? Still, she patiently explained. The professional realms are divided into Apprentice, Ascension Master, and Grandmaster. Each realm has 9 sub-levels. Once you surpass the 9 sub-levels of the Grandmaster stage, you'll reach the King realm. The Blazing Blade King is someone with power at that very level. Each one nodded thoughtfully. I see, so what's the reward for beating him? The swordsman beside them curled his lip in mockery. You seriously don't know anything. Defeat a king-level powerhouse, and you can inherit both his title and his realm, but that kind of feat isn't meant for weaklings. Each one pretended not to hear the taunt. A single thought flashed through his mind. If I succeed, wouldn't that be like soaring straight into the heavens? He suddenly felt an irresistible urge to give it a try. So Yi Chuan decisively replied. Alright then, I'll join the Nine Heavens Alliance. Jiang Tian's face instantly lit up with a bright smile. Excellent, that means our team has one more member. We're one step closer to success. The swordsman, however, frowned slightly, secretly thinking that his lady was an adorably foolish girl. Meanwhile, Yi Chuan noticed Uncle Tian dealing with the corpse of the flamefire monkey and asked, are you skinning that big monkey? Giant Yin nodded. That's right. To get close to the Blazing Blade King, we need the flamefire monkey's hide to craft a fire-resistant armor. Otherwise, the moment we set foot in his domain, we'd melt from the heat before even taking a step. She sighed softly before continuing. We caught this beast earlier just for its hiding, but it broke free from the chains and escaped. Hearing that, Yi Chuan immediately offered, let me handle the skinning. Zheng Tian looked at him in surprise. You'd even know how to do that? Yi Chuan nodded confidently. Of course, I've got plenty of experience. Without wasting another second, he walked up to the flame fire monkey's body, drew his dragon-slaying blade, and in an instant, flashes of cold steel danced through the air. Just 2.5 minutes later, a perfectly intact piece of beast hide had been neatly removed, and even packed right on the spot. The entire group was stunned. Someone couldn't help blurting out, good heavens, you're a real professional. Watching you work, anyone would think you're a butcher by trade. Even Jiang Tian couldn't hide her admiration. Truly impressive. That kind of skill isn't something just anyone can learn. Not long after, the group decided to return to Tatao. As Uncle Tian slung the hide over his shoulder, he said excitedly, once we get back and finish forging that fireproof armor, we'll be ahead of everyone else. The right to inherit the king's title will be ours for sure. But just as he finished speaking, 3 figures suddenly appeared in front of them, blocking their path. The moment Jiang Tian saw the insignia on their clothes, her expression changed drastically. They were from the Thunderlord Union. The man in the lead smiled wickedly and said slowly, Miss Jun, I wonder, would you be so kind as to hand over that flame fire monkey hide to use? Hearing that, Zhang Xian's tone hardened. So, you already knew about our mission, and deliberately ambushed us here, waiting for us to arrive, didn't you? Lei Gang didn't even bother denying it. He let out a cold chuckle and said, Miss Zhang truly lives up to her reputation. Then you must also know what will happen if you refuse to hand it over. As he spoke, he twirled the 2 daggers in his hands, making it clear he could strike at any moment. The threatening words enraged Jean Li, who shouted, Just try moving, and you'll find out my hammer doesn't have eyes. Suddenly Zhao Wan, standing behind them, spoke up for everyone's safety. Let me take the Windfire 8 pelt back first. I'll call for reinforcements. Without thinking much, Qian Li tossed the pelt over. But in the very next instant, Chuan suddenly dashed forward and caught it midair. Seeing this, Zhao Wan barked. What are you doing? Hand it to me. Chuan calmly replied, This is something I skinned with my own hands. Naturally, I'll feel safer keeping it myself. Zhao Wan was furious and about to make a move, but Zhang Shine quickly warned him. Watch your words and actions. Seeing the scene, Lei Gang smirked coldly. Looks like your 9 Heavens alliance isn't so united after all. Being a quick thinker, Zhang Xian immediately noticed something off about Zhao Wan. The situation was already dangerous. Yet his concern was solely focused on the pelt. Realizing this, she shouted sharply. Zhao Wan, you dare betray the 9 Heavens alliance? Panic. Zhao Wan stammered, Miss Zhang. Why suspect me instead of that newcomer? Doesn't he look far more suspicious than I do? Yi Chuan was completely confused by his words. But Zhang Shan said firmly. Just by looking at Yi Chuan's face, I can tell he's not the type to betray anyone. At that moment, Qian Li, fuming with rage, swung his giant hammer and roared from behind. Traitor, go to hell. Realizing he'd been exposed, Zhao Wan let out a cold snort. I've just had enough of your spoiled self-righteous attitude. Miss Zhang, a man who doesn't look out for himself is doomed. The Thunder League promised me a top-grade, yellow tier spirit weapon and a set of high-level skill scrolls if he gave them your location. Who knew that brat would ruin everything? He dodged Qian Li's furious attacks. As he spoke, Zhao Wan quickly moved to stand beside Lei Gang, saying anxiously, Lord Lei, we were so close to succeeding. It seems we'll have to use force now. Qian Li charged again, his giant hammer descending straight toward Zhao Wan's head. Zhao Wan, you know how I deal with traitors. Zhao Wan sneered, you big dumb brute. With my speed it'll be a long time before any of you can even touch me. Just as Qian Li's hammer was about to strike, Lei Gang raised his right hand and made a light chopping motion. A flash of lightning erupted. Qian Li was instantly blown back several steps. Then Lei Gang ordered coldly, kill Yi Chuan and take the pelt. Bring it back to me. Staring in shock, Qian Li shouted, You've already broken through to second-rank Grandmaster level. Lei Gang's lips curled into a savage grin, his aura surging like a storm to deal with your 9 Heavens alliance. We've been preparing for a long time today. None of you are leaving here alive. Under that ferocious assault, Qian Li could only grit his teeth and defend himself. After all, his cultivation level was lower, so he could only barely hold on without Qian Li to stop him. Zhao Wan turned around and rushed straight towards Sichuan, intending to take back the Windfire Flame 8's pelt just as he leaped high into the air, ready to swiftly finish Sichuan. Nearby, Zhang Xian's 10 slender, 8 white fingers gently rested upon the translucent strings of her zither. Her fingertips brushed lightly across them. Melodious notes flowed out like the sound of a mountain stream, pure, serene, and utterly mesmerizing. Yet hidden beneath that graceful melody was a deadly, healing intent that made one's hair stand on end. Each time Zhang Xuan plucked a string, dozens of sound waves condensed into tangible force, slicing through the air like invisible blades toward Zhao Wan. Struck by the sound wave, Zhao Wan stumbled backwards several steps and roared, Stop that woman, don't let her keep playing. At his command, 2 subordinates immediately unleashed their skills, launching a barrage of attacks toward Zhang Shan, forcing her to split her focus. Explosions erupted across the battlefield as her sound waves clashed with their strikes. While countering their assault, Zhang Shan couldn't help but worry. Over, Yi Chuan was merely a first-stage ascending Hall realm cultivator. How could he possibly defeat Zhao Wan? who was already at the 5th stage. At that moment Jo-won appeared right in front of H1. Laughing wildly, ha ha ha. Choosing a useless weakling like this as your teammate. Miss John, you'll pay dearly for your stupidity. Seeing the danger, Jongchan cried out. H1, be careful. But before her words even finished, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from H1's body, making Zhao tremble uncontrollably. His eyes widened in utter horror. It felt as if he had suddenly become a pig awaiting slaughter. At that very instant, a mechanical voice echoed in H1's mind. Skill activated, Blood Shadow, but your current level of 3. In the next heartbeat, H1 drew his butcher's knife. A flash of cold steel glinted. He slashed straight toward Joan. Startled but still alert, Joan managed to block the first strike. When his attack was deflected, H1 immediately activated his movement skill Nether Phantom Step, vanishing and reappearing behind his opponent in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Joan barked. You little brat, you dare challenge me in speed. You think you can even touch me? He swung his sword toward the spot where H1 had appeared. But just then, H1 raised the Windfire Ape's pelt in front of him as a shield. Startled, Joan hastily withdrew his attack. That pelt must not be damaged at any cost. That single moment of hesitation was all H1 needed. His knife flashed once more and Joan's left leg was severed cleanly. With a scream of agony, Joan collapsed to the ground, howling in pain. You bastard, you fought dirty. H1 crouched down and said coldly. Looks like I managed to touch you after all. Witnessing the scene, Jong Cheyenne thought to herself in shock. This man, he's anything but ordinary. A mere first stage ascending hull cultivator. Defeating someone 4 stages above him unless his profession is a god tier combat class. After finishing H1 turned and glanced toward Jong Cheyenne, who was still locked in a fierce clash. Seeing that he was now free, Jong Cheyenne quickly called out. H1, come help me now. But instead of rushing to her aid, H1's gaze shifted toward Chun-Li's direction, where Lei Gang was attacking with furious might. Chun-Li's situation was becoming increasingly dire. Without help, he would soon be defeated by Lei Gang. H1 knew one simple truth. If you want to catch the thieves, take down their leader first, and so his target was set. The commander of the Thunder League himself, Lei Gang, after ensnaring Chun-Li within a lightning net. Lei Gang spoke confidently. The gap of one realm is like the distance between heaven and earth. You're no match for me. As he spoke, Lei Gang raised his blade and slashed toward Chun-Li, shouting, Go to hell, and reunite with your teammates. At this point, Chun-Li's body was completely bound by the lightning net. His limbs gradually paralyzed until he could no longer move. His expression changed drastically. He knew very well that if he took this blow head on, he would either be gravely injured or die on the spot. But at that critical moment between life and death, an overwhelming killing intent erupted from behind Lei Gang. So fierce that it almost took physical form. A cold voice followed, I'm not dead yet. The words made Lei Gang's heart freeze. He turned sharply to see H1 standing behind him. In that instant, H1 activated his divine level skill, Blood Shadow Butcher. Under the impact of that terrifying murderous aura, even though Lei Gang was a second stage master, he couldn't resist the instinct of terror that gripped him. His body began discharging lightning uncontrollably. Due to H1's skill, the lightning rebounded and injured Lei Gang himself. H1 knew this was his only chance. The one ability he had that could threaten Lei Gang was the control effect of Blood Shadow Butcher. That was why he had been waiting patiently for the right moment, all along racked with fear and pain. Lei Gang suddenly bit his tongue, using the sharp sting to regain his composure. At that exact moment, H1 swung his butcher's knife in a powerful arc toward Lei Gang's head. Lei Gang panicked and quickly raised his weapon to block. The clash of blades sent sparks flying. A dazzling, dangerous scene. Lei Gang's face darkened as realization struck him. H1 was only at the first level of the entering the hall realm. Yet he could still pose such a threat. There was only one explanation. H1 possessed a divine great skill. Recognizing how dangerous H1 could become, if allowed to grow stronger, Lei Gang made up his mind. He had to kill each one here, and now. The moment Lei Gang fell into panic, earlier the lightning net binding Qian Li had already dissipated. Seeing Yi Chuan locked in battle with Lei Gang, Qian Li shouted anxiously, "Run." You're no match for him just then. Lei Gang struck with explosive force, knocking Yi Chuan's blade aside. His eyes gleamed like those of a predator locking onto its prey. Yi Chuan must not be allowed to live with his opponent's weapon. Deflected Lei Gang close in instantly, and delivered a vicious kick to Yi Chuan's chest. Yi Chuan's ribs caved in slightly as his body was sent flying backward, skidding across the ground before lying motionless, certain of victory. Lei Gang slowly walked toward Yi Chuan, speaking with smug arrogance. "What level do you think you're at, boy? One kick is all it takes to kill you." Lying still on the ground, the corner of Yi Chuan's lips curled upwards slightly. He was only pretending to be unconscious. Meanwhile Qian Li, though badly injured, couldn't bear to watch Yi Chuan die before his eyes. He believed that Yi Chuan had risked his life to give him a chance to fight back. Seizing that fleeting opportunity, Qian Li gathered every last ounce of his remaining strength, gripped his iron hammer tightly, and charged at Lei Gang with reckless fury, determined to save Yi Chuan no matter the cost. But Lei Gang showed no trace of worry. Even as the massive hammer approached, he stood still, eyes filled with contempt. From the blade in his hand, arcs of lightning began to dance wildly. Just as the hammer was about to strike his head, Lei Gang slowly raised his blade. Countless bolts of lightning burst forth, instantly enveloping the hammer, and then like a raging storm, spread to engulf Qian Li's entire body. A scream of agony tore through the battlefield. Qian Li was once again bound tightly to the ground by a net of lightning, completely unable to move or continue fighting. Lei Gang walked toward Qian Li with slow, deliberate steps, his eyes radiating murderous intent. Qian Li shouted hoarsely, "Do you even know who Miss John is? You can kill me if you want, but if you lay a hand on her, the Nine Heavens Alliance will never let you live." Lei Gang smirked. "You're trying to threaten me with the Nine Heavens Alliance? How ridiculous. Do you think our Thundermaster Alliance fears your people? Don't worry, we won't kill Miss John. My brothers just want to have a little fun with her." Those words made Qian Li's blood boil. He roared, "If you dare touch her, I'll kill you myself." But before Lei Gang could laugh again, his expression suddenly froze. His instincts screamed of danger from behind. As he turned around, his face was bathed in blinding light. The glow of Yi Chuan's skill. Meteor slashed the next instant. Yi Chuan's blade carved a deep wound across Lei Gang's torso. Lei Gang spat out a mouthful of blood as his body was hurled backward, crimson spilling from the gash. His left arm hung uselessly. It had been completely destroyed. Glaring hatefully at Yi Chuan, Lei Gang snarled, "You cunning brat. So you were just pretending to be dead." Yi Chuan placed a trembling hand over his chest. He could feel that his armor had been completely shattered. If it hadn't been for that armor, he would have been dead already. Setting the thought aside, Yi Chuan's eyes grew cold and dangerous as he looked at Lei Gang. A mocking smile tugged at his lips. "Cunning, you should call it smart. Making you think I was dead, and lowering your guard. That's when my counterattack began." Qian Li realized he had underestimated Yi Chuan. The young man's combat instinct and tactical mind far surpassed his level to feign death and strike at the perfect moment. It was nothing short of brilliant. Severely wounded, Lei Gang knew he could no longer continue the fight. If he stayed any longer, enemy reinforcements would arrive. He made his decision. He had to retreat. Leaping high into the air, his body turned into a streak of lightning and vanished into the distance. But in his heart, he swore vengeance for the humiliation he had suffered today. Watching Lei Gang disappear, Qian Li made no move to chase. He knew he was in no condition to fight anymore. Turning back, he was alarmed to see Yi Chuan's body swaying, ready to collapse. His last attack had drained every bit of strength he had left. Qian Li hurried over and caught him before he could fall. At that moment, Zhong Chen had also defeated her opponent. She approached them slowly, concern evident in her eyes. Excited, Qian Li looked at her and said, "Miss Zhong, I truly admire your judgment. This young man saved us when things looked hopeless. He even wounded Lei Gang so badly that he had to flee. I owe him my life once we return to the city. I'll make sure he enjoys the best of everything, massages, feasts, you name it." Zhang Shihan smiled faintly, but quickly reminded him, don't spoil him too much, or you'll turn him into a lazy brat. Still she couldn't help but feel puzzled. Someone Qian Li couldn't even defeat. How did Yi Chuan manage it? As she pondered, movement caught her eye. Zhao Wan's arm twitched. Those others might be allowed to leave. But Zhao Wan, the traitor of the Nine Heavens Alliance, could never be forgiven. Without hesitation, Qian Li charged forward, slamming his massive hammer onto the ground and blocking Zhao Wan's escape route. His roar echoed with fury. They can go, but you can't. You filthy traitor. Realizing he couldn't escape, Zhao Wan dropped to his knees, sobbing and pleading, Brother Qian, please spare me. I know I was wrong. I really do. I just got married. My wife's pregnant. I beg you. Don't kill me. Qian Li's expression turned cold. He gave a chilling grin and said, don't worry, since you called me brother. I will definitely take good care of your wife, and make sure to squeeze some shampoo for your child every night. Then amidst Zhao Wan's terrified screams, Qian Li's hammer came crashing down, smashing his skull to pieces, ending the life of the traitor once and for all. With a single strike of the hammer, Zhao Wan's head instantly exploded like a smashed watermelon. At that moment, Qian Li looked at Zhang Xian and said, Miss Zhang, I don't think the Thunder Alliance will let this matter go. We're all injured right now, and there's a good chance we'll be ambushed on the way back to the city. Zhang Xian told him not to worry. She said she had already sent out a distress signal, and people from the Nine Heavens Alliance would quickly dispatch someone to pick them up. As she spoke, she took out 2 golden pills and handed them to the 2 men. These are high-grade recovery pills. After taking them, your strength will recover quickly. Seeing the pills, Yi Chuan's eyes lit up. He recognized that each pill was worth around 50,000. The first thought that crossed his mind was how wealthy the Nine Heavens Alliance must be. Given such good items, Yi Chuan didn't refuse. The moment he swallowed the pill, he immediately sensed how effective it was. A surge of power burst from within the pill and spread throughout his body. In an instant, Yi Chuan felt that all his injuries had completely vanished. He thought to himself, this stuff is amazing. But I definitely can't afford it. I'll need to find a way to make more money. Feeling a little bored, Yi Chuan walked closer to Zhang Xian and said, Miss Zhang, earlier you used sonic waves to attack those Thunder Alliance members. Could you try using them on me a bit? Zhang Xian instantly saw through Yi Chuan's intention. Just call me Xian. You want to use the dense sonic waves to train your movement technique, don't you? That's right. Yi Chuan nodded. Netherworld Shadow Step was a skill he'd learned from a skill scroll. It couldn't be improved by increasing his cultivation realm. It could only be strengthened through continuous practice. Dense, rapid and continuous sonic waves were the most suitable thing to train that technique. This was also the only movement skill Yi Chuan possessed. If he couldn't keep up with stronger opponents, he would suffer a huge disadvantage in battle. That was why he wanted to use this method to improve the skill as quickly as possible. Zhang Xian hesitated and asked, Are you sure you really did help me a lot just now? But my cultivation level is much higher than yours. If I'm not careful, you could get her. Absolutely sure, Yi Chuan replied. Seeing the determination in his eyes, Zhang Xian smiled softly. All right then, but be careful. I'll increase the speed gradually. Don't push yourself too hard. Zhang Qian quickly shifted into an attack stance. Seeing this, Qian Li thought to himself, this is a good opportunity to test Yi Chuan's true strength. Based on the battle earlier, he might actually possess a divine rank skill. Zhang Xian began to pluck the strings of her instrument. The melodious notes filled the air, and the sound waves condensed into a sharp blade that slashed toward Yi Chuan. Yi Chuan merely shifted slightly and dodged with ease. Xian, you can go a bit faster. Zhang Xian nodded for the second strike. The sonic blade split from 1 into 3, roaring toward Yi Chuan while dodging. Yi Chuan shouted, faster. Even faster, keep going. The tempo of Zhang Qian's playing grew increasingly rapid, and the number of sonic blades soon exceeded 20. At this level, a normal first stage ascending hall realm martial artist would have been seriously injured, or even killed. Yet, Yuan moved as leisurely as if he were strolling through a garden, as though the blades posed no threat to him at all. Zhang Xian's eyes flashed again and again with astonishment. Immediately afterward, she unleashed her full power for the final assault. The entire space seemed to be filled with countless sonic blades, all converging at the fastest possible speed toward Yuan. Shanli widened his eyes as he looked at Yuan. He realized that Zhang Xian had unleashed her full power. If she accidentally killed Yuan, things would become extremely complicated. 25 sonic blades cut toward Yuan. At the same time, Netherworld Shadow Step. Yuan's eyes flashed as he immediately activated his skill. His speed exploded, and each movement was angled with extreme precision to evade Zhang Xian's attacks. Zhang Xian and everyone else were stunned. So all this time Yuan had been dodging without using any skills. Zhang Xian finally understood when facing Yuan. Conventional logic couldn't be applied under this intense pressure. The mastery of Netherworld Shadow Step within Yuan grew rapidly. But he didn't retreat instead. He deliberately moved closer to Zhang Xian. The closer he got, the smaller the space for evasion became, and the greater the risk. Yuan was clearly pushing himself into danger. Zhang Xian quickly noticed that even as he drew nearer, Yuan's speed increased, to the point that after-images began to appear. In a flurry of after-images, Yuan escaped the range of her attack. At that moment a massive wind blade appeared directly in front of him. This assault was one Yuan could not dodge. Without hesitation, he reached behind him and grabbed the handle of a blade. In the blink of an eye he positioned the blade in front of his chest. At the same time the sonic wind blade collided with it, and Yuan's body was immediately pushed back. Once he regained his footing, Yuan's eyes were filled with exhilaration. This was exactly the feeling he had been seeking. His Netherworld Shadow Step had just leveled up to stage 2, increasing his agility by 40 when activated. Seeing Yuan easily evade her attacks, Zhang Xian felt a surge of excitement. She was about to continue the assault, but Qian Li immediately intervened. "Miss Zhang, this is just training. Don't take it too far, our people have arrived." Zhang Xian stopped. She glanced backward, her eyes showing a hint of irritation. Behind her 2 figures in cloaks appeared. Their presence radiated strength, yet their faces were filled with worry. They clasped their hands respectfully. "Apologies, Miss Zhang. We're late." Zhang Xian controlled her anger. "It's alright. The Thunder Alliance members won't dare cause trouble for a while. Let's return to the city." Qian Li immediately hoisted his large hammer and slung a big bag over his back. Preparing to leave, Zhang Xian looked at Yuan and asked if he wanted to return to the city with them. Yuan declined. "I still have some matters to attend to." Zhang Xian didn't press him for a reason. She reminded him to be careful and said that once he returned to the city, he should visit the Nine Heavens Alliance to see her. She would prepare a special gift to welcome him into the guild. After seeing Zhang Xian and the others leave, Yuan headed toward the lair of the golden-legged spider. He hoped the legs hadn't been taken by anyone, although it was a bit dangerous with the succubus still nearby. Yuan couldn't afford to give up such a large sum of money. Not long after he arrived at the cave, Yuan's eyes lit up with joy when he saw that all the spider legs were still there. With these legs he could easily trade for a high-grade set of armor. Soon after, Yuan had nearly emptied the lair of the golden-legged spider. Everything left was either useless or too heavy for him to carry. Yuan strapped on a backpack so stuffed it looked like it might burst, leaving the cave with a face full of satisfaction. Yuan returned home planning to share his joy with his parents. He pushed open the door and called out, "Mom. Dad, I am home." The excited smile on his face froze instantly. The scene before him was shocking. The entire house was in complete disarray, as if it had just been ransacked. The sofa was overturned, the tea smashed on the floor, and debris from all kinds of furniture scattered everywhere. The whole house looked like it had been attacked by bandits. Yuan's heart skipped a beat as panic surged through him. He dashed through the house searching, but he could find no trace of his parents. His eyes immediately burned red with fury. "No, calm down. I had to stay calm. He forced himself to regain composure. His father was a pig butcher with some reputation, and his mother was a chef. Both worked in ordinary, everyday trades. Their daily lives and relationships were simple, and they had no enemies. Even the neighbors treated them well. They couldn't have just disappeared on their own unless it was Luton. Chuan's eyes suddenly flared with blood red, murderous intent, like a wild beast ready to tear apart anything in its path. Without a doubt, the disappearance of his parents was directly connected to Luton. Lu Jinglong's house was located in the wealthy district of King City, a neighborhood filled with standalone villas with private gardens, each gated and guarded. When Yi Chuan charged forward, the two security guards immediately rushed out to stop him. At this moment Yi Chuan was already consumed by rage. He instantly activated the skill Blood, Shadow Slaughter map, causing the two guards to fall into a state of chaos. Inside the villa, Lu Jinglong was struggling to train under the supervision of Lu Ting. Having his weapon stolen by Yi Chuan had left Lu Ting seething with fury. Lu Jinglong was working hard as well. After being humiliated by Yi Chuan twice, he swore that the next time they met, he would make Yi Chuan regret everything he had done. Yi Chuan strode straight to the Lu family's front gate. Without saying a word, he unleashed a powerful kick. The iron gate of the villa blasted inward like a cannonball. Lu Jinglong, completely unprepared, was instantly slammed by the flying gate and crushed beneath it. Pinned beneath the massive gate, Lu Jinglong wondered what had just happened. The first thing that came to mind was that an explosion had gone off. Seeing this scene, Lu Ting erupted in fury and roared, "Mother of Asterisk, who is the bastard looking to die?" Daring to kick down Lu Ting's gate. As he spoke, he crushed the glass in his hand into shards. Lu Jinglong was about to get up, when the large gate was suddenly pressed down again. Yi Chuan had stepped onto it, his eyes still blood red with rage. Yi Chuan slowly approached Lu Ting, as murderous intent surged from his body like a suffocating haze. Seeing the person standing before him was Yi Chuan, the anger on Lu Ting's face instantly vanished, replaced by a mocking smile. "Yi Chuan, I was just about to look for you. I sent 3 men to keep an eye on you, yet one of them died a miserable death. Was that your doing? Where are my parents?" The fury in Yi Chuan's eyes looked as if it could burn the world down. His parents were the only family he had in this world, the final bottom line he would never allow anyone to cross. Anyone who touched them died. "Your parents?" Lu Ting laughed arrogantly, folding his arms. "If a son misbehaves, that's the father's failure. You caused trouble, so of course your parents had to pay the price. Them. I chopped them into pieces and fed them to the fish. By now they've probably been excreted already. That's the price for daring to bully my son, understand?" Lu Jinglong's eyes gleamed with vicious excitement. He remembered how terrified Lu Ting had looked when he returned from the Ye family estate. He too believed Lu Ting had killed Yi Chuan's parents. A buzzing noise rang painfully in Yi Chuan's ears. From the moment Lu Ting said, "I chopped them into pieces," he heard nothing else. "Dead. My parents are dead." A freezing chill spread through his limbs. In the depths of his eyes, only an endless void remained. Yi Chuan's gaze locked onto Lu Ting, murderous intent soaring high enough to tear apart the heavens. "Lu Ting, no blood debt for killing my parents. This hatred cannot exist under the same sky. I will use the blood of your entire family to honor the souls of my parents in heaven." "Haha, how ridiculous. Just you," Lu Ting sneered with contempt. He had heard such threats countless times, and he was still alive and well. The weak die, that's the eternal rule. Blame yourself for being too weak. But just as Lu Ting was feeling pleased with himself, Yi Chuan struck him directly in the head. A terrifying, indescribable force exploded forth and crashed into Lu Ting. Without mercy, Lu Ting's body shot out like a cannonball, smashing into the wall behind him. Stone-shattered fragments flew everywhere, and a thick cloud of dust engulfed the yard. Slowly getting up, Lu Ting's expression turned dark. His eyes were filled with confusion and disbelief. Yi Chuan's punch felt like a heavy-duty truck, ramming straight into him. Only now did Lu Ting realize something was wrong. The aura coming from Yi Chuan had clearly reached Ascending Hall, Realm Stage 2. How could a big butcher level up this fast? Even if he slaughtered every pig in the entire city, It should still be impossible to cultivate this quickly. But Luden didn't feel too concerned. After all, he had just broken through to Ascending Hall Realm Stage 6, completely surpassing Yi Chuan in level. At this moment real anger flared in Lu Ting's chest. With that little bit of skill, you dare challenge me? You must be insane. Lu Ting activated his skill Stone Armor. Finally, he began using his real strength as a mid-level combat-type warrior. His entire body instantly became covered in a layer of granite armor, turning him into a massive gray-white boulder of living stone. The thick armor wrapped him from head to toe, leaving only his eyes, nose, and mouth exposed. This stone armor skill reduced agility, but greatly increased defensive power, including affording boost to defense against bladed weapons. Seeing this, Lu Jinglong felt a twinge of worry. He hadn't expected his father to be pushed so far that he needed to use his true abilities. H1, you must die this time. Now protected by the armor, Lu Ting took the initiative to attack. Although his speed had been significantly reduced, the difference in their cultivation levels still made his movements extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ting's fist appeared right in front of Yi Chuan. Even Yi Chuan felt a moment of surprise. Yi Chuan immediately activated the skill Nether Phantom Step. With the speed boost granted by Phantom Shadow Step, Yi Chuan instantly appeared behind Lu Ting. He immediately slashed at Lu Ting with his weapon, but the strike failed to cause even the slightest damage to the stone armor. In that instant, Lu Ting spun around and delivered a powerful kick to Yi Chuan. Yi Chuan was sent flying, crashing hard into the wall. Confident and composed, Lu Ting slowly walked toward him. You need to understand, between you and me lies a gap you can never cross. You can't break my defense. But as long as I attack, you will die. Yi Chuan slowly pushed himself up, his eyes still filled with smoldering resentment. He immediately activated Pig Tribe Nemesis, reducing the damage taken from pig-type attacks by 65. Then Yi Chuan suddenly put away his weapon. This scene left Lu Ting stunned. He had used all his power in that kick just now, yet Yi Chuan was still able to stand up. This didn't make any sense at all. At this moment, Yi Chuan clenched his fists. If my blade can't break your stone armor, then I'll use my fists. Hearing that, Lu Ting burst out laughing, ha ha ha. Then go ahead and try. Use your flesh and blood to clash with my stone armor. But suddenly Lu Ting's laughter stopped. His eyes widened in shock, because Yi Chuan had suddenly appeared right in front of him. While Lu Ting was completely unguarded, Yi Chuan launched a powerful punch straight into his stomach. With the enhancement of his skill, that punch dealt 500 additional damage. The blow shattered the stone armor on Lu Ting's chest. The pain twisted his face in agony. He never expected Yi Chuan's punch to carry the force of a cannon blast. Yi Chuan looked like a machine programmed solely for destruction, his eyes empty without a shred of emotion. As he unleashed punch after punch without hesitation, every blow struck the exact same spot. Even when both his hands were torn open, flesh and blood mangled, Yi Chuan showed no sign of stopping. Lu Ting was overwhelmed by the storm of attacks. So stunned he even forgot to counter. At first, he still had enough strength to raise his arms to protect his head. But as the barrage continued, each punch grew heavier, stronger, more violent. Finally, each one shattered the stone armor protecting Lu Ting's head. In just moments, Lu Ting's head had swollen like a pig's head. Each one grabbed him by the collar, and panic filled Lu Ting's eyes. He had never imagined Yi Chuan could be this strong. Before Lu Ting could speak a word, Yi Chuan hammered him with another flurry of brutal punches and roared, "Tell me immediately, where are my parents?" Under the relentless strikes, the stone armor covering Lu Ting's body shattered completely, and it felt as if his bones were breaking apart. Lu Jinglong was terrified out of his mind. He knew that if Yi Chuan didn't stop, his father would definitely die. Even though he was scared, Lu Jinglong knew he had to step in to stop Yi Chuan. But the moment he tried to move, he realized his legs wouldn't obey. He was too terrified to take even a single step. He was afraid that if he went near, Yi Chuan would kill him too. Yi Chuan had gone insane. Lucian's swollen eyes reduced to narrow slits now held nothing but desperate terror. Aichuan truly intended to beat him to death right then and there. In a panic beyond control, Lucian screamed, "Wait, stop. I didn't kill your parents. It wasn't me, they might not be dead, yes." Lu Ting's words made Yichuan's raised fist freeze in midair. In his lifeless eyes a flicker of vitality suddenly appeared. "Then where are my parents?" As Yichuan opened his mouth, he realized his voice had become extremely coarse. "I don't know." Lu Ting shook his head, seeing Yichuan's fist about to swing down again. Lu Ting panicked and screamed, "I really don't know. The day I found out you killed my 3 men, I wanted to go capture your parents, but when I arrived at your house, aside from your parents, there were several people in black cloaks inside." Yichuan frowned. "People in black cloaks? What kind of people in black cloaks? Are you trying to trick me?" He clearly remembered that he had never seen anyone in black cloaks in his home before. As he spoke, Yichuan's urge to strike Lu Ting surged again. A look of overwhelming terror flashed through Lu Ting's eyes. Like a lamb facing a hungry tiger. I couldn't see them clearly. Those people completely hid themselves under their hoods. So I couldn't even tell if they were men or women. But there's one thing I'm absolutely sure of. Those people in black cloaks were incredibly strong. Extremely strong. Just the cold aura leaking from them was enough to make it hard for me to breathe. There's absolutely no expert in this city who has reached that level. It seemed like those people in black cloaks had some kind of conflict. With your parents they were arguing. But I couldn't hear what they were saying. Oh right. There was a demonic face symbol on their cloaks. I wanted to get closer to see what was happening. But at that exact moment one of the men in black noticed me. He glanced at me once, and I immediately passed out. When I woke up your house was completely empty. Only a mess remained. Everything I said is true. What happened to your parents really has nothing to do with me, Lu Ting desperately explained. His face full of terror, as though death was breathing down his neck. Yichuan frowned. "And how can you prove what you said is the truth?" Seeing the way Yichuan looked at him, like a butcher eyeing a piece of pork, Lu Ting shuddered and stammered, When I woke up I went into your house to look around." As he spoke he crawled toward a pile of clothes, and rummaged through it. After a while he pulled out a letter and handed it to Yichuan. This is what I found in your house. Maybe it's a letter your parents left behind." Seeing the unopened letter, Yichuan felt a surge of excitement, mixed with a trace of fear. Taking a deep breath, his eyes calmed. He opened the envelope and pulled out the letter inside. The moment he saw the contents, Yichuan's pupils contracted, his eyes were filled with disbelief. "Yichuan had once believed that you were just an ordinary butcher. And that the 3 of us could live a simple, peaceful life. Until that day when you told us you could slaughter anything, just like slaughtering pigs. Only then did I realize fate had been mocking us. Your father and mother can no longer stay by your side. From now on you must walk your own path. You have always been a good and obedient child, and your father believes you can take care of yourself. Don't try to find us, you are no match for them. As long as you can live a happy and fulfilling life, that is enough." Time shifted back to the moment when Yi Kaiyuan was preparing to leave. He let out a long sigh, and put the letter down. Wu Jingju gently wrapped her arms around Yi Kaiyuan. Her eyes were red, clearly showing she had cried once already. "Kaiyuan, are we being too cruel to little Ye?" she asked softly. Yi Kaiyuan spoke in a deep voice, carrying a trace of anticipation. "A young eagle can only truly spread its wings and fly once it leaves its parents. Besides, our child isn't a young eagle. He is a young dragon. I have never heard of any profession where one can become stronger simply by killing." Yi Kaiyuan turned around and pulled Wu Jingju into his embrace. "Zhuan Er has grown up, let him choose his own path. If he wants to reach the peak of the world, then as his father I will guide him. If he grows tired of killing and wants to live as an ordinary person, then as his father I will bear all the storms for him." Eek, and placed the letter he had written on the table. At that very moment that letter appeared in Yichuan's hands. Yichuan gripped the letter tightly, his brows furrowing. The handwriting inside was unmistakably his father's. The them his father mentioned were most likely the men in black that Lu Ting saw. Who were they? Why did my parents have to leave when they knew I could kill things like pigs? Countless questions swirled chaotically in Yichuan's mind, like a tangled ball of yarn. He brushed the dust off his clothes, then quietly stood up and left. The hatred between him and Liu Tang had already reached the point of no return. But killing someone in broad daylight inside the city would bring endless trouble. After Ye Chuan left, Liu Tang gasped for breath. He had never felt death so close before. How could a mere butcher possess such terrifying combat strength? Was that even reasonable? Luo Tang staggered to his feet, and Luo Jinglong quickly rushed over to support him. Dad, are you okay? I'll definitely avenge you. Hearing that, Luo Tang became furious and scolded. Right now you're not even a match for him. How are you planning to avenge me? Lu Jinglong's face turned red with shame. When he saw Yi Chuan beating his father, he didn't even have the courage to step forward. At that moment, Yi Chuan had looked like a crazed wild beast. It's fine, don't worry about it. I'll take care of him myself. Go get my phone. A vicious glint flashed through Lu Ting's eyes. After Lu Jinglong brought the phone, Liu Tang made a call the moment the line connected. Liu Tang, still enduring intense pain, spoke in a subservient tone. How's it's me? Liu Tang. Oh. Liu Tang, what's going on? Li Gang reclined comfortably on a soft sofa, with two beautiful young women tending his injuries on either side. Liu Tang cried out in grief and anger. How's I almost died. You have to get justice for me. Hearing this, Li Gang frowned in surprise. Someone in King City dared to try killing you. Who is it? He has no notable background. Just comes from an ordinary family, but the kid himself is strange. He's just a butcher. Yet his physical strength is unbelievably terrifying. His name is Ye Chuan. The moment he heard the name, Li Gang's eyes flashed with killing intent. His hand instinctively moved to the wound on his chest. Then he revealed a vicious smile and murmured, "So it's you, brat. I finally found you." Meanwhile, Ye Chuan headed straight home. The house was empty. Countless questions spun through his mind like a tangled ball of yarn. Yet he couldn't find a single answer. The only clue he had was what Liu Tang had mentioned. There was a demon face symbol on the black cloaks, worn by those mysterious men. But at least he had received two pieces of good news. The first good news was that his parents were still alive. The second good news was that he now had two fewer weaknesses. In other words, all he needed to do now was focus on improving his own skills. Once he strengthened himself enough to defeat those men in black, he would surely be able to see his parents again. After sorting out his thoughts, Yi Chuan's expression calmed considerably. He understood that if he wanted to find his parents, he could only rely on the Nine Heavens Alliance. First he headed to Master Ironheart's forge. When he arrived, Master Ironheart immediately recognized him. "Oh, it's you," the old man said with a glance. He had spent his whole life forging spiritual weapons. Yet this was the first time he had seen someone use a spirit weapon to slaughter pigs. Naturally, Yi Chuan left quite a deep impression on him. "What's wrong? Did something happen to the knife I forged for you?" Yi Chuan politely replied, "No. I'm here today because I want to ask for Master Ironheart's help." "What do you need my help with? Don't tell me you want me to forge another pig slaughtering knife," he said jokingly. But then his gaze shifted to the bag on Yi Chuan's back. "What's inside?" That Yi Chuan opened the bag directly. Inside were all the golden spider legs he managed to bring back. Master Ironheart's eyes went wide with excitement. He couldn't help but glance at Yi Chuan again. These are golden spider legs. Aren't they?" In his heart, Master Ironheart thought, "This kid is definitely not simple." Yi Chuan nodded yes. Even though Master Ironheart had mentally prepared himself, he was still stunned when Yi Chuan confirmed it. Then, unable to suppress his excitement, he asked, "Where did you get these?" "This is incredible material. With these I can help upgrade your blade." Yi Chuan was extremely excited when he learned that Master Tai Shen could not only strengthen his knife but also enchant it. He immediately wanted to know what effects the enchantment would bring. Master Tai Shen stepped forward, took the golden spider leg from Yi Chuan's hand, and examined it carefully. "This spider leg has two attributes: metal and poison. I can extract one of the two attributes to strengthen your knife, increasing its damage and giving your attacks more variety." Hearing this, Yi Chuan quickly asked why both attributes couldn't be used to strengthen the knife. Master Tai Shen advised him not to be too greedy. He explained that once the attribute was extracted and refined, one of the two would disappear. Since he was in a rather good mood today, he said he could enchant the knife for Yi Chuan free of charge. Choose your attribute metal or poison. After thinking for a while, Aichuan chose metal, reasoning that a golden knife would fetch a higher price if he ever decided to sell it. Master Taishen took the spider leg and nodded. You're not stupid at all. He immediately placed the golden spider leg into the furnace. A terrifying flame roared to life. The spider leg slowly melted, turning into a pool of shimmering golden liquid. Under Master Taishen's guidance, the golden liquid wrapped around the butcher knife. Moments later the master raised his hammer and began striking. With each blow the knife started to transform. Golden patterns gradually appeared along the blade. Under his skilled craftsmanship, the golden lines grew brighter and brighter, until they finally fused completely with the butcher knife. The enchantment is complete. Looks like your luck is pretty good today, Master Taishin said as he wiped the sweat from his forehead, his eyes full of satisfaction. Yi Chuan grinned. He quickly thanked the master. When he held the knife, he could clearly feel that its weight had increased significantly. Yi Chuan asked Master Taishin, "What's the effect of the enchantment on this knife?" The master smiled and explained, "Most enchanted weapons are activated based on the number of attacks. Since your knife has been enchanted with the metal attribute, it will probably trigger critical strikes." This information surprised Yi Chuan. He felt even more certain that he had made the right choice. A knife capable of critical strikes, combined with his system, would make his attacks overwhelmingly powerful. Immediately he began swinging the knife repeatedly. But something felt off. Apart from his strikes becoming slightly stronger, no special effects seemed to appear. Just then the system notification rang out. "But your knife has been successfully enchanted. Enchantment effect after delivering 9 consecutive slashes. The 10th slash will deal 200 damage." Ye Chuan was pleasantly surprised. He hadn't expected the golden spider leg to produce such a powerful effect. "Thank you, Master Tai Shen. If you ever need my help in the future, I will definitely not refuse." After expressing his gratitude, Ye Chuan left the blacksmith shop. Master Tai Shen waved him off, thinking silently to himself, "Ikan, this is all I can do for you." After leaving the shop, Ye Chuan headed straight toward the Nine Heavens Alliance. But halfway there someone suddenly blocked his path. It was none other than Principal Tao Main. Seeing Yi Chuan, the principal looked quite surprised. "Yi Chuan, what are you doing here?" Yi Chuan was also taken aback. "Principal, what are you doing here?" Chuan frowned a little and annoyed. "Don't repeat what I just said. I'm here to recommend students to the Nine Heavens Alliance. You should know that being able to join the alliance is a great honor for any student of our school." Yi Chuan nodded calmly, showing no particular emotion. Xiao Ming cleared his throat, adjusted his mood and continued. "Yi Chuan, don't blame me. But your name isn't on my recommendation list. After all, your profession isn't part of the combat department." The only problem was that the Nine Heavens Alliance didn't accept any candidates. Even Xu Ling Shun wasn't accepted. The requirements of the Nine Heavens Alliance were simply too high. "But what did you come here for?" Yi Chuan reacted quickly and said, he was training by carrying extra weight while climbing the mountain. As he spoke, he handed his bag over for Xiao Ming to look at. Seeing that the bag was very small and light, Xiao Ming seemed a bit disappointed. "Yi Chuan, it seems your advancement is running into some trouble. But having a lifestyle-type profession is completely normal. I suggest you give up the path of combat and focus on your butchering." Yi Chuan nodded. "I understand, Principal. I'll continue butchering pigs." After saying that, Yi Chuan continued walking forward, not intending to speak with someone who had looked down on him. But as the two brushed past each other, the aura coming from Yi Chuan caused Xiao Ming to feel a chill run down his spine. A sudden sense of unease surged in his chest. Immediately he turned around and asked in an agitated voice, "Wait, Yi Chuan, what level have you reached right now?" "Probably first stage of the entry hall realm." Yi Chuan replied calmly. That answer made Xiao Ming even more shocked. "Entry hall realm, first stage? It's only been a few days, and you've already advanced to the entry hall realm." This was unmistakably the aura of the entry hall realm. Currently Divan Shilling Tuan, the most advanced among the students, was only at apprentice level 9. Even if lifestyle professions could level up more easily early on, it should be impossible to advance this quickly. Based on calculations Chuan would have to slaughter more than 100,000 pigs to make this happen, but could he possibly kill that many pigs? This level of advancement was simply absurd. Seeing Zhao Ming lost in thought, Yi Chuan asked Principal, "Is there anything else you wanted to say?" Principal Zhao Min panted heavily as he rushed in front of Yi Chuan. "Yi Chuan, I want to invite you to participate in the college entrance examination tournament." Yi Chuan instinctively stepped back wary. The college entrance exam tournament. Isn't that only for the top combat talented students? Zhao Main shouted excitedly. That's correct. There has never been a lifestyle profession participating before. Our school's candidates were supposed to be Liu Jinglong and Xu Lingtistun. But as you know, Liu Jinglong suffered a serious chest injury yesterday. His mental state also seems damaged, so he can't participate. Shui Lingxuan will definitely take first place this time, but that's only her personal ranking. This competition evaluates overall school strength, so it uses a point system. First place earns 10 points. Second place 9 points, and so on. 10th place only earns 1 point. Anyone outside the top 10 earns nothing. The total points possible are 55. To put it simply, even if Qi Lingchuan wins first place, if no one else from King Shanghai enters the top 10, our school still can't win the championship. He Chuan nodded. He understood what Zhao Meng was getting at. But he still wanted to know what any of this had to do with him. "But Principal, are you sure that Pig Butcher from the lifestyle department can even join this tournament?" Hearing that, Jiaming looked at Ye Chuan with absolute seriousness and said, "Is that something you need to worry about, Ye Chuan? If you agree to participate and can make it into the top 3, I will agree to any request you make." Ye Chuan, as long as you agree to participate and can make it into the top 3, I can agree to any request you make. Watching Ye Chuan walk away, Dao Ming immediately asked, "What is it that you want?" Hearing this question, Ye Chuan stopped. A thought instantly surfaced in his mind. The thing he needed most right now. Ye Chuan held up 5 fingers and said, "I need 500,000 for this condition." Tobin agreed right away. But he added that Ye Chuan must place in the top 3. In his mind, someone with a life skill profession, no matter how high his level was compared to others, would find it extremely difficult to get into the top 3 of this competition. When that happened, he wouldn't have to give Ye Chuan the 500,000 anyway. But when Ye Chuan heard that he had to get into the top 3, he added another demand besides the 500,000. "I need a spirit armament with storage space. With storage space, even if nothing else. Just being able to carry back more beast materials every time I leave the city would already be enough to make tons of money." "Ye Chuan, don't you think this request is a bit too much?" Ming's face twisted in pain. A spirit armament with storage space? There wasn't a single blacksmith in all of Azure City capable of forging one. Each item was ridiculously expensive. Even he himself didn't own such a treasure. "Then go find someone else." Yi Chuan shook his head. He didn't like anything else. He could just go out of the city and chop a few boars to get whatever he needed. "Wait, don't be like that." Tao Ming rushed forward and grabbed Yi Chuan's arm. "How about this? As long as you make it into the top 3, I'll find a way to get you a spirit armament with storage space. And if you get into the top 10, but not the top 3, I'll still reward you with the 500,000. How's that deal secured?" Ye Chuan grinned. Of course he could see right through Tao Ming's little scheme. But he didn't bother pointing it out. Top 3, he remembered very clearly. That the first place winner of the advanced, ranked combat exam in Azure City would receive a rare grade skill scroll. In 10 days the exam will begin when the time comes. Just head to the school to gather these 10 days. Make sure you kill more boars. You absolutely must raise your strength to first stage, Ascension Realm before the exam, understand? After sending Yao Ming off, Yi Chuan headed straight for the Nine Heavens Alliance. Before long, Yi Chuan arrived at the entrance of the Nine Heavens Alliance. The entrance was a massive gate looking extremely majestic. After he knocked, a man stepped out and asked whom Yi Chuan was looking for. "Hello, please inform her for me." My name is Yi Chuan, and I am here to see Zhang Shan. Yi Chuan said politely, hearing this. The gatekeeper let out a mocking laugh. Haha, you're quite funny. Miss Zhang isn't someone just anyone can meet. Right at that moment, a pair of pale delicate hands appeared at the gate. Along with a voice let him in. The gate opened. Standing behind it was Zhang Shan, wearing short pants, looking both elegant and noble. Seeing him arrive, her face lit up with joy. Yi Chuan, you finally came. I've been waiting for you for so long. Not exactly, I was mostly forced into it. If I didn't come to the Nine Heavens Alliance, I'd probably be lying dead on the street in 2 days. Before Yi Chuan even finished speaking, Zhang Xian grabbed his wrist and pulled him inside, saying that she would show him around the Nine Heavens Alliance. Seeing Zhang Shan cheerfully pull Yi Chuan inside, the gatekeeper trembled in fear, his whole body shaking inside the Nine Heavens Alliance. They had everything, almost like a miniature city. The southern area was the residential district, while the northern area was a mixed zone. The east side is the skilled training area. You already know this, but aside from each profession's innate skills, all other skills have to be trained constantly to improve proficiency and control, Zhang Shan patiently explained. Sounding just like a tour guide, the west side is the combat duel zone. If you want to improve your battle experience, you can go there. There will always be experts from the Nine Heavens Alliance stationed there to provide guidance, tasks, reward exchanges, and all recreational and relaxation facilities were located in the tower on the north side of the Alliance. Yi Chuan's expression turned odd. He never expected the Nine Heavens Alliance to have such things. Zhang Shan hurriedly pulled Yi Chuan along to register him. Starting today, he would officially be a member of the Nine Heavens Alliance. Suddenly a large hand landed on Yi Chuan's shoulder. Immediately after, Qian Li appeared behind him. Speaking excitedly, brother Yi Chuan. You finally came, come on. I'll take you to the relaxation area in the North Tower for a massage. The girls there have incredible skills. Right then he felt a jolt of pain on his head. The one who struck him was Zhang Shan. She reminded Qian Li that Yi Chuan was a newcomer, and she didn't want him dragging Yi Chuan into those kinds of bad habits. As punishment, she ordered Qian Li to go prepare the welcome gift for Yi Chuan's induction into the Nine Heavens Alliance. Zhang Li walked away miserably, convinced Zhang Xin didn't understand men at all. At the service counter in the northern sector, the moment the receptionist saw Zhang Xin walk in, she immediately stood up. Hello. Miss Zhang, why have you come here personally? Zhang Xin nodded and instructed the staff to issue Yi Chuan a black card. The staff member replied anxiously. Miss Zhang, the black card is the highest level access card we have. It allows entry into any area of the Nine Heavens Alliance base. Are you sure you want to give this to him? Zhang Xin frowned in irritation and ordered the staff member to carry out her instruction. The receptionist grew nervous and then looked toward Yi Chuan. Sir, please register your information here. Under Zhang Chun's watchful supervision, the procedure was completed quickly. The staff member held out the card with both hands and said, respectfully, congratulations, sir. Starting today you are an elite member of the Nine Heavens Alliance. Yi Chuan accepted the card with a surprised expression. He wanted to know why he was receiving such a card. Zhang Chan explained that within the Nine Heavens Alliance, authority was determined by contribution points. Points earned by completing missions assigned by the Alliance. Only those who accumulated 100,000 points or more were eligible to receive a black card. Yi Chuan looked at the black card in his hand and felt unworthy of owning something like this. Zhang Xin insisted that he was fully qualified to use it. The first reason was that he was personally recruited by her. The second was that during the battle with the Thunder Lion Alliance, Yi Chuan had made an enormous contribution as she said this. Zhang Chan stepped closer and whispered in Yi Chuan's ear. I'm expecting great things from you. The sight made Yi Chuan shiver. No normal person would feel happy being stared at with affection by a hideous, pig-headed creature. Just then Qian Li suddenly appeared, breaking the awkward atmosphere and turning both of their faces red. In his hands were the rewards prepared for Yi Chuan. Qian Li quickly handed everything over and whispered, These rewards were specially prepared for you by Miss John. They're worth far more than what other new members usually receive. Chuan hurriedly thanked Zhang Shan. She smiled and nodded. Then she glanced at Jian Li and told him he could leave. She would accompany Ye Chuan to the residential area to receive his room. Soon after, Zhang Shan led Ye Chuan to a gate with a large sign that read, Ghost Flay. Inside was a rather eerie scene. A range of steep mountains and a pitch-black waterfall. Feeling confused, Ye Chuan immediately asked Miss Zhang. I thought the residential area was in the southern tower. Zhang Shan ignored the question. Instead she looked at Ye Chuan and asked, You probably still have unhealed injuries in your body, right? This lake will heal all wounds. Go on, get in. At that moment, Zhang Shan had already changed into a very revealing swimsuit, and slowly stepped into the water. Ye Chuan slowly stepped down into the lake, his gaze paying no attention at all to Zhang Shan's flawless body. Instead staring intently at the surface of the water, he knew that this lake was extremely valuable. Soaking in it would bring tremendous benefits. Seeing Ye Chuan's well-toned body moving toward her, Zhang Shan's face suddenly flushed red with embarrassment. However, when Ye Chuan drew closer, worry appeared in Zhang Shan's eyes, as she noticed several scratches on his chest. Unable to suppress her concern, she hurried over to his side, gently reaching out to touch his body as she asked with care. These wounds are still very fresh. Did you encounter some kind of danger last night? Being touched by a girl for the first time, Ye Chuan became extremely flustered. He immediately stepped back and submerged himself into the lake, averting his gaze and looking in another direction as he replied softly, It was just an unexpected incident last night. Don't worry about it, seeing Ye Chuan deliberately keeping his distance. Zhang Shan took the initiative to move closer and thanked him once again. Thank you, Ye Chuan. If it hadn't been for your help that day, the ape hide would have been stolen by the Thunder Lion Alliance. No matter how Zhang Shan continued speaking and moving closer, Ye Chuan kept inching farther away to maintain his distance. Deep inside he thought to himself, If you really want to thank me, then please stay as far away from me as possible. Noticing Ye Chuan's evasive attitude, Zhang Shan had no choice but to change the topic. She pointed at the two newcomer reward items and told him to use them right here, since this lake would greatly enhance the effectiveness of cultivation. Ye Chuan immediately followed her instructions. He picked up one of the boxes and opened it. Inside was a pill whose color was not particularly appealing. Seeing Ye Chuan hesitating, as he stared at the pill, Zhang Shan smiled and said, After taking it you'll feel healthier, faster, and stronger. Hearing this description, Ye Chuan fell into contemplation once again. Because what Zhang Shan had just said sounded exactly like the words printed on the packaging of aphrodisiac feed, used for pigs. Seeing that he was still hesitating, Zhang Shan assumed he was worried. She put on a teasing expression and urged Ye Chuan to eat it, saying that the effects would come immediately. Ye Chuan let out a sigh, then gathered his courage and put the pill into his mouth. He found that it tasted like chocolate and was actually quite delicious. But in less than 2 seconds after swallowing it, Ye Chuan's body stiffened. He felt a sudden surge of power erupt within his body, then rush outward violently through every pore. His complexion turned rosy, and all of his wounds completely disappeared. Even the lake water around Ye Chuan was blown away by this burst of energy. Zhang Shan was also stunned by the scene. She hadn't expected the pill to produce such astonishing effects. She explained, the pill you just took is called the Diamond Pill. It was refined by a high-level alchemy master of the Nine Heavens Alliance, and it takes 6 months to produce a single pill. It can greatly and permanently improve your physique, allowing you to make rapid progress in all 3 aspects. At this moment the system quietly notified Ye Chuan. You have now reached the first stage of the Ascending Hall realm. Strength 120, Agility 121, Mental Power 120. Ye Chuan was extremely surprised to find that all of his attributes had increased by around 20 points. Without waiting any longer, Ye Chuan immediately took out the skill scroll to examine it. The moment he opened the scroll, a strand of golden light slowly enveloped Ye Chuan's body. and all the records written on it were automatically engraved into his memory. The system quickly announced, "Congratulations. You have learned a high-level passive skill, Golden Bell Shield. It can remain activated continuously under normal conditions, and can block one fatal attack. Once it is broken, it cannot be activated again for 12 hours. Yichuan immediately tried to activate the skill. A layer of golden light appeared wrapping around his body, upon which strange and ancient-looking characters continuously emerge. Seeing this scene, Zhongshan smiled with great satisfaction. Noticing her smile, Yichuan said awkwardly, "Miss Zhang, you've been far too generous to me. I don't know how I should repay you." Zhongxin gently leaned against the edge of the lake, fully displaying her flawless figure, then spoke softly. "It will take 1 month to forge a fire-resistant armor. From that ape's hide, I hope that 1 month from now, you can join us in conquering the blazing flame demon king. With your help, I believe that expedition will be very successful." Yichuan did not agree immediately. Instead, he wanted to know what the success rate would be if he joined. Zhongshan answered honestly, "Based on the plan to line out, our chance of success is less than 10. Hearing this, Yichuan's expression turned anxious. He felt that with such a low success rate, it would be no different from seeking death. Yichuan wondered why. As the daughter of the Alliance Master of the Nine Heavens Alliance, she had to take such a dangerous risk herself. Dawned she, and let out a sigh, a hint of sadness appearing on her face. She explained that, precisely because she was the Alliance Master's daughter, she had to go personally. She did not want to live under her father's shadow, feeling constrained and limited. She needed to prove herself, otherwise she would rather die. Since I was young, everyone in my family has looked down on me. They feel it's a pity that someone as powerful as my father only has a daughter as his successor. They think I'm stupid and weak, a disgrace to my father." Yichuan gradually understood why Zhongshan was so determined. In a place that gathered powerful individuals like the Nine Heavens Alliance, the daughter of the leader would bear immense expectations, and inevitably face criticism if she lacked sufficient strength. Seeing Yichuan lost in thought, Zhongshan moved closer again and asked softly, "Yichuan, are you afraid?" Yichuan smiled and replied, "My parents taught me to keep my promises to others, so I will fulfill my promise." After receiving Yichuan's acceptance, Zhongshan smiled happily. Her face flushed red, and a strange glint appeared in her eyes as she whispered, "You really are a good kid. You're still a virgin, right? We might die on that mission. If there's anything you regret, tell me, I guarantee I'll help you fulfill it." As she spoke, Zhongshan pressed her body close to Yichuan, her hands moving towards sensitive areas. This action frightened Yichuan, and he hurriedly stood up. Immediately afterward, Yichuan roughly shoved Zhongshan away. His gaze became firm and resolute as he stepped out of the lake and said, "I can't die there, because I still have something far more important to do." Being rejected so bluntly by Yichuan, Zhongshan was left extremely confused and disappointed. She had never expected that her beauty would mean absolutely nothing in his eyes. Stepping out of the lake, Yichuan forcefully pushed open the large door and walked outside. Suddenly he saw Qianli standing outside. The man's eyes had been secretly peering through a crack in the door, and Yichuan's sudden appearance left him utterly flustered. Behind him, Zhongshan also followed Yichuan out. When she saw Qianli, she immediately asked what he was doing here. Qianli scratched his head, looking extremely awkward as he replied, "Ah, it's nothing. I just came here to heal my injuries. I didn't know you two were inside. I'll be leaving now." After saying that, Qianli hurriedly turned around and started to walk away. But after taking only 2 steps, Yichuan called out, "Uncle Qin. Wait a moment, I have something I'd like to ask of you." Qianli turned back in confusion, his eyes clearly asking what kind of help Yichuan needed. Yichuan told him not to take it too seriously. What he wanted was for Qianli to help him train. Hearing this request, Qianli immediately pulled Yichuan toward the training ground. As they walked, he said, "I'm really surprised that you'd ask to spar with me. I understand your eagerness to become stronger. However, if you challenge me, the gap between our levels is far too great. It'll be quite tough for you." watching Yichuan's departing figure. Dongshan thought to herself, "It seems I made the right choice this time. This child has limitless potential." Very soon Yichuan and Shanli arrived at the training ground, beside the western tower. In Shanli's hands was his familiar massive mace, and the expressions on both of their faces were extremely serious. Yichuan knew that only by becoming stronger would he be able to reunite with his parents, father-mother. "Please be patient a little longer. Your son will come to bring you home soon." Yichuan immediately took out his pig slaughtering knife and asked Qianli to use his full strength. Qianli was startled by this request, but upon seeing the intense seriousness in Yichuan's eyes, he readily agreed and promised that he would fight in earnest. Yichuan's resolve was unshakable. At this moment there was only a single thought in his mind: "I must become stronger." Yichuan broke through another layer of cultivation, his strength now sufficient to fight Qianli on equal footing. However, at this very moment, he was forced to leave the Nine Heavens Alliance and return to school to participate in a competition. In the blink of an eye, 9 days had passed since Yichuan first began training with Qianli. Looking at the plaza, packed with spectators who had come to watch the excitement, Zhang Shihan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. These two were truly insane. Every single day aside from eating and sleeping, they were here fighting non-stop as if possessed. Yet it was undeniable that these two gave people an overwhelming sense of reliability. At this moment Yichuan was gripping the dragon-slaying saber, hacking wildly toward Qianli. Slash after slash descended relentless like a violent storm. Qianli blocked while shouting loudly, "Not fast enough, faster. I want you to be even faster." The instant Yichuan leaped into the air and brought down the 9th slash, Qianli's eyes suddenly turned sharp as he roared, "There's an opening." As soon as the words fell, he clenched the massive warhammer with both hands and swung it violently toward Yichuan. But at that exact moment, Yichuan's entire body suddenly erupted with dazzling golden light. He immediately activated the golden bell shield. In the next instant, a gigantic golden bell manifested around Yichuan's body, completely enveloping him inside. Qianli's full-powered strike slammed straight into the golden bell. Seeing this, Qianli cursed inwardly. "What's wrong with this kid? He's not dodging. Did I just smash him to death?" However, the next moment, sharp cracking sounds rang out from the surface of the golden bell. Yichuan tightened his grip on the butcher's knife and directly shattered the golden bell, charging straight toward Qianli and slashing down. A brilliant arc of golden light swept forward. Qianli retreated, while yelling, "Damn it, this kid is actually going all out." With no room to dodge, Qianli used the hammer shaft to block Yichuan's strike. In that instant, the terrifying aura released by the two suppressed the entire plaza, leaving no one able to open their eyes. The crowd erupted in shocked cries so strong. These two are absolute monsters. If I remember correctly, that kid is a freshman, right? Only a few days, and he can already fight Qianli head-on. Each one slash shattered the ground beneath Qianli's feet, leaving behind a deep gash. When the golden light and dust finally dissipated, the warhammer that Qianli had always been so proud of, his spiritual weapon praised as the most durable of all, suddenly let out a dry, cracking sound before snapping in half on the spot. Seeing this, Qianli cried out in heartbreak, "Well done, kid. That's it, no more fighting. You have to compensate me with the new weapon." Yichuan still maintained his harmless, well-behaved appearance. He scratched his head and said awkwardly, "Uncle Qian, I am really sorry. I don't have any money to compensate you right now." At that moment, Zhongshan's voice rang out loudly from outside. Waving her hand, she called, "You two, stop fighting already. Come over here and eat." After speaking, she carried a lunch box and slowly walked out from the crowd. Her appearance instantly silenced everyone, as countless gazes fixed themselves on her beautiful figure. Meanwhile, Qianli was still replaying Yichuan's previous strike in his mind. Just one slash, and it shattered the spiritual weapon I've always taken pride in. This kid's strength is truly terrifying. In stark contrast to the tense atmosphere earlier, Each one now looked completely harmless again. The moment he saw Zhang Shan appear, his expression changed immediately, as he asked excitedly, "Miss John, what delicious food did you bring us today?" At this time, having just leveled up, each one glanced at the status panel that appeared before his eyes. System notification: realm, ascending hall, realm level 3. Strength 140, agility 140. Spirit 140, golden bell shield upgraded till 2. Passive skill: after every 8 saber swings, the 9th swing deals 220 damage. Note: as the skill level increases, critical damage will be enhanced, and the number of required swings to trigger it will be reduced. Nether Shadow Dash upgraded to level 3 after activation. Increases the user's agility by 50 for 70 seconds. Blood Shadow Butcher level 3 upon seeing Zhang Shan arrive. Chun-Li immediately put on an expression of utter despair, tears welling up as he lamented, "Ms. Zhang, to help this kid train, I sacrificed a top-grade spiritual weapon. What am I supposed to do now?" Hearing this, Zhang Xin smiled gently and waved her hand. Alright, I'll take you to the spiritual weapon storage later, and let you pick another one that suits you. For now, you two hurry up and eat." The moment she laid out the prepared dishes, both Yi Chuan and Chen Li froze. Shock clearly written across their faces. The food looked incredibly tempting. While the two of them were eating, Zhang Shan quietly observed Yi Chuan and thought to herself, "I can tell this kid has grown a lot stronger again. Maybe the plan to conquer blazing fire really does have hope." As Yi Chuan was busily sweeping through the food, he suddenly spoke, "Oh right. I have to leave for a while tomorrow." Hearing this, both Zhang Shan and Shan Li froze and asked in unison, "Where are you going?" Yi Chuan was just about to answer when he accidentally choked. Nearly dying on the spot, he hurriedly pounded his chest several times, before finally letting out of breath and saying, "Don't worry, I just agreed to Principal Zhou's request to return to school and participate in an exam. I'll be back in a few days." However, Qian Li suddenly grabbed Yi Chuan's hand. His face filled with sincere reluctance as he said, "Each one, after sparring with you these past few days, I've honestly grown to like you more and more. How about you don't leave? Let's continue training tomorrow instead." As soon as he finished speaking, a loud smack sounded above his head. Zhang Xin, standing beside him, shouted sternly, "Stop messing around. Don't put Yi Chuan in a difficult position." After lecturing Qian Li, she turned to Yi Chuan, her voice softening noticeably. "Be careful on the road, don't get hurt under any circumstances. We'll be waiting for you to come back." In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. Zhang Shan and Shan Li stood at the entrance, watching Yi Chuan's fate here as he left the Nine Heavens Alliance. As his figure gradually disappeared into the distance, Qian Li spoke in a low voice, "Miss Zhang, I really like this kid. His strength is absolutely worthy of recognition. What do you think about bringing him to that place?" Hearing this, Zhang Xian revealed a rare look of seriousness and replied slowly, "Only if we can survive and return from the burning heaven valley will that prove his strength is enough to qualify him to step into that place." The scene shifted to another location. Yi Chuan was now standing in front of the school gates. At this moment, the examinees suddenly looked toward the distance and cried out in unison, "She's here! She's here! Shuling Xuan is here!" As the words fell, Shuling Xuan could be seen walking forward step by step, her movements light and graceful, carrying that familiar green tea demeanor as she slowly approached. But in the very next second, her gaze suddenly froze. The reason was simple. She saw Yi Chuan squatting in a corner, lost in thought. Seeing Yi Chuan, Juling Chuan was filled with confusion, wondering why Yi Chuan was here as well. Just then, a female student followed Shuling Chuan's strange gaze, and also noticed Yi Chuan's presence. Immediately afterward, she pointed at Yi Chuan and shouted loudly, "Why did you come here? What trick are you trying to pull? This time to get close to Sister Ling Chuan." But before she could finish her sentence, Yi Chuan swung his fist and slammed it straight into the wall beside him, causing the wall to crack violently. On the verge of collapsing, Yi Chuan slowly raised his head his eyes dark as he stared straight at the girl, then uttered a single word. It lost Yichuan's gaze and actions terrified her. She hurriedly stepped back several paces, and muttered awkwardly, "What a clown, just trying to attract attention." Disgusting. Yichuan threw a straight punch at the stone pillar beside him. The thick stone column cracked open, a large hole appearing as fractures spread out like a spider web. The terrifying display of strength plunged everyone into silence. In their eyes was not only fear, but also deep confusion. How could a mere butcher possess such power? Frightened by Yichuan, the chubby girl ran over to Xu Lingchuan and cried, "Sister Lingchuan, I just wanted to drive that Yichuan away. I never thought he would try to bully me." Shui Lingxuan gently shook her head. Her eyes filled with profound disappointment. "Yichuan, is this what you become now? How many times do I have to tell you? No matter how hard you try to show off in front of me, it's completely useless." As soon as her words fell, several streaks of sword light shot out like lightning, striking the very pillar Yichuan had just punched. In an instant the stone column shattered into 4 or 5 pieces. The cut surfaces were smooth and gleaming, polished like mirrors seeing Xu Lingxian's action. Yichuan felt extremely displeased. However, he had no desire to continue arguing, and said calmly, "Principal Tao Ming called me here to participate in the college entrance competition. If you have a problem, take it up with him. If he tells me to leave, I'll go immediately." Shui Lingxun frowned, suspicion flashing across her face as she thought to herself, "Principal Tao wants him to take part in the college entrance competition. He knows perfectly well that Yichuan is a worthless trash. Has the principal gone crazy thinking of this?" She snorted coldly. "Impossible. Even if Principal Jiao sent a pig to compete, he still wouldn't let you step onto the stage." "Well, who knows?" Yichuan replied casually, "Maybe the principal has a pig at home that need me to slaughter." After saying that, he couldn't be bothered to explain further. At that moment Principal Jiao appeared. Seeing the tense atmosphere, he hurriedly said, "Everyone calm down. It's true, I invited Yichuan to participate in the college entrance competition. From now on you are teammates. You must put aside personal grudges and bring honor to our school." As soon as Xiaomin finished speaking, a protesting voice rang out. "Principal, I object. Isn't Yichuan just a pig slaughtering butcher? Why would you let someone from a life support profession participate in the college entrance competition?" Damen quickly walked over and whispered into Xu Lingxian's ear, "If there isn't an idiot like him to serve as a backdrop, how can you fully display your own strength?" Upon hearing this, Xu Lingxian's expression instantly changed. Immediately after, she hurriedly agreed to the principal's arrangement. However, she still shot Yichuan a malicious glare. If Lu Jinglong hadn't fallen ill and been unable to compete, it wouldn't be your turn to take his place. She then warned Yichuan coldly, "Don't you dare hold me back, otherwise I'll make sure you suffer the consequences." Yichuan felt that Xu Lingquan was suffering from some kind of delusional disorder. In his opinion, a woman who was both foolish and delusional was far more terrifying than someone like himself, who at least had an officially certified mental condition. After that, Principal Jiao stepped forward and patted Yichuan on the shoulder, reminding him not to forget the agreement they had made earlier. Yichuan nodded slowly. Soon after, the group headed toward the competition venue. As he led the students into the arena, Xiaoming explained the rules of the competition in a moment. "The preliminary rounds will be held here. I've already entered all of your information into the system. Round 1 follows a random draw system. Win 3 matches, and you advance. Lose 3 matches, and you're eliminated. From round 2 onward it will be a single elimination format, with a winner's bracket and a loser's bracket. Lose once and you drop into the loser's bracket. Lose again and you're out. Those who win may remain on the platform to challenge the next contestant. After that, rankings will be determined by the total number of victories. The 4 competitors who fight their way to the end on these 4 arenas will advance to the finals." Seeing the nervous expressions of the students as they glanced towards Xu Lingchuan, Principal Zhao Ming reminded them that during the draw, students from the same school would not be matched against each other. This news immediately put everyone at ease. After all, if they were to encounter Xu Lingxun on the arena stage, Elimination would be almost guaranteed. Upon hearing this, Zheng Xiaoqiwei instantly spoke up in a flattering tone. As long as Chu Lingxuan is here, first place is definitely going to Qingchang High School. Hu Wenhuan meanwhile cast a sideways glance at Ye Chuan. Deep down she was eagerly anticipating the sight of Ye Chuan being utterly defeated on the arena. By now the spectator stands were packed to capacity. Waves of cheers roaring through the air. The college entrance competition had already drawn massive attention, and now with the appearance of a legendary combatant profession, the audience numbers surged even further. Quite a few popular streamers from other cities had rushed to Qingchang to live stream the event. Television reporters had also occupied all the best observation spots. At this moment on the vast competition grounds, 4 massive arenas had already been set up. The sound and lighting effects were no different from a large-scale music festival. Once all contestants had completed their registration, a young woman stepped onto the stage with an excited voice. She welcomed everyone to the college entrance examination venue and announced the participating schools in order: Qingchang High School, Lingyun High School, Yingkai High School, and Kingyun High School. Contestants, please prepare yourselves. Adjust your mindset and physical condition. The first match of round 1 is about to begin. Give it everything you've got, and show your best performance. Teachers from the 3 great academies, Sky Academy, True Martial Academy, and Primordial Academy, are all watching you from the judges' seats. If you are gold, then shine. Only by shining will you have a chance to be admitted into one of these top-tier academies. As soon as the announcement ended, the eyes of everyone in the arena ignited with fervor, all turning toward the 3 figures seated in the judges' area. Hearing this, Chu Lingxuan fell into deep thought. She reminded herself that she had already been selected by Sky Academy. This time she had to perform flawlessly. She absolutely could not disappoint the teachers from Sky Academy. At the same time, the MC announced once more. Now then, the first round of competition officially begins. Very quickly, the massive screen at the center of the arena began scrolling names. The random draw was completed in just a few dozen seconds. He Chuan soon spotted his own information on the screen. Arena No. 4 Lei Kai. Yingkai High School Profession. Advanced Thunder Evil Spear Cultivator. Opponent Ye Chuan Qingchun High School Profession. God tier Butcher. Ye Chuan was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected to be assigned to the very first match. At that moment the entire arena erupted. What the hell is this? Ye Chuan is a butcher and he's competing. Am I seeing things, or am I hallucinating? Even if he's a god tier butcher, he's still just a butcher. There aren't any pigs on the arena for him to slaughter. Is he crazy? This is like a eunuch sailing to Japan to star in a romance film. The crowd buzzed with whispers and mockery, shock and ridicule written clearly across their faces. Even Qin Yan, a teacher from True Martial Academy, found it strange. I've traveled to countless cities recruiting students, but this is the first time I've ever seen a life support profession like butcher step onto the competition stage. Truly eye-opening. What is that kid thinking? Does Qingcheng High School really not have anyone else to compete? Lun Junya, a teacher from Sky Academy, replied coldly. Teacher Chen, why say that? Not long ago, I recruited a talent from Qingcheng High School, who is well worth cultivating. Hearing this, Qin Yun responded somewhat awkwardly. It seems Qingcheng High School is a place where good and bad are mixed together. It really can't compare to Yingkai School, where every student is a true talent. Meanwhile, on Arena No. 4, Li Kai was practically going crazy with joy. Unable to hold back, he ran up and grabbed Ye Chuan's hand. His eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you so much. I never expected Qingcheng High School to gift me such an easy win. After we get off the arena, I'll treat you to a meal. As he spoke, Li Kai even wrapped Ye Chuan in a hib, as if the two of them were close friends. You're really too kind, Ye Chuan thought to himself. We're clearly opponents, yet Li Kai treats me like a friend. Are people from Yang High School all this friendly? At that moment the referee announced solemnly. Both sides get ready. The first match on Arena No. 4 begin in the teacher section. The principal of Ante High School, Lu Wenli was also wearing a mocking expression as he looked at Zhao Ming and said, "Hey old Jiao. Has Tung Tung High School really run out of people? You even dragged a pig butcher out here. If you're short-handed just say so earlier. Rentai High can lend you a few people, ha ha ha." That's right, another principal chimed in with a laugh. If not, then Nim High School can lend you some as well. Why bother letting a pig butcher go up there and make a fool of himself in front of everyone? This was Principal Xiao Quan from another high school, who couldn't help but laugh along. Hey. He too stopped laughing, said the final principal, when Zhang Wei standing off to the side and adding fuel to the fire. Who knows, maybe that's old Zhao's secret weapon. After all, he's a god-tier pig butcher. That's a whole rank higher than legendary. Being ridiculed from all sides, Zhao Ming wiped the sweat from his forehead, cursing inwardly, just wait and see. So what if he's a pig butcher? That's a pig butcher, at the second stage of the ascending hall realm on the arena. Following the referee's command, a jet black spear appeared in Lei Kai's hand. Along with the cry of an eagle, blue lightning crackled and flashed, releasing an imposing aura. Swinging the spear, Lei Kai could not hide the excitement in his eyes. He could already see a bright tomorrow waving at him. Looking at Yi Chuan, Lei Kai thought to himself, I'm only at the 8th stage of the apprentice realm, but dealing with a mere life profession like this should take just one move. There's no room for him to perform at all. Therefore, before delivering the finishing blow, it would be better to display a bit more of his own strength. Watching Lei Kai flourish his spear, Yi Chuan found it quite interesting. He even clapped his hands, praising Lei Kai's movements as elegant. Feeling mocked, Lei Kai's face darkened. Before he could react, the referee placed a hand on his shoulder and said, "What are you doing? This is not a place for showing off. Hurry up and fight at this moment." Lei Kai became serious and shifted his body into an attacking stance. "Chuan, forgive me," he said coldly, "but if you want to blame something, blame your own weakness with that." Lei Kai leaped high into the air and swung his spear down fiercely toward Yi Chuan's head. Just as the spear was about to split Yi Chuan's skull, Yi Chuan showed no intention of moving at all. When Lei Kai thought Yi Chuan had been frightened stiff, too scared even to dodge, Yi Chuan merely tilted his head slightly, effortlessly avoiding the attack. Boom! With a loud crash, a figure was sent flying backward, slamming heavily into the ground and coughing up a mouthful of blood. Everyone was stunned, because the person who had been blasted away was not Yi Chuan. It was Lei Kai in the blink of an eye. Lei Kai had been knocked flying. Lying on the ground, the intense pain left Lei Kai completely dazed. The referee walked up to him, checked his injuries briefly, and then announced loudly, "Qingjiang High School Yi Chuan wins." The entire arena erupted once again. What kind of joke was this? Most of the audience hadn't even seen what had happened. In the very next second, Yi Chuan was declared the winner. Ha ha ha! Zhao Ming burst into hearty laughter. Turning to the three principals, he asked while still looking down on pig butchers, "Don't forget, this is a god-tier pig butcher. Although he may never become a true powerhouse in the future, at this very moment, relying purely on his realm to crush others is more than enough." The expressions of the three principals turned somewhat unpleasant. All of them pulled long faces, unwilling to speak. After a moment, they forced out an awkward remark. "Quite impressive. We really didn't expect him to be this outstanding. That pig butcher's strength is terrifying." Qin Yan murmured, a glint flashing in his eyes. He himself was an expert in body refinement, so he naturally understood exactly what Yi Chuan had just done. That movement earlier was incredibly smooth. That punch probably didn't even use 1/10 of his full strength. Yet he still suppressed his opponent so easily. Strength like that truly can't be underestimated. What a pity, why does he have to be a pig butcher? Qing Yan sighed inwardly, if only he were a combat profession. Based solely on the performance just now, I would definitely recruit each one into the academy at this moment. Lutinia thought to herself, now that I think about it, didn't Chu Ling Xuan once mention someone named Ye Chuan? A useless guy who kept pestering her. So that person was him up until now. The pig butcher, with the highest cultivation level in all of human history, had only ever reached the Grandmaster realm, and that was at the age of 70. Just another self-righteous fool. Lutinia said calmly, Teacher Chin. There's no need to pay him any attention. A person who awakens a lifestyle profession, yet refuses to accept their fate, trying to use such a profession to become a powerhouse. I've seen plenty of people like that. Not a single one has ever succeeded. Qin Yan shook his head, sigh. I just feel a bit regretful. If he belonged to a combat system, he would definitely be an excellent seed. Amid their discussion, the first match of the first round of the tournament finally came to an end. After a half-hour break, the large screen began scrolling text once more, and the announcement echoed again throughout the venue. Area 1 Xiaoguai Shitannam High School Profession. Intermediate Fire Mage vs Yichuan Tantan High School Profession. God tier pig butcher with Lake Hai's defeat as a lesson. No one dared to underestimate Yichuan anymore. As soon as the referee announced the start of the match, Zhao Guishi immediately widened the distance between himself and Yichuan, clearly intending to fight from long range and maximize his damage output. However, he had clearly underestimated Yichuan's speed. In the blink of an eye, Yichuan had already closed the distance. With a curious expression, he asked, Your hands are on fire every day like that. Don't they feel hot? Zhao Guishi hurriedly retreated while shouting angrily. Shut up, you idiot. In a moment I'll let you experience what hot really means. Seeing his student face, Yichuan Principal Wen Zhongwei smiled and looked at Zhao Meng. Principal Zhao, it's time to put an end to this childish game, he said confidently. My student reached the 9th stage of the apprentice realm in just 3 months. He's already on the verge of breaking through to the ascending hall realm, yet Chuan has no chance of winning. Hearing this, Xiao Ming almost burst out laughing. After taking a sip of water, he slowly replied, Principal Wen. Student Ye Chuan has already reached the 2nd stage of the ascending hall realm. Who do you think will be the one to win at this? Principal Wen Zhongwei completely lost his composure and shouted. What did you just say? He's already at the 2nd stage of the ascending hall realm. Are you joking with me? At that very moment, beneath the arena, the referee announced loudly. Tantan High School Yichuan wins. Total victories 2 matches. Upon hearing the referee's voice, Wen Zhongwei's expression turned extremely ugly. Is this brat really a student who only awakened his profession this year? At the same time, Xuling Xuan also easily defeated her opponent. Seeing the results displayed by Dai Chuan and Xuling Xuan, Principal Zhao Ming was extremely satisfied. If things continued to go smoothly like this, his school could very well secure 2 of the top 3 spots. Meanwhile, Xuling Xuan believed that Yichuan's victory was merely due to luck. She felt regretful that she hadn't been able to face Yi Xuan in the first round. She very much wanted to eliminate him as soon as possible. Seeing Zhao Ming so excited, Principal Xiao Quan reminded him. Principal Zhao, don't be happy too early. Next came the announcement. Yuan Yilingzhen High School Profession. Rare Tier Warrior vs Xu Lingshun. Hansen High School Profession. Legendary Sword Immortal. At this moment, Xu Lingshun was standing on the arena when a girl, about the height of a 5-year-old child, slowly stepped onto the stage. Because her body was somewhat chubby, she moved with noticeable difficulty. Yuan Yi politely bowed to Xu Lingshun and said, Hello. I hope you'll give me more bets. Xu Lingshun responded to her enthusiasm with a cold, arrogant gaze. Don't act familiar with me, she said indifferently, and don't expect me to go easy on a child. Dale Main asked awkwardly. Principal Shaw, is that girl even 18 yet? Shaw Quan replied firmly, Of course she is. As she spoke, she revealed a confident smile. Don't underestimate her. Well, Yuan Yi is the strongest student at Lingjun High School. Sensing the tense atmosphere, the referee quickly signaled for the match to begin. In the spectator area of the 3 universities, Lucinia quietly observed Xu Lingquan on the arena, and whispered softly, Xu Lingshun. Don't disappoint me. The moment the match began, Xu Lingshun immediately took a sword out of her spatial ring. The blade was slender, and its sword light was icy cold. The instant the sword appeared, the once clear sky was suddenly filled with heavy snowfall. Snow white flakes danced around Xu Lingquan. creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene. Liu Yuan was immediately captivated by the beautiful snowflakes. She stretched out her small hand to feel the chill of the falling snow, nearly forgetting that she was still in the middle of a match. Xuan seized this opportunity and instantly launched her attack. The moment she closed the distance, she unleashed a flurry of slashes. In the blink of an eye, Liu Yuan's body was covered in countless cuts. Yet something strange happened. Liu Yuan did not make a single sound of pain, as if the one being slashed was not her at all. Xuan confidently turned around to look at her opponent, with a contemptuous gaze. So we. Too easy to injure, you're even more useless than Yi Chuan. In the teacher's area, Principal Tao Meng struggled to suppress his laughter, as he cast a mocking glance at Principal Xiao Quan. Such an easy victory that I almost feel ashamed. It feels like we're bullying a child. Principal Xiao Quan merely smiled upon hearing this and replied, "The interesting part hasn't arrived yet." Below the arena, seeing that Liu Yuan seemed unable to continue fighting, the referee was about to announce the result, when a strange phenomenon suddenly occurred. Liu Yuan's body, lying on the arena floor, suddenly turned crimson. A red aura surged out from her body, a sight that immediately made Xu Lingshan feel uneasy. That uneasiness quickly turned into fear, because at that very moment, Liu Yuan activated her enhancement skill. Her once petite body instantly transformed into that of a female powerhouse, over 2 meters tall with muscles like a professional weightlifter. It seemed that after enduring Xu Lingshan's attacks, Liu Yuan had become utterly enraged. The moment her transformation was complete, Liu Yuan launched her counterattack. With just a single burst of momentum, the arena floor shattered beneath her feet. She shot forward like a gigantic missile, and in the blink of an eye, she appeared right in front of Xu Lingshan. Even after seeing Liu Yuan's drastic transformation and overwhelming strength, Xu Lingshan remained full of disdain. To block Liu Yuan's punch, she merely raised her sword in front of her chest. What she didn't expect was that the force of the punch was so terrifying that it felt as though an entire mountain had smashed into her body. Her figure was sent flying, spinning several times in midair. After a moment, Xu Lingshan finally managed to land on the ground. But blood was already flowing from the corner of her mouth, proving that the punch had indeed injured her. Liu Yuan did not give Xu Lingshan even the slightest chance to recover. The moment Xu Lingshan's feet touched the ground, Liu Yuan launched another attack. She leaped high into the air, her massive body descending like a mountain, stumping straight down toward Xu Lingshan's head. Fortunately, Xu Lingshan managed to twist her body aside just in time to dodge. However, the ground at the spot she had been standing on shattered completely. The shockwave from the small explosion blasted Xu Lingshan away, leaving her in an extremely miserable state. When she looked back at where she had just been standing, Xu Lingshan felt a deep sense of fear. A massive crater had appeared there. If that attack had landed, she would probably already be dead yet. Liu Yuan's assault was far from over. At this moment, she used her tremendous strength to lift up a gigantic slab of concrete and slowly turned towards Xu Lingshan. The next instant, Liu Yuan hurled it. The enormous chunk of concrete in her hands flew out like a rubber ball, shooting forward at terrifying speed. This time, however, Xu Lingshan did not defend passively as before. She swiftly summoned her weapon, and with a powerful slash, she split the concrete slab in half. Immediately afterward, Xu Lingshan activated her skill, Snow Phantom. This skill allowed her to create 2 icy phantoms, which rushed rapidly towards Liu Yuan. These snow phantoms could fight independently. As they approached Liu Yuan, they surrounded her and unleashed a barrage of sword strikes. Despite her massive size, Liu Yuan's movements were incredibly agile. After dodging the phantom's attacks, she destroyed one of the snow phantoms with a single punch. Xu Lingshan seized the moment when Liu Yuan was distracted and launched a sneak attack. She appeared behind Liu Yuan and drove her weapon straight through Liu Yuan's arm. The stab caused Liu Yuan excruciating pain. At the same time, ice began to form around the wound, rapidly spreading outward. Xu Lingshan laughed smugly and said with confidence, "It's over now, you freak." Before long, Your entire body will be covered in the ice I created. When that happens you won't be able to move at all. However, just as Xu Lingxuan pulled her sword out of the wound and prepared to deliver the finishing blow, Lu Yuan suddenly grabbed Xu Lingxin's arm with her remaining hand. Her gigantic fist tightened as Lu Yuan roared. "You seriously underestimated my vitality." Seeing the punch coming straight at her, Xu Lingxin's eyes widened in terror. She couldn't understand how this was possible. Liu Yuan's shoulder had been injured and frozen, so how could she still move? As Liu Yuan's arm drew closer, Xu Lingxin suddenly realized the reason. She understood that Liu Yuan had melted the ice by increasing the temperature of her blood. Liu Yuan's punch distorted Xu Lingxuan's face. Unable to escape, because her arm was still firmly gripped, Xu Lingxuan could not believe that Liu Yuan was this powerful principal. De Hao Main sprang to his feet in shock. He had never expected a prodigy like Xu Lingxuan to be defeated like this. Meanwhile, Principal Xiao Quan beside him continued to cheer, urging Liu Yuan to keep attacking until her opponent admitted defeat. Held tightly by Liu Yuan, Xu Lingxuan was so terrified that she burst into tears, screaming repeatedly, "I'm sorry. I was wrong, can someone please help me?" As she cried out, Xu Lingxuan suddenly heard the sound of applause. Turning toward the source of the sound, she saw Yi Chuan, while Xu Lingxuan was overwhelmed with shame. Yi Chuan continued to praise Liu Yuan, saying that she had fought extremely well. Amid the blazing atmosphere of the arena, Lucinia sat calmly in her seat, her deep brown eyes observing every development from above, like a deity enjoying a mortal drama. Below the rain, the air was thick with tension. Lucinia held her breath, waiting for Xu Lingxin's counterattack, wondering what she would do to turn the tide on the arena floor. Liu Yuan, now in a frenzied state, charged forward like a mad beast. The explosive power surging from his massive frame seemed ready to crush everything in its path. Xu Lingxuan had no room to evade. She screamed in terror as the power behind her sword strikes proved utterly insufficient to halt this wave of berserk fury. Then the unexpected happened. A heavy punch flew straight towards Xu Lingxuan's face. Yet at that very instant something strange occurred. The enormous fist vanished into thin air, leaving not the slightest injury on her delicate features. At the same time, Liu Yuan's colossal body abruptly shrank, reverting to his original much smaller form, leaving Xu Lingxuan utterly stunned. The reason was simple. The duration of Blood Frenzy Warrior mode had ended. Liu Yuan realized in horror that he had lost his trump card at the most critical moment. Xu Lingxuan staggered back to her feet. Blood still streaked her face, but her eyes now burned with unrestrained fury. Never before had she been humiliated like this on the arena floor. Knowing he no longer had any chance of victory, Liu Yuan quickly turned and fled, shouting his surrender before her wrath could descend upon him. Xu Lingxuan clenched her teeth as killing intent radiated from her, chilling the air. She refused to accept a victory granted by her opponent. Running out of time, what she wanted was a fair life and death battle. But the referee intervened, swiftly raising his hand high and declaring the winner, Xu Lingxuan of Qingzheng High School. The stands erupted in mixed cheers and heated reactions. Despite his defeat, Liu Yuan did not forget to turn back and mock his opponent with an arrogant gesture from afar. Principal Xiao Quan voiced her praise for Xu Lingxuan's performance. Behind the stands, Principal Tao Main, solemn and inscrutable, carefully observed Xu Lingxuan's demeanor. He understood that this unexpected victory would only fuel her arrogance and make her even more dangerous. Tao Main had never anticipated that Lingxuan High School would produce someone so formidable. Standing alone on the arena, Xu Lingxuan sheathed her sword. What filled her mind was not the joy of victory, but seething anger at being laughed at by Yi Chuan. She could not understand why Yi Chuan had yet to be eliminated. To her the world felt deeply unfair. Why did she have to push herself to the brink just to win, while Yi Chuan's opponents were nothing but weaklings? Clenching her fists, Xu Lingxuan silently vowed to unleash her full strength. In the final match she would allow no one, not even Yi Chuan, to stand in her way of ultimate victory in the VIP section. The poem uttered but full sigh. All of her school's most promising seeds had fallen. Their hopes of reaching the top 3 this year were effectively over. Carrying her disappointment, she stood and excused herself to leave. Yet, before departing, she cast an enigmatic glance toward Principal Zhao Ming, smiling faintly as she admitted that, rather than worrying about Shu Lingxuan, she was far more curious about the one known as the Butcher. Each one, the white-haired principal, turned his gaze toward Zhao Ming and sighed thoughtfully, judging from the performance just now. Zhu Lingxuan did not seem particularly overwhelming. Perhaps Luo Chen from my school would be the one to face her in the finals. Their conversation was cut short by an announcement, blaring from Arena No. 3. A new name rang out, once again affirming the overwhelming strength of the Yingkai School. The Yingkai School, Luo Chen victorious. The decisive announcement signaled the emergence of a true monster. On the battlefield, on the arena floor, massive, heavy great sword was driven deep into the ground, pinning and crushing the opponent beneath it. The horrifying sight forced the entire audience into stunned silence. Under the pressure of his immense might, Lu Chen stood tall, his white robes fluttering in the wind. He looked coldly at the trembling, defeated foe and reminded him that were this not a tournament, his life would already have ended. Beneath that blade, Luo Chen formed a hand seal. Brilliant spiritual energy surged forth, enveloping the enormous great sword. As he began to recall it into the void, in an instant the blade shrank, leaving behind a completely broken opponent. The sudden silence that blanketed the arena felt like a warning. A new overwhelming presence had arrived, one that demanded caution from all. Below the stands, the female students could not contain their excitement. Their eyes sparkled with admiration for Lu Chen's handsome appearance and crushing strength. In the vid section, Xiao Ming frowned in concern. Faced with such terrifying opponents, could Xu Lingxuan truly maintain her position at the top? His gaze filled with doubt as the name Yi Xuan crossed his mind. Suddenly the giant screen announced the result from Arena No. 2. Thingjian High School, Sha Nanan victorious. Another promising name emerged. Sha Nanan stood at the center of the arena, clad in a blazing red Qiangsam. Her opponent lay collapsed at her feet, bathed in the radiant glow of her victory. The young lady of the Sha family celebrated brightly, her lively and captivating presence instantly drawing every eye in the arena. Her defeated opponent could only kneel on the ground, muttering his surrender in bitter despair before the unimaginable power of the young girl. Yet deep within his heart was overwhelming fear. He knew that if he had dared to truly injure the Shaw family's young lady, those standing behind her would have made him pay a terrible price. From afar, a sharp gaze observed the battle in silence. For some, rankings in this tournament mattered far less than the hidden schemes unfolding behind the scenes. As the match ended, Sha Nanan showed no interest in fame or acclaim. Instead, her eyes began searching for a familiar figure among the sea of spectators. Aichuan, she cried out excitedly upon spotting him, then rushed down from the arena like a child who had just found her favorite toy. Sha Nanan threw herself against Aichuan's arm, clutching it tightly and catching him completely off guard. The sudden intimacy immediately made the atmosphere around them turn strange. The soft sensation against his arm left Aichuan flustered, while the girl clung to him as if afraid he might disappear again. "You're a liar, why haven't you come to see me all this time?" Sha Nanan pouted and complained. Her big round eyes filled with an adorably aggrieved expression. Cold sweat broke out on Aichuan's forehead, as he awkwardly explained that it was her own family who had forbidden him from approaching the Shaw family's young lady. Sha Nanan froze at his answer. The innocence on her face gradually gave way to shock and indignation at her family's interference. Aichuan scratched his head in embarrassment and whispered, "I guess they're afraid I might hurt you. That's why he did not want to harm her." Yet the truth of the barrier standing between them was something neither of them could deny. A fleeting sadness crossed Seen Nanan's face. Deep down, she silently resented the rigid family rules that had driven her only friend away. The entire intimate scene was captured within Xu Lingxuan's line of sight. From high atop the arena, a terrifying silence settled over her. "That damn Shaw family bitch again." Xu Lingxuan's eyes burned with extreme jealousy. as she watched the man she had cast aside being clung to by another. The giant screen shifted to display the next match at Arena No. 1. Maxia of Chinian High School versus the Snowblade Sword Immortal. Lingshan Wang Maxia strode onto the stage with blatant arrogance. Several purple magic orbs floating in his hands. He spared no words in mocking Xu Lingshuan, claiming that her so-called genius title was nothing more than hollow fame. Xu Lingshuan did not bother to respond. Cold air radiated from her body, causing a layer of frost to spread across the arena floor. Her gaze was icy and razor-sharp, completely locked onto her enemy, like a hunter waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The signal to begin rang out decisively. The entire arena held its breath, as one Maxia began channeling spiritual energy, preparing a ruthless opening attack, meant to overwhelm the talented swordswoman. One Maxia wore a smug grin, the purple magic blazing in his palms, as if it were ready to devour its target. With self-satisfaction, he demanded that Xu Lingshan call him senior brother, claiming he might show mercy if she did. However, that triumphant expression did not last long. Wang Maxia's eyes suddenly widened in terror, as he realized that Xu Lingshan's speed had far surpassed anything he could control. Without a single wasted word, Xu Lingshuan drew her sword, blade arcs carrying bone-chilling cold, tore through the magical mist, and shot straight toward the arrogant mage. A heart-rending scream echoed throughout the arena. Wang Maxia was struck, blood sprayed violently, as he was forced to endure the full might of an attack from a legendary-level combatant. The battle ended in an instant. Wang Maxia collapsed to his knees on the arena floor, breathing heavily in stunned disbelief. He could not accept that this was the true strength of the girl he had mocked only moments earlier. Standing within the radiance of victory, there was not the slightest hint of joy in Xu Lingshan's eyes. Her cold gaze turned toward the stands below, toward something that mattered far more to her than this glory. There Shan Nanan was still clinging intimately to Ye Chuan's arm. Xu Lingshuan swore silently in her heart. She would allow no one to block her path, and she would defeat both of them if they dared challenge her in the upcoming finals. The intense preliminary round finally came to an end. Amid thunderous cheers that shook the entire arena, the female MC and Shuai officially announced the 4 strongest contestants to advance. The first name was called out with pride. Xu Lingshuan from Kingshan High School, the prodigy known as the Snow Soul Sword Immortal. Next came the lively young heiress from Qingyun High School, who had just delivered a stunning performance. Shan In. The third semi-finalist was Luo Chen from Elite Talent Academy, a confident and exceptionally handsome swordsman. And finally, the most mysterious and shocking dark horse of this year's tournament, none other than Yi Chuan from Kingshan High School. Seeing 2 of his own students advance into the top 4, Principal Chao Ming of Kingshan High School was overjoyed. In his eyes, this year's championship was already as good as secured. The entire stands erupted with deafening chants of the contestants' names. The atmosphere was especially explosive in the seating area of the Shaw family, where the energy had never been so heated and frenzied. Just after leaving the arena floor, Shan Nanan continued to cling tightly to Ye Chuan's arm, curiously asking when he had become so frighteningly strong. With a mischievous grin, she even bragged that she herself was already incredibly powerful and that she was also hiding a super secret, ultimate weapon. In the VIP section, cold and calculating gazes quietly observed the scene. H1's meteoric rise had clearly put many people on guard. Luzia rested her chin lightly on her hand, her eyes filled with contemplation, as she watched the young man below. She couldn't decide whether to praise his hard work or dismiss him as nothing more than someone good at putting on a show. From the very beginning until now, she had consistently looked down on Ye Chuan's abilities. MC and Shuai continued to hype up the stage as she announced the format for the semi-finals. 2 direct one-on-one battles to determine the final 2 contestants, who would advance to the championship match. The random draw system began operating, and all eyes turned to the massive screen, waiting for the fateful matchups to be revealed. Those who had made it this far were the strongest of their generation, and they deserved a grander and more dignified stage. Suddenly, the entire arena trembled as the automated mechanisms activated. merging the 4 preliminary platforms into a single one, in preparation for the semi-final battles. A new arena, vast, solid, and imposing, emerged, ready to host the ultimate displays of power from the 4 prodigies. The first matchup was officially revealed. A civil war between Beauty's Shan Nanan, a high-level alchemist, versus Shuling Xuan, the legendary Snow Soul Sword immortal. Shuling Xuan was quite satisfied with this result. Her gaze was icy to the bone, as she silently vowed to make that annoying tag-along pay dearly for daring to get close to Yi Chuan, the man she herself had once cast aside. In the waiting area, Luo Chen turned toward Yi Chuan with arrogant pride, and declared that facing him in the next match would be the greatest honor of Yi Chuan's life. Yi Chuan paid little attention to the provocation. Instead, his gaze lingered on the sword his opponent carried. Its appearance looked genuinely impressive. Lu Chen smugly showed off his mid-tier spirit weapon, a precious treasure, personally forged by a disciple of one of the most renowned master weaponsmiths. Back on the arena floor, Shan Nanan strode boldly into the vast battleground, every step confident and alert, under the watchful eyes of tens of thousands. The moment she faced her opponent, she warned Shuling Xuan to stay away from Yi Chuan, or else she would receive another slap. Just like last time, Shan Nanan's provocation was like a dagger, stabbing straight into Shuling Xian's pride. She flew into a rage as IAC killing intent spread outward, freezing the very air around the arena. Am I the one bothering Yi Chuan? Are you sure you're not the one twisting the truth? The argument was swiftly cut short by the referee's signal to begin. The semi-final officially kicked off as the audience held its breath. Standing before her opponent, Shuling Xuan was not focused solely on the fight. Cold and ruthless calculations had already begun forming in her mind. She told herself that with the Sky Vault Academy backing her, even if she taught that brat from the Shaw family a lesson, she would never forget. No one who would dare touch her, especially not in a grand public tournament like this. Shuling Xuan's hand tightened around the hilt of her sword, ready to draw. The humiliation of that slap from before was still burned into her memory, and now was the moment she would make Shan Nanan pay tenfold. Snow Spirit Phantom, Shuling Xuan shouted. A chilling white light burst from her eyes as she surged forward like a raging snowstorm, leaving behind countless illusory afterimages. Her speed was so terrifying that a swarm of phantoms instantly surrounded Shan Nanan. On the opposite side, the Shaw heiress already seemed to be holding something prepared in the palm of her hand. Shan Nanan showed no fear at all. She tossed out several strange pills, which exploded into a cloud of pink mist that spread across the arena, obscuring her opponent's vision and creating an advantage. Standing amid the hazy smoke, Shuling Xuan curled her lips in disdain. Did Shan Nanan really think she could play hide and seek with a sword immortal like her? Within the smoke, Shan Nanan swiftly popped a pill into her mouth. Speed increased by 100. The pill shattered between her teeth, and its medicinal power surged instantly. She didn't stop there. She bit down on a second pill. Shan Nanan's speed skyrocketed, once again reaching a level the naked eye could barely track. To ensure her safety against the razor-sharp sword strikes, Shan Nanan swallowed yet another defensive pill, doubling her durability. Watching this scene from the waiting area, Yi Chuan couldn't help but feel stunned. He muttered in disbelief as he realized that this girl was a genuine, full-fledged pill-chugging fighter. Standing beside him, Lu Shen broke out in cold sweat. He nervously asked Yi Chuan whether he could see through what was happening inside the thick pink fog that now completely enveloped the arena. Fueled by the power of the pills, Shan Nanan shot straight towards Shuling Xuan like a blazing red arrow, determined to shatter her opponent's arrogance. A violent clash erupted within the smoke. Shuling Xuan coldly blocked the attack, and sneered that if they were judging speed alone, Shan Nanan was still far inferior to Lin Wanyi. Shuling Xuan's sword strikes were razor-sharp and flawlessly precise. She easily neutralized Shan Nanan's powerful yet unrefined assaults. Shuling Xuan's gaze suddenly sharpened with intense focus. She seemed to have already grasped her opponent's movement patterns beyond the veil of medicinal smoke. Sensing the overwhelming pressure from Shuling Xuan, Shan Nanan pulled out several golden pills, extremely potent drugs that also carried enormous risks. Ignoring the consequences, Sha Nandan shoved the pills straight into her mouth. Her eyes burned with madness and an unwillingness to accept defeat. In an instant, Sha Nandan's eyes turned a blazing red as murderous intent erupted. Violently, her realm was temporarily forced up to second stage of the ascending hall realm below the arena the Shaw family stored. Cried out in despair, begging the young miss to stop taking pills, warning that the burden on her body was already far too great. Witnessing her opponent's recklessness, Zhu Lingshuan couldn't help but feel furious. In her view, no matter how wealthy the Shaw family was, they shouldn't squander precious resources in such a meaningless way. Shui Lingshuan swung her sword and declared that power, borrowed from external objects, would never be able to defeat the true strength of a swordsman. Sha Nandan continued pulling out more pills. She had clearly lost her rationality in the intoxication of power, caring only about crushing the opponent before her. Regardless of the price, a deafening explosion rocked the arena. Dust and debris filled the air as two extreme forces collided head-on. Before the smoke could even settle, a dark, killing, intent leaden figure suddenly appeared right behind Shu Lingshan. With demonically red eyes, Sha Nandan had truly broken through, matching the terrifying speed of a sword immortal. Shu Lingshuan was completely stunned. Her eyes widened in horror as she realized that her opponent had not only failed to collapse, but had also gained a level of insane speed that had utterly surpassed her control. In her berserk state, Sha Nandan charged again like a scarlet arrow, her eyes blazing with the crazed glow of drug-induced power. Her forceful stomp shattered even the solid arena floor into fragments, creating a shocking scene. However, just as she was about to close in, Sha Nandan's pupils suddenly contracted in terror. She realized too late that she had fallen into a deadly trap. Shui Lingshuan had set Lamiko. In the blink of an eye, an overwhelming surge of icy energy erupted. Razor-sharp ice crystals burst up from the ground, locking Sha Nandan's legs in place. The ground freezing technique completely nullified the insane speed granted by the drugs. Shui Lingshuan coldly declared that Sha Nandan was not worthy of forcing her to use her true killing move, and that this game of cat and mouse had finally come to an end. A glancing slash swept past her arm, sending fresh blood spraying into the air. The gap in strength was simply too vast. Sha Nandan could only endure the relentless onslaught in agony. A layer of blue frost began creeping over Sha Nandan's arm. The supportive effects of the pills were rapidly wearing off, and she could feel her body gradually slipping beyond her control. Yet Shu Lingshuan's attack showed no sign of stopping. Just as Sha Nandan's movements slowed, Shu Lingshuan closed the distance once more, and coldly swung her sword downward from above. Her eyes were filled with disdain, as if she were looking at a pitiful creature groveling at her feet. By the time Sha Nandan realized what was happening, it was already too late. Terror filled her eyes, as she understood that she could no longer evade the incoming strike. This was no longer an ordinary match. It had become a brutal torture of both mind and body. A barrage of slashes rained down from Shu Lingshuan, leaving Sha Nandan's body covered in countless wounds. Sha Nandan collapsed onto the arena floor, her body seemingly unable to move. The entire stadium fell silent before the sheer cruelty of Shu Lingshuan. Despite having thoroughly tormented her opponent and seemingly secured victory, Shu Lingshuan's expression remained filled with anger. She declared that this was the price anyone would pay for daring to oppose her at this moment. The referee was preparing to announce the end of the match, yet Sha Nandan still struggled to force herself up. Her face soaked in blood, she whispered hoarsely, "Wait. I haven't lost yet." Amid overwhelming pain, Sha Nandan's gaze drifted toward the stands, where Yi Chuan was watching. She didn't want him to see her suffer such a miserable defeat. Tears mixed with blood as they streamed down her cheeks. Sha Nandan bit her lip tightly, seething with resentment at her own weakness before her enemy. Seeing his young mistress being so cruelly abused, the old butler of the Sha family was filled with anxiety. He shouted desperately, urging her to concede at once to preserve her life. Noticing that her opponent refused to surrender, Shu Lingshuan took it as a perfect opportunity to continue tormenting Sha Nandan. She stepped closer, and warned her not to regret her decision. The moment she finished speaking, Xu Lingshun launched another attack. The razor-sharp blade shot straight toward Shan and In's head. Given the distance and speed of the strike, Shan and In had no chance to evade. From the stands, Chuan cried out in panic. Get out of the way at that very instant. A small stone was flicked forward at extreme speed, carrying astonishing force, as it shot straight towards Xu Lingshun's sword. A dry metallic clang rang out. The tiny stone had actually knocked the blade off course, a clear sign that the force behind it was terrifyingly profound. The old butler stepped onto the arena, his stern gaze fixed on Xu Lingchuan, as he questioned her excessive cruelty in what was meant to be a school competition. Xu Linghan's eyes remained cold, her expression arrogant. She replied indifferently that once one chose to participate in a match, they must be prepared to be injured regardless of who the opponent was. Unwilling to argue further, the old butler lifted the unconscious Shan Nanan and carried her off the stage. Before leaving, he warned Xu Lingshun not to be overly arrogant. For no matter how talented one was, there would always be someone even more talented. At this point, the referee officially announced, Xu Lingshun of Qingchang High School wins by overwhelming dominance and advances directly to the finals. In the passageway behind the arena, the old butler encountered Yi Chuan. He looked anxiously at the young mistress, cradled in his arms, while Yi Chuan hurried over her, his face equally filled with concern. Delirious from pain, Shan Nanan forced her eyes open and weakly asked Yi Chuan, Yi Chuan, I didn't do too badly, did I? Those naive words only made the scene even more heartbreaking. Yi Chuan gave a slight nod. The worry in his eyes softened into gentleness as he said, yes. You did very well, rest now. Leave the rest to me. Enduring the pain. Shan Nanan looked at Yi Chuan with eyes full of hope. She begged him to defeat that arrogant opponent in her stead, and claim the championship. Yi Chuan didn't say much. He merely gave a slight nod. In those deep-shadowed eyes, a flame of fury had begun to ignite, foretelling the coming of a violent storm. The old butler spoke up to interrupt, reminding Yi Chuan to focus on his own match. He needed to rush the young mistress away for treatment, as her injuries were rapidly worsening. The announcement board for the next semi-final lit up. Lu Chen, a sword saint of Ain't High School, versus Yi Chuan, the despised butcher of Qingcheng High School. Lu Chen stepped onto the arena amid thunderous cheers from the crowd. With his dashing looks and confident bearing, he waved arrogantly to the audience, as if victory were already firmly in his grasp. He turned to Yi Chuan with a look of pity, and offered an advice laced with arrogance, suggesting that Yi Chuan should voluntarily concede, to avoid being seriously injured on the stage. In response to that contempt, Yi Chuan replied briefly, but with crushing weight, no. I will fight seriously. At that moment, his gaze was as sharp and cold as a freshly owned blade. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Chuan reached for the handle of the blade at his waist. A butcher drew his knife not to slaughter livestock, but to massacre those arrogant, so-called geniuses. To the astonishment of his opponent, Yi Chuan began making strange, deliberate slashing motions while counting from 1 to 9. This mysterious warm-up instantly made the atmosphere oppressive and suffocating. Lu Chen felt deeply insulted by the display. He frowned in irritation, unable to comprehend what kind of trick this butcher was trying to pull in front of a sword saint like himself. At that moment, Yi Chuan's system notification appeared. Next strike triggers a critical hit. Killing intent erupted. Yi Chuan's eye blazed crimson with brutality, a radiant golden aura surging around his body. The referee swung his arm, and the shout, "The match begins," resounded across the entire arena, officially igniting a clash between two utterly different tiers of power. Lu Chen no longer maintained his relaxed demeanor. He formed hand seals and summoned his sword. A mysterious violet, spiritual energy flowed along the blade as he sneered. Yi Chuan, since you said you'd fight seriously, don't blame me for being ruthless. Bro, Lu Chen roared as he activated his sword. Saint talent, his eyes shone brilliantly, as he focused every ounce of his will into the transforming divine blade. From an ordinary sword, It rapidly expanded into a colossal energy-grade sword, blotting out the sky above the arena, and crashing down with suffocating pressure. With a sweeping motion of Liu Chen's arm, the massive blade cleaved toward each one. Waves of spiritual power surged outward, tearing through the air, and detonating with deafening explosions. In the stands, Principal Zhao Meng was stricken with anxiety, while the opposing principal cheerfully remarked that, if Chuan failed to dodge this attack, he might very well lose his life. Standing beneath the shadow of the deathly great sword, each one appeared small and utterly alone. Yet his feet remained firmly planted with no intention of retreating. In that moment between life and death, Chuan gripped his blade tightly. He stood there calm as a still lake before a storm, waiting for the perfect instant to unleash his counterattack. Principal Zhao Mei screamed in panic. Chuan, get out of the way. From afar, Ling Xuan observed coldly, a faint smile curling her lips. To her, Chuan was nothing more than a fool trying to prove his worth, desperately seeking the attention of a true talent like herself. Shooting star, Chuan roared. Golden light exploded from his eyes as he swung his blade upward with overwhelming force, directly meeting the descending colossal sword. A thunderous explosion erupted. Liu Chen's dazzling great sword shattered into hundreds of fragments. Like glass, the system screen flashed a single line. Critical hit time 17. Watching his weapon be destroyed into fragments, beneath an unstoppable force, Liu Chen's eyes widened in horror. The mid-grade spirit weapon that had been his pride shattered apart, and Liu Chen completely broke down. He dropped to his knees on the arena floor, crying out miserably, and demanding that each one compensate him for his treasured sword. Seeing Liu Chen's reaction, the referee asked in confusion whether he wished to continue the match. Fear overwhelmed even his regret. With tears welling in his eyes, Liu Chen hurriedly shouted that the sword was gone, that he would not fight anymore, and that he accepted defeat. The referee raised his hand, his voice echoing throughout the arena, as he announced that the final victory belonged to Yi Chuan of Qingchang High School. Looking at the shattered fragments of his sword, Liu Chen cried while letting out a sigh of relief. He knew he had just escaped a calamity. A chill ran down his spine as he imagined that if the strike just now had not been aimed at the sword but at his body, he might have vanished without leaving behind even a single bone. Each one stood there, the terrifying aura around him already dissipated. Yet the coldness remained in Liu Chen's eyes. Chuan's expression was exceedingly strange. Perhaps conceding on his own initiative had been the only way to preserve a shred of dignity. This overwhelming victory left Ling Xuan unable to believe her eyes. She still could not understand how someone like Chuan could accomplish such a thing. In an instant, a thought flashed through her mind. There must have been cheating. She concluded that Chuan had bribed Liu Chen to fix the match. Her arrogance made her believe that Chuan had resorted to such despicable means, merely to gain the chance to face her in the final. Meanwhile, Principal Zhao Ming of Qingcheng High School could not conceal his joy. He sprang up from his seat, celebrating wildly as the top two positions of the tournament both belonged to his school. He immediately seized the opportunity to boast that today's achievement was entirely due to his own tireless guidance of his students. In another corner, the principal of the rival school ground his teeth in fury, claiming that Liu Chen had only lost because he had underestimated his opponent, allowing an unknown nobody like Ye Chuan to seize the moment. On the VIP seats, the high-ranking figures of the three top universities observed the entire situation with contrasting expressions, creating a tense atmosphere. In particular, Qin Yun, dean of the True Martial Academy, felt deeply humiliated. He muttered that he could not accept that the students he had highly regarded from the elite high schools had been swept aside by a mere butcher. Dean Liu Junia, seated beside him, also agreed, believing that Ye Chuan's victory must have relied on some kind of trick. In the upcoming final, Ye Chuan's true face would surely be exposed. However, Qin Yan shook his head in opposition. He said he did not think so, and that he felt Ye Chuan possessed great potential. Leaving behind the discussions in the stands, the female MC began to stir up the atmosphere, announcing that the most anticipated final was about to begin. It would be an internal clash within Qingqing Academy. Xu Lingquan versus Ye Chuan. Below the stage, Ye Chuan stepped out silently, his lone figure facing thousands of cheering spectators. At this moment they no longer looked down on him as they once had. The female MC quickly pointed the microphone towards Xu Lingquan. As an outstanding student of Qingcheng High School, did she have anything to say to her opponent? With a mischievous smile she even stirred up rumors, asking whether the two of them had once been lovers. The question immediately ignited a wave of heated discussion across the stands. Some believed it was a romantic story, two powerful individuals harboring feelings for each other. Others insisted that Xu Lingquan had abandoned Ye Chuan after her awakening and that he had trained like a madman ever since, just to chase after her. One male spectator was even moved to tears by the touching tale, admiring Ye Chuan's effort in cultivating so bitterly, for the sake of the one he loved, achieving such results. Hearing these words, a chubby girl who had always idolized Xu Lingquan angrily shouted that Ye Chuan was nothing more than a toad, lusting after her swan flesh, constantly harassing Xu Lingquan in public. Who knew what disgusting tricks he might play behind everyone's backs? Other women agreed, expressing indignation and concern for goddess Xu Lingquan's safety. The argument over the supposed relationship between Ye Chuan and Xu Lingquan grew increasingly intense. As for Xu Lingquan, she was completely immersed in this farce. Taking the microphone, she solemnly declared to Ye Chuan, "We can never be together." Faced with this melodramatic monologue, Ye Chuan merely raised his hand coldly to signal her to stop. He had no interest in acting. He only wanted to ask one question: "Can we start the match now?" Being interrupted only made Xu Lingquan angrier. She continued her speech, saying that Ye Chuan's actions not only failed to attract her attention, but instead made her even more disgusted. She advised him to give up. Ye Chuan could only hold his head, his face full of helplessness and exhaustion, as if he were dealing with someone not quite normal. The spectators, who believed in the romantic tale, began cheering for Ye Chuan, encouraging him to keep going. At least he had tried his best. Hearing the cheers directed at her opponent, Xu Lingquan glanced at the crowd and disdainfully called them a bunch of clowns. She declared that she would use her actions to prove her attitude toward them. Completely ignoring her theatrics, Ye Chuan turned to the referee and once again asked whether the match could begin. Finally the referee shouted loudly, announcing that the final had officially begun. Yet even after the match had started, Xu Lingquan continued her monologue. She asserted that Ye Chuan had used despicable means to win, and had expended no small amount of effort just to stand on the same stage as her. Damn it, Ye Chuan's patience had reached its limit. He let out a roar and shot forward, wrapped in a blazing crimson killing aura, intent on ending her monologue immediately. By the time Xu Lingquan finished her sentence, Ye Chuan had already appeared before her. Ye Chuan's speed filled her with fear. Yet she was unable to evade, and Ye Chuan's answer was a fierce slap that landed squarely across Xu Lingquan's face, completely tearing apart her self-absorbed performance. The sudden and powerful slap sent Xu Lingquan flying like a kite, with its string cut utterly without the strength to resist. She crashed face first onto the arena floor, her blue hair disheveled, her image as an icy goddess collapsing entirely in a single second. The entire arena fell silent. The spectators gaped, stammering as they asked one another what had just happened. No one could believe that Xu Lingquan had been slapped away by Ye Chuan. Xu Lingquan trembled as she pushed herself up beneath her hand. Crimson drops of blood began to seep from her face and fall to the ground, proof that what had just occurred was real, revealing a humiliation that could not be concealed. She lifted her face, one cheek already swollen, blood flowing from her mouth and nose. Her eyes were filled with confusion and fury. She could not believe that Ye Chuan had actually dared to strike her. On the opposite side, Ye Chuan merely shook the hand he had just used to slap her, as if he had touched something filthy. With a sneer he mocked her, asking whether she felt better now. Rage ignited in Xu Lingquan's eyes. She ground her teeth and hissed Ye Chuan's name syllable by syllable, hatred plainly visible across her swollen face. Yet even in this situation, Xiu Lingxian's delusion did not diminish in the slightest. She insisted that Yi Chuan had acted this way out of hatred, born from rejected love. Hearing this, Yi Chuan could endure no more. Covering his face, he asked helplessly, "I really want to ask, are you mentally ill?" Those words were like pouring oil onto the fire. Xu Lingchuan roared, telling Yi Chuan to stop pretending. She drew her sword, and her entire aura changed. She gripped the blade tightly. A current of icy cold began to radiate from its edge. She coldly admitted that Yi Chuan had made some progress, but it was still far from enough. Shui Lingxian's eyes shone brilliantly, driven to the brink by humiliation. She declared that she would have to use her ultimate technique. A massive surge of frost energy erupted, enveloping her entire body. Xu Lingxuan raised her sword high, and roared the name of her strongest move. Sword Cry Frost Giant Dragon. With eyes blazing with fury, Xu Lingxuan charged toward Yi Chuan. Convinced that he had forced her to use this move, the frost sword in her hand was poised for the finishing strike. In an instant, spiritual energy condensed into a gigantic ice dragon. It roared ferociously, and hurtled straight toward Yi Chuan, intent on devouring him. Its terrifying aura blanketed the entire arena. Witnessing the scene, Lu Jingya sprang to her feet in panic. She shouted desperately, warning Xu Lingxuan not to be so reckless, because that technique would place an enormous burden on her body. On the stage facing the ice dragon, Yi Chuan showed no fear at all. His eyes remained completely calm in the face of the overwhelming attack. He leaped lightly into the air, moving at an unbelievable speed, and dashed straight toward the ice dragon. To everyone watching, it looked no different from a suicidal act. Yet that very leap allowed him to evade the dragon's assault. The ice dragon whipped around, opening its massive mouth filled with razor-sharp teeth, trying to snap up Yi Chuan's small figure. But Yi Chuan was even faster. He slipped past it like a gust of wind, his gaze unwavering, fully focused on his target. The dragon was extremely agile. In the blink of an eye, its enormous jaws were about to swallow Yi Chuan whole. The sight made everyone hold their breath, convinced the match was over. The ultimate move had drained Xu Lingxian's strength. She clenched her teeth, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, as she struggled to maintain the dragon's form. Her sword hand trembled violently. Her spiritual energy was rapidly running dry. She was on the verge of collapse. Even so, with the pride of a prodigy, she forced herself to shout, "I'm sorry, Master Lu. I must win this match." She drove the dragon forward at full speed, its sharp fangs clamping down toward Yi Chuan's body. At that moment, she no longer cared whether he might be killed by the attack. It's standing before the dragon, Yi Chuan remained utterly composed. He landed lightly on the ground, seemingly unaffected by the deadly freezing aura. Reaching behind his back, Yi Chuan gripped his butcher's cleaver tightly, preparing to counterattack. In the stands, Qin Yan watched the match intently. He was stunned to see Yi Chuan intending to confront the ice dragon head-on. Principal Tao Ming cried out in alarm, fearing that Xu Lingxian truly meant to kill Yi Chuan, right there on the arena floor. But then a crafty thought crossed his mind. If Yi Chuan were to die during the match, he would not have to pay the promised reward. At that thought, the worry vanished from his face. Facing the ice dragon, Yi Chuan steadied himself. The butcher's cleaver clenched firmly in his hand. He prepared to unleash his technique and shouted. Another shadow sweep, he shot forward like a phantom. His movement skill was so fast that the naked eye could not follow it, leaving behind only a faint streak of light. As he closed in on the dragon, just as he avoided the dragon's bite, its icy claws slammed down on the spot where he had been standing, but struck nothing but air. Yi Chuan had already evaded the attack with ease, and closed the distance. With the skill of a master butcher, Yi Chuan unleashed countless, lightning-fast slashes across the massive body of the ice dragon. Wound after wound appeared in rapid succession. In mere moments, the dragon completely shattered. Its body, claws, and head crashed onto the arena floor, scattering into a heap of ice fragments. Yi Chuan landed smoothly, bringing his effortless performance to a close. Shui Lingxuan panicked as her greatest pride was destroyed. She couldn't believe her eyes, and screamed in horror, "What, my frost colossal dragon?" Each one coldly crushed the remaining shards of ice beneath his foot. His voice filled with disdain. "Just a flashy little war. I thought it was something impressive. No, it shouldn't be like this. This can't be happening." Unable to accept defeat, Xu Lingxuan howled madly, shifting the blame onto Yi Chuan. "Yi Chuan, you must have used some kind of dirty trick." But Yi Chuan gave her no chance to continue screaming. A dark shadow loomed over her as he appeared before her, his eyes glowing blood red, his voice colder than ice. "You've already lost." The killing intent radiating from him made her tremble. Yet her arrogance would not allow her to surrender. Gathering the last of her strength, she shouted, "Absolutely not. I will not lose to you." Smack. Without a word, Yi Chuan struck her across the face. Her features twisted from the force, and fresh blood sprayed from her mouth like a fountain. Ling Shun froze, flushing her burning cheek. This was the second time she had been slapped. Never in her life had she suffered such humiliation. She tried to speak, but her rage choked off her words. However, the look in her eyes irritated Yi Chuan. As said, "The match is over." He swung his hand again, slapping her repeatedly. Each strike a humiliation she would never forget. Qin Yan calmly remarked, "He defeated a genius that easily. The way he's acting, it's like he's butchering a chicken." Seeing that Xu Lingshun still refused to concede, the butcher's cleaver in Yi Chuan's hand flashed with a deadly gleam. He didn't just want to win. He wanted to completely crush his opponent's will. He pressed the blade against Xu Lingxin's distorted face, and growled a warning, "If you dare challenge me again, it won't be a match, it'll be a fight to the death." The threat shattered her final line of defense. Xu Lingxun staggered back in panic, and hurriedly screamed, "I surrender, I surrender." Fear had completely overwhelmed her. The referee immediately raised his hand, his voice echoing across the arena. "The winner of the finals from Xinjiang High School." Yi Chuan. The audience erupted in stunned disbelief. Boos rang out as they struggled to accept this outrageous result. This year's champion was actually a big butcher. Many began whispering among themselves, trying to make sense of Yi Chuan's ruthless actions. Some speculated that since they had once been lovers, love had now turned into hatred. Quite a few even admitted they had once wished they could slap an ex the way he just had. In the VIP section, Qin Yan looked toward Lu Jianya and mocked her. "Tell me, teacher Lu, did you misjudge things? Qin Chun clearly has someone even more formidable. Why did you choose Xu Lingshun?" Lu Jianya felt extremely uncomfortable. She glanced at Qin Yan and probed cautiously, "You don't intend to recruit Yi Chuan, do you?" Another man spoke up, expressing regret that Yi Chuan's profession was not combat-oriented. Otherwise he would have been willing to recruit him into his school. Hearing that, Qin Yan smiled and declared that, if the two of them were not interested, then he would not recruit Yi Chuan either, despite greatly admiring his talent. Then Qin Yan added in a voice full of contempt, "But I don't want the reputation of true martial academy ruined by a pig butcher to him." Yi Chuan's lowly profession was nothing but a stain. Lu Jianya shot Yi Chuan a venomous glare. Gritting her teeth, she whispered under her breath, "Yi Chuan, you dared to disrespect me by humiliating my student. Between us there is now an irreconcilable grudge." At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared, descending lightly from the VIP section onto the arena floor. Lu Jianya narrowed her eyes as she followed his movement, seemingly already guessing who he was. A young man with long hair, dressed in traditional robes, landed in front of Xu Lingchuan. The powerful aura emanating from him made it clear that he was no ordinary individual. He gently spoke to comfort Xu Lingchuan, telling her that victory and defeat were common matters and that she should not take it too much to heart. He introduced himself as Lin Yu, a second-year student of Scotland Academy, and said he would be her senior in the future. Hearing that she now had someone to rely on, Xu Lingshun immediately grabbed Lin Yu's hand and tearfully complained, "Senior brother Lin Yu, I may have lost, but I can't just let this humiliation go." She brazenly fabricated a story, claiming that Yi Chuan had struck her out of spite, after failing to win her love. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's eyes turned icy. He declared that he would make Ye Xuan understand the consequences of daring to offend someone. From Sky Vault Academy. Lin Yu glanced toward Ye Xuan, then turned to the referee and asked, The match is over, right? The referee nodded in confirmation, yes. It's over. A sinister killing smile appeared on Lin Yu's handsome face. He muttered, in that case, the real show is just beginning. Standing proudly before Ye Xuan, Lin Yu arrogantly declared, We have a few personal matters to settle. Seeing that Ye Xuan remained silent, Lin Yu assumed he was afraid, and continued to mock him. Even if Ye Xuan managed to win, he would still be nothing more than a lowly butcher, dirty and foul-smelling. Ye Xuan narrowed his eyes at the newcomer. Only one thought crossed his mind. Where did this pig-headed idiot come from? His words were like pouring oil on a raging fire. Humiliated Lin Yu gritted his teeth in fury. He never expected Ye Xuan to call him a pig. Enraged, he threatened to teach Ye Xuan a lesson. Standing behind him, Lin Xuan was still seething with anger. She shouted that Ye Xuan had provoked the wrong person. And today, with the academy backing her, she would repay every bit of humiliation she had suffered. Ye Xuan remained calm and asked sarcastically whether they were planning to challenge him to a one-on-one duel. Hearing this, Lin Yu burst into manic laughter. A one-on-one with me? Do you even qualify to fight me? He then declared that this would not be a duel, but a one-sided slaughter. The moment he finished speaking, a powerful aura erupted from his body. With a single stomp, Lin Yu launched himself toward Ye Xuan at terrifying speed, clearly intending to kill him in one strike. Seeing Ye Xuan still standing motionless, Lin Yu assumed he was too frightened to dodge. He wanted to kill Ye Xuan to help Lin Xuan regain her confidence after joining the academy. At that critical moment, a group of 3 suddenly appeared in front of Ye Xuan. Their sudden presence shocked Lin Yu. Just as the attack was about to land, it was abruptly halted. A hand shot out and grabbed Lin Yu's fist mid-air, completely neutralizing the blow. They were members of the Shaw family. Jiao Guang stepped forward and spoke calmly. Young man, victory and defeat are both normal in competition. Just because Lin Xuan cannot accept her loss, you think it's fair to seek revenge on her behalf? I don't see that as just. When Lin Yu realized the person stopping him was from the Shaw family, fear crept across his face. His complexion turned pale and his voice began to tremble. Ye Xuan was slightly surprised to see Zhao Guan here. He asked whether Zhao Guan hadn't taken Shaw and Nana to the hospital. Zhao Guan reassured him, Don't worry. Miss Shaw is fine. She knew he would win. But she was concerned about your safety. So she ordered me to return and protect you. Trying to salvage what little dignity he had left, Lin Yu shouted. What does me teaching Ye Xuan a lesson have to do with the Shaw family? Zhao Guan roared in response. Of course it has everything to do with yes. Ye Xuan is the benefactor who saved Miss Shaw's life. Harming him is the same as declaring war on the entire Shaw family. The news sent shock waves through the arena. Up in the stands, Principal Tao Ming was stunned and frightened. He had never expected Ye Xuan to have ties with the powerful Shaw family. But the situation continued to escalate when Lu Junia leaped down from the VIP section onto the stage, bringing with her an overwhelming aura. She landed lightly, yet her presence carried immense authority. In a threatening tone she addressed Zhao Guan. Someone of your status, bullying a mere student of the Sky Vault Academy. Her eyes turned icy as she implied that such actions were no different from showing complete disregard for Sky Vault Academy. Xiao Boan recognized her immediately. It was Lu Junia, a senior instructor at Sky Vault Academy, a powerhouse who had reached the King realm. He understood that, although the Shaw family held considerable influence, it still could not compare to an academy that had produced countless top-tier experts. He realized the situation had become far more complicated. With her master backing her, Lin Xuan regained her arrogance. Ah ha ha. She laughed loudly, pointing at the Shaw family members. So what if you're from the Shaw family? Tell your precious young miss this. She slapped me once and sooner or later I'll repay it tenfold. Her words enraged Cao Guan. His eyes burned red as he growled. You dare threaten my young lady? The confrontation between these major forces terrified the spectators below. They quickly realized that powerful figures were clashing over Ye Xuan. Panicking, they urged one another to leave before a full-scale battle broke out. If they stayed any longer, they might be caught in the crossfire. Lu Jianya treated Xu Lingxian's arrogance as perfectly natural. With a proud wave of her hand, she declared that anyone who entered Sky Vault Academy became her student. A powerful pink light flashed in her eyes as she continued, if a teacher cannot even protect her own student, how can Sky Vault Academy maintain its status in the future? An invisible pressure spread across the stage, forcing even the Shao family members to step back. But at that very moment an even stronger force intervened. Two more figures appeared at the center of the arena, cutting through Lu Jia's momentum. Jianxin spoke with commanding authority. I'd like to see who dares to bully someone from our Nine Heavens Alliance. At this moment, the calm expression on Ye Chuan's face finally disappeared. He turned to Zhongshan and Xian Li, asking why they had appeared here. Xian Li explained that Zhongshan had been worried about his safety, and had personally come to check on him. Lu Junia's confidence noticeably wavered. She recognized that the newcomers were from the Nine Heavens Alliance, and she couldn't understand why the most powerful organization in this region had come here to involve itself in this matter. Zhongshan smiled calmly and confidently. She announced that Yi Chuan had joined their Nine Heavens Alliance. Therefore she hoped Lu Junia would not make things difficult for him. The declaration fell like a bombshell, leaving everyone present completely stunned. The crowd erupted in shock, unable to believe that yet another major power had entered the dispute. Up in the stands, Xiao Ming stood there with his mouth agape. Yi Chuan had joined the Nine Heavens Alliance. He wondered if he was dreaming. Shui Ling Xuan was equally unable to accept it, her face twisted with anger and jealousy. She muttered that the principal had once said the Nine Heavens Alliance never paid attention to any of their academy's graduates, so why would they accept someone like Yi Chuan? What on earth was going on? Realizing she could no longer harm Yi Chuan, Lu Junia forced an awkward smile. She said that although she did not understand what was happening, she and Zhongshan's father were old acquaintances, so she would let this matter go. Zhongshan smiled and politely clasped her hands in thanks, saying she would convey Lu Junia's goodwill to her father. After the situation settled, Zhongshan turned and asked Yi Chuan to leave with her. But Xu Ling Chuan was unwilling to let things end like this. Seeing her master and her rival about to depart, Xu Ling Chuan lowered her head and softly apologized, admitting that she had disgraced her teacher. Lu Junia gently turned back to comfort her student. She said that with Xu Lingxuan's talent, why should she care about the outcome of a single match? Would a tiger abandon itself just because when it was young? It lost to a house dog, she continued, explaining that once the tiger matured, it would become king of all beasts, while a house dog would forever remain nothing more than a watchdog. Hearing her master's words, Xu Lingxuan seemed to awaken. She kowtowed in gratitude, saying she understood now, regaining her composure. She tightened her grip on her sword. Then she stood up and shouted Yi Chuan's name. Looking straight at him, she admitted that today she had lost. But not to him, she had lost to her own arrogance, and her habit of underestimating her opponent. With her fighting spirit rekindled, she issued a challenge: 1 year from now, I will come back for you when that time comes. You must fight me again. Do you dare accept? Yi Chuan stood there in silence, his face expressionless, causing even Zhongshan and Shan Li to feel a trace of tension. Then a mysterious and somewhat frightening smile slowly appeared on Yi Chuan's face. He replied with just one short sentence, "That's up to you," and with that, the challenge set for 1 year later was accepted. The intense final match came to an end, and the once roaring arena slowly began to quiet down, the excitement fading into a calm silence. Yi Chuan left the stadium together with Xian Li and Zhongshan, walking across the vast courtyard of the academy. Scratching his head awkwardly, Yi Chuan spoke up softly, thanking Zhongshan for all the help she had given him during this time. Zhongshan looked at him with a meaningful gaze, then suddenly asked whether he truly liked that girl. Xu Lingxuan. Yi Chuan waved his hand while laughing, and hurriedly replied that he had absolutely no interest in pigs. That statement caused Zhongshan to misunderstand him. She thought Yi Chuan was implying that Xu Lingxuan was fat. Since Yi Chuan didn't like chubby girls, Zhongshan silently made up her mind to start a strict diet. Immediately, what Zhongshan didn't know was that every living creature appearing in Yi Chuan's eyes looked like a pig. Back on the arena stage earlier, Each one had sensed the killing intent from teacher Lucinia, and it had been terrifying. In Yechuan's perception, Lucinia looked no different from a gigantic monster pig. If a conflict had broken out just now, Yechuan's group would undoubtedly have been the ones to lose. Just as Yechuan was about to continue walking, a voice suddenly called out from behind. The one who had spoken was Zhao Ming, the principal of Qingcheng Academy. He was hurrying toward Yechuan at full speed. At this moment Zhao Ming's attitude had completely changed. With a flattering smile he greeted Zheng Chen and Chen Li respectfully. After that Xiao Ming turned to each one and asked, in an extremely friendly tone, when he had joined the Nine Heavens Alliance. Each one was also surprised by this sudden change in attitude. He replied that he had only joined the Nine Heavens Alliance the day before. As if following a rehearsed script, Zhao Ming immediately began showering him with compliments, insisting that he had long recognized Ye Chuan as a rare genius of the academy. Zhao Ming then took out a small, luxurious wooden box, and said that it was the storage item he had promised to give Yechu, and Zhao Ming even took the initiative to open the lid for Yechuan. Yechuan's eyes widened slightly in surprise when he saw a bracelet, emitting a soft, gentle glow. The bracelet was called the Glowing Stream Bracelet, a precious spatial item that countless people dreamed of obtaining. Jian Li, who was standing beside them, was also surprised. He wondered why Zhao Ming, who was famous for being stingy, had suddenly become so generous today. Zhao Ming smiled and explained that Yi Chuan was a student he valued greatly and had personally nurtured, so treating him well was only natural. Chuan paid little attention to Zhao Ming's flattery. He quickly put the bracelet on his wrist to test its functions. The moment he wore it, a digital inventory interface appeared right before his eyes. Just like in a virtual reality game. Inside the storage space, 2 large money bags were already placed there, clearly labeled on the display. Zhao Ming proudly introduced that the space inside the bracelet was extremely large, enough for each one to carry an entire warehouse of items. Each one began experimenting by placing items inside and taking them out, while Zhao Ming explained that the 2 bags contained 500,000 in total, a special gift he had prepared for each one. Yechuan waved his hand lightly, and the 2 money bags instantly vanished, quickly compressed and stored inside the spatial bracelet. Having obtained what he wanted, Yechuan cupped his hands in thanks. Zhao Ming beamed with delight, pleased that from now on Xinjiang High School would gain additional prestige thanks to Yechuan's joining the Nine Heavens Alliance. Zhao Ming then turned to Zhang Chen and Shan Li, asking them to keep an eye on and take good care of his prize student. He also promised that he would do his best to cultivate more outstanding students for the Nine Heavens Alliance. Zhang Xin nodded politely and said that they were in quite a hurry and needed to leave immediately. Zhang Ming stood there waving them off, not forgetting to remind Yi Chuan that if he happened to meet the chairman, he should put in a few good words for him. When they finally returned to the headquarters of the Nine Heavens Alliance, Zhang Xin reminded Yi Chuan that there were still about 3 weeks left before the campaign to subjugate the blazing fire blade. Being curious, she asked whether Ye Chuan had any special plans or intentions during the waiting period. Yi Chuan fell silent for a moment in thought, before deciding that he wanted to take on some missions in order to accumulate more contribution points. Jian Li immediately became extremely excited. He proposed going with Yi Chuan to accept some high-level missions so they could experience the challenge together. However, Yi Chuan refused right away. He wanted to act alone so he could freely train and level up. He also didn't want anyone to discover his true strength. Shan Li was briefly surprised but eventually agreed. Zhang Chen had also been thinking about accompanying Yi Chuan, and she secretly felt relieved that she hadn't said it out loud yet. In her view, facing challenges and training alone, while completing missions, would help each one accumulate more experience and become even stronger. Zhang Xin smiled and agreed to let each one act freely. But she didn't forget to remind him to pay absolute attention to his safety. Each one nodded slightly in promise, then turned around and left. He headed to the mission center, where requests from all over were posted for members of the Alliance. Standing in front of the search terminal, each one began browsing through the list of available missions. The screen displayed numerous options, ranging from 1-star herb gathering tasks to 3-star missions that required a team to eliminate entire monster lairs. In the end, each one selected a 2-star mission, hunting a giant armored crocodile lion, with a reward of 900 contribution points. The system announced that Ye Chuan had officially accepted the 2-star mission. He carefully studied the target's location on the electronic map. Each one then checked the storage inside his spatial bracelet, and saw that it already contained 10 portions of dried rations prepared for a long journey. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This bracelet truly was an excellent item, both convenient and capable of holding many essential supplies. Night gradually fell and a crescent moon hung, suspended among dark strips of cloud in the sky, above the dense forest. The sound of footsteps rustled through the dry grass, as Yi Chuan muttered to himself that the name, Giant Armored Crocodile Lion, was really hard to pronounce. A faint killing aura surrounded Yi Chuan as he ventured deeper into the forest, his heart filled with determination to conquer a new challenge. From within the shadows, 2 assassins were secretly observing Yi Chuan's every step. One of them quickly reported through a communication device that the target had left the city alone. In a hidden location, the one known as Lord Li revealed a sinister smile. He had been waiting for this day for a very long time. Meanwhile, Yi Chuan was yawning repeatedly, exhausted after an entire day of intense competition. Suddenly, he heard thunderous snoring coming from a clump of bushes ahead. Yi Chuan approached and discovered a gigantic troll sleeping soundly. Its green belly rose and fell steadily with each breath. Looking at the monster sleeping so peacefully, Yi Chuan felt his own eyelids growing heavy. Without the slightest hint of fear, Yi Chuan casually used the troll's soft belly as a bed, thinking to himself that the creature probably wouldn't mind letting him borrow it for a quick nap. While Yi Chuan was lying asleep, 2 assassins were silently watching from within the bushes nearby. The scene before them left them utterly confused, a human and a monster lying side by side, their snores blending together and echoing through a corner of the quiet forest. The leader of the assassins muttered suspiciously, unsure whether the target was truly asleep or merely putting on an act. The assassin standing beside him had a different thought. He believed that Yi Chuan had already discovered their presence long ago. After thinking for a moment, the leader concluded that they had acted extremely carefully. There was no way they could have been detected. In his eyes, this was the perfect opportunity to eliminate Yi Chuan. However, when the other assassin saw the 5th-rank path entering realm, giant troll lying next to Yi Chuan, he began to feel uneasy. He believed Yi Chuan had already discovered them and was deliberately using the monster as a shield, so they could not get close. Those words caused the assassin leader to hesitate. If the speculation was correct, then Yi Chuan was definitely not someone simple. At that moment, the monster suddenly moved. Its eyes slowly began to open. In its hazy half-asleep state, it realized that someone seemed to be touching its chest. When it looked down, it sprang up in alarm. After discovering that a human was tightly holding onto its waist, the troll stood there in confusion, unable to understand what was happening. The troll's sudden movement woke Yi Chuan. He slowly opened his eyes, and immediately saw the terrified expression on the troll's face. A moment later, the sleepy look on Yi Chuan's face was instantly replaced by shock, as well the simultaneous screams of Yi Chuan and the troll threw the entire forest into chaos. Before the troll could do anything, Yi Chuan swiftly kicked hard into the troll's stomach, using the force to push himself away and launch his body backward, completely escaping the danger. The giant troll roared in fury and frantically looked around, searching for its familiar weapon. Its spiked club had clearly vanished without a trace. Seeing the troll searching in vain, Yi Chuan calmly admitted that he had helped store the weapon for it, offering an extremely convincing reason. He was afraid that while they slept, the troll might accidentally stab him in the back. Upon hearing that explanation, the giant troll nearly exploded with rage. Killing intent erupted from its entire body as it charged straight toward Yi Chuan. Acting purely on instinct, Yi Chuan immediately turned and ran, while shouting loudly, "Why are you being so heartless? We just slept together. Do you really need to get this angry?" Unfortunately, the direction Yi Chuan fled toward happened to be exactly where the 2 assassins were hiding. This caused them to misunderstand the situation, believing that Yi Chuan had already discovered them and was intentionally luring the monster in their direction. Were screwed. The two assassins instantly leaped out of their hiding place and fled in terror. But Yi Chuan was incredibly fast. He quickly caught up to them, and he even ran past their position. Seeing the two men, Yi Chuan looked surprised and asked, "Who are you two? Why are you here?" But the only response he received was a stream of curses. They believed Yi Chuan was deliberately using the giant troll to kill them, while pretending nothing was happening. With an innocent expression, each one asked, "What are you talking about? I really don't understand that." Innocent look successfully enraged the two assassins. "Stop wasting words with this brat," the leader roared angrily as he rushed forward and kicked hard at Yi Chuan's waist. The kick knocked Yi Chuan off balance and sent him tumbling to the ground. Even so, he still asked, "Why do you want to harm me? Clearly you've never had any conflict." Before Yi Chuan could receive an answer, the massive foot of the giant troll slammed down onto the ground, sending a powerful shockwave through the area. The monster roared, demanding that Yi Chuan return its weapon. Its crimson eyes filled with hatred, locked firmly onto its target. Facing the monster, Yi Chuan did not seem worried at all. He immediately took out his dagger. The blade radiated a dazzling golden glow. Yi Chuan let out a sigh. "Why do you always have to force me to make a move? It was just a little sleep together. Why are you yelling so loudly?" Yi Chuan's expression changed completely. The intricately patterned pig slaughtering knife in his hand was already prepared to enter combat. At that moment, the troll charged forward and threw a punch at the spot where Yi Chuan had been standing. Yi Chuan leaped into the air, easily dodging the attack. He even made an excuse, saying that this monster's temper was far too hot-headed to keep around. After the failed strike, the troll opened its mouth and lunged forward, intending to take a bite out of Yi Chuan, but it could not react in time to his speed. Level 3 Nether Shadow Sweep was activated. Yi Chuan transformed into a streak of purple light, gliding straight over the monster's head. Yi Chuan's eyes burned crimson as the skill Blood Shadow Butcher activated. A chilling killing intent instantly enveloped the entire space. In that instant, Yi Chuan's gaze became incomparably terrifying. So frightening that even the troll felt fear when it looked at him. In the monster's eyes, Yi Chuan had become an incredibly dreadful existence. In front of him, the troll suddenly seemed extremely small and weak. Overwhelmed by fear, the troll dropped to its knees before Yi Chuan and begged for mercy. Yi Chuan landed lightly right in front of the trembling monster, his hand still firmly gripping the blade. He swung the knife to finish it off. The decisive slash tore through the air, carrying a surge of golden power. The monster's head separated from its body. In an instant, a system notification appeared. Successfully eliminated giant troll. Good news arrived one after another. Each one advanced to path entering realm level 4. And both his strength and spirit attributes surged dramatically. Looking at the massive corpse before him, Yi Chuan wondered what the monster's thick hide could be used for. While he was still pondering, a small troll suddenly appeared. When she saw the scene in front of her, she burst into tears. The wild fruit she had been holding slipped from her hands and fell to the ground. Yi Chuan turned around and asked awkwardly, "Who are you seeing?" The female troll trembling beside the giant's corpse. Yi Chuan scratched his head and asked a rather naive question. "Are you his daughter?" Yi Chuan looked apologetic and hesitantly explained, "I'm really sorry, your father and I had a bit of a conflict. So this happened." Hearing this, the female troll glared at him in fury and screamed through her tears, "You damned human, how dare you kill my husband!" She clenched her teeth and shouted, "I will curse you." Her eyes burned with hatred. Immediately afterward, a green magic circle appeared beneath Yi Chuan's feet. Yi Chuan panicked when he saw the green light begin to envelop and pull at his body. In the blink of an eye, Yi Chuan's figure completely vanished into the void, leaving behind only a silent clearing in the forest. The scenery changed rapidly. Yi Chuan suddenly found himself falling freely, before crashing down into a cave filled with white bones. He sat up among piles of skulls, looking around in confusion before muttering to himself, What did I do to deserve such unfair treatment? Am I still in the same country? Suddenly a strange sound echoed from ahead. A dazzling beam of light shone from a deep corner of the cave. Each one clicked his tongue, and told himself that there was only one path left. Now let's see what's waiting for me. At the end of that he walked deeper into the cavern, entering an icy cave where rushing streams of water flowed, and thick mist surrounded everything. Suddenly H1 froze. He could feel an immense pressure and killing intent weighing heavily upon the entire space. A glaring system notification appeared. Mission target detected: giant armored crocodile lion. Right in front of H1 lay a gigantic monster, with the head of a lion and the armored body of a crocodile, sleeping soundly. Looking at the monster, H1 thought to himself, so that troll girl earlier hadn't meant to harm him at all. She had actually been guiding him to this boss. He told himself that once he got out, he would find her and thank her. In boss hunts, the most dangerous moment isn't during the fight, but the instant before it begins. H1 understood this very clearly. As he stepped into the cave, he quickly realized that the creature in front of him was not an easy target. A dense layer of armor covered its entire body, almost eliminating any possibility of a direct attack. That left only one option: kill it before it woke up. This wasn't recklessness, but a tactical decision. Because once a creature like this entered combat mode, everything would become far more difficult to control. H1 began to move closer, studying his breathing, observing its body structure, searching for a critical weak point. Every action showed that he wasn't the type to rely on brute strength, but someone who understood how to end a fight as quickly as possible. He didn't forget to mock the monster's bizarre mix of a lion and a crocodile. But just as he was about to act, all of his calculations instantly fell apart. He reached behind him and realized his weapon was gone. That realization shattered his composure. Although his strength and stamina had improved after leveling up, fighting a boss without a weapon was extremely difficult. H1 quickly realized that, when he had been teleported by the troll's formation, he had forgotten to retrieve his knife. It was a mistake that could cost him his life. He immediately decided to retreat. But at that very moment something even worse happened. Because of the noise he had just made, the boss woke up, its enormous eyes locked onto H1, creating an overwhelming pressure. His body visibly began to tremble. Suddenly an attack came from behind. There was no warning, no time for the boss to react. In fact, it didn't even need to dodge. The arrow shot forward and struck its head. But to everyone's surprise, it caused no damage. The attack was like an ant biting an elephant. Two professional hunters appeared. They stepped out from the shadows with near absolute confidence. The man was an archer named Wan Yuan, and the woman was a support mage named Hu Tao Wan. Clearly, they had prepared in advance, and had also noticed H1's presence. At this point, H1's plan was completely ruined. This was the most common mistake in boss hunts, focusing only on the target, while forgetting that others might be hunting it too. The sudden attack from the two of them had already enraged the boss. It didn't need to confirm a target, nor did it care who attacked it. As long as something was nearby, it would destroy everything, and the unlucky one was H1. The situation instantly spiraled out of control. H1 tried to explain that he wasn't the one who attacked, but his words were completely useless. H1 chose to retreat, not because he was weaker, but because he understood the disadvantage of being unarmed. Meanwhile, the two hunters chose the opposite approach, rushing toward H1 as they prepared to attack the boss. Even though their very first attack had already failed, it seemed the two hunters still hadn't realized the danger they were in. The battle was gradually slipping out of control. Their mistake was evident from the very beginning, in how they evaluated their opponent. Wang Yuan didn't even try to hide his disdain, as he told H1 to leave and hand the boss over to him. H1 was surprised and wanted to know why he should do that. In Wang Yuan's eyes, H1 wasn't qualified to participate in the fight. Judging by H1 equipment and somewhat clueless demeanor, he assumed H1 wasn't even a combat class and demanded his name. "But you're H1," he answered calmly, as if it were a profession he took great pride in. Wang Yuan froze for a moment. then burst out laughing. His laughter was full of mockery. Like everyone else, he had completely misjudged Yahello's strength. With absolute confidence, Wang Yuan stated that they were hunters, and hunting monsters like this wasn't something a mere butcher could handle. Yahello felt tired of people who were always so convinced they were right. He emphasized that this boss didn't belong to anyone. Whoever killed it would claim it. Wang Yuan remained full of confidence, assuming Yahello was joking, and added that this boss was extremely powerful. While the three of them were talking, the boss had already become furious. Perhaps it was enraged at being looked down upon by the small human standing before it. The boss decided to act. It let out a massive roar, opened its enormous mouth filled with razor-sharp teeth, and lunged forward to attack. Thanks to their alertness and quick reactions, all three of them swiftly dodged aside, completely avoiding the terrifying bite. Wang Yuan immediately launched his attack. The first arrows were fired with incredible precision. On the surface, it looked like a flawless display from a professional archer. But the result was completely different. Every single arrow was blocked. The monster's armor was practically immune to this type of attack. However, Wang Yuan paid no attention to that critical issue. Instead, he was worried that Yahello might steal the boss, so he told him to stay away. A failed strategy had already revealed itself from the very first strike. But instead of changing his approach, Wang Yuan continued attacking the same way, only increasing his power. This was an extremely dangerous mistake, because in real combat, it's not about attacking more, it's about whether the attack is appropriate. And when that isn't recognized in time, there's only one outcome: the battle spirals out of control. Wang Yuan decided to use his trump card, a carefully prepared attack meant to finish the boss. As the boss moved closer, Wang Yuan called for you. Da want act. She quickly activated a buff to enhance his attack power. This showed that the two hunters were far from inexperienced. But the problem was careful preparation doesn't guarantee success. A stream of blue energy enveloped Wang Yuan's body, significantly boosting his strength. At first glance, it looked like an almost perfect combo. The lightning arrow was amplified to its absolute limit. The sheer pressure of the energy caused the surrounding space to tremble. And when it was released, this was clearly the strike Wang Yuan believed would end everything. The arrow shot straight into the boss's mouth, after piercing through its foot. When it tried to block the attack, a burst of lightning exploded. Visually, it looked like a flawless finishing blow. But reality was different. The boss didn't die. Wang Yuan realized that the power of his attack had been reduced. After passing through the monster's defenses, its armor had absorbed most of the damage. And this was the turning point of the battle. From a distance, Yahello simply watched, even appearing quite relaxed. He even complimented the attack, saying it looked impressive, not because he didn't understand the danger, but because he had already seen the problem. They couldn't break through the boss's armor. Someone with real experience would have realized this from the very first strike. But Wang Yuan didn't. He remained confident, believing that more power alone would be enough. The boss roared a roar powerful enough to shatter all the confidence. Its eyes turned red, the pressure surged. The enraged state had begun. Once a boss enters this state, every earlier mistake must be paid for. A massive tail swipe came crashing down. The ground shattered. Only now did the two hunters truly realize the problem. They switched to defense. Wang Yuan activated Flash Blessing to increase movement speed. It allowed both him and Yahello to dodge the incoming attacks. It was the right decision, but it only bought time. It didn't solve the core issue. Wang Yuan began to lose his composure. Sweat, pressure and panic started to show. He asked how long it would take for Yahello to apply the buff again. 1 minute. The answer felt like a death sentence. In this situation, 1 minute was far too long, because they could die at any moment. At this point, the two hunters were completely on the defensive. And when they had no options left, the only person who could change the outcome was the very one they had looked down on. Comment how long you think Yahello will need to defeat this boss. And don't forget to check out Tone Comic and site to subscribe and follow the next battles. The full link is in the video description.